Guys, I was up till 3 in the morning. You know what I was doing? Researching things I had no business looking into. No business looking into. Good morning, everyone. Fully clothed. Won't be fully clothed once the song goes on. I'm going to put on my stringer. Absolutely. Guys, we have a lot going on. We got butthurt billionaires. We got butthurt billionaires. We got Hedron staking functions. We have giant dips to the price giving GRC absolutely nuclear buy-ins. I mean, guys, what an amazing time to be alive. I hope everyone in the Hex community gets along. I don't know what it's like to be rich peoples. I don't know what it's like to have big D syndrome. Actually, I do. Not the physical D, but, the mental D. But, guys, we all need to get along. Everyone has financial incentive to do certain things. Everyone. But it's also important that you don't over leverage yourself. We all must work together, guys. If this is going to work out in the future, we probably are going to have to work together pretty well. You don't have to be perfect. But I mean, getting along with your partners and like the people around you at a minimum on Twitter, probably a good idea. Everybody, this is Crypto in the Morning. It's your boy GRC. I'm coming at you live every single day at 11 a.m. Eastern. I'm going to go put a stringer on. Dink! Because that's how I roll. Skipped on the gym this morning. I stayed up way too late last night. We're actually doing the live watch party here. Sam might not be all the way into the live party, but he might stay for a little bit. We're watching RH live. I'm going to pause. I'm going to take notes just like I do when I'm watching by myself. It's going to be really fun. So we will talk about that. We'll talk about Hedron, Maxi airdrop, Diamond Hands. I have them.
Young folks, you tripping on them motherfucker.
Richard Heart. Richard Heart.
Bought my Hex from the fucking start. Point one every day we mark. Bought my Hex from the fucking start. Sacrificing all this bread like I'm Richard Hart. Got paid on big payday and I had a hit restart. Now I'm checking on my pulse just to check my heart. Bought my Hex from the fucking start. Sacrificing all this bread like I'm Richard Hart. Got paid on big payday and I had a hit restart. Now I'm checking on my pulse just to check my heart. Checking my MetaMask moving. Look at the Hex, he is mooning. Looking at why they be choosing. Peter is why they be losing. Pull chains out, now get me a check. He's gas up and it got me a mess. Remember the times he died collect. Hex, I been eating, I'm dying in the best. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this post, I ain't letting go. Swerving the ring like a Lambo. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this post, I ain't letting go. Swerving the ring like a Lambo. Bought my Hex from the fucking start. Sacrificing all this bread like I'm Richard Hart. Got paid on big payday and I had a hit restart. Now I'm checking on my pulse just to check my heart. Bought my Hex from the fucking start. Sacrificing all this bread like I'm Richard Hart. Got paid on big payday and I had a hit restart. Now I'm checking on my pulse just to check my heart. Richard Hart. Richard Hart. Richard Hart. Richard Hart. Getting this back like a year ago.
How are you doing this morning? It is a beautiful morning. Just dropped my sister off at the airport. We're good to go. I love the idea. Oh, look at how fucking massive that looks, guys. In the chat, you see that? This is just all bicep. Dropped them off at the airport this morning. I'm excited that they're gone, but I was also excited that they were here. Looks like you got a new shirt there, bud.
Mm-hmm.
Check that out. Nice. You cut the sleeves off, or is it a tank top?
Nope. I got 3: 1 hex, 1 pulse, 1 pulse hex, sleeveless, 1 hex, 1 pulse, 1 pulse hex, sleeves. So guys, hexmerch.com, Jimrad 10 if you want 10% off. If just so you guys know, it actually is they hold sweat, but they fall right over your shoulder. So if you like that fall right over your shoulder feel, they're good, but they definitely hold sweat. Like it's not an Under Armour, but the feel is on a nice day amazing.
There's a dude at the gym that I've been talking to him about crypto and telling him about how he's in an environment where a lot of his friends are not necessarily pursuing, like, it's day to day. They live day to day in terms of just partying and living paycheck to paycheck. And I was talking to him about starting a business, because then you can be around like-minded people who are trying to grow and like be successful and improve themselves, and how important that is. And I brought that up in terms of that community of business. And I was like, that's what it's like in crypto, dude. There's so many amazing people in crypto that are smart. They're trying to improve their health. They're trying to improve their wealth.
You say that, but like, how many of those are open-minded enough to work as a team and a collective moving forward?
Well, if you compare this to other communities I'm in, there's a lot more open-mindedness in this community, in my personal opinion. Like, maybe in bodybuilding, they're very open to the chemistry of stuff, but it's a lot more closed. There's a lot of taboo around like the chemistry around bodybuilding and whatnot.
It's true. Like those old guys, they'll say to the deathbed, you have to take HCG every day. They will say to their deathbed, they don't care about the research. They don't care. It's like, that's the research they learned in the 70s, and they will stick to it, boy. Because I had this dude, professional RDS, and he probably knows exactly what he's talking about in a lot of ways. But I mentioned to him HCG, and I have strong takes on HCG because I remember I used to ask you that. I did the research at some point. It's an interesting topic, to say the least. I mean, we could do a whole episode. I mean, a 10-hour marathon on human chorionic gonadotropin. Okay? Say
that 5 times fast.
Human chorionic gonadotropin. Or what's you see, guys? GRC is smart. He just is a gym rat. Okay.
Very smart, dude. Very smart, dude. You guys.
Dude, so anyway, don't worry about any of that stuff, guys. I'm gonna bring up a couple things, and I just want you to speak. Okay. What we talked about yesterday with the Hedron staking function. What did you think about that? I wanted to know what you thought about that third-party website. You saw the fees, Sam. We don't have to talk about it. You're the one who read them out. So what do you think about something like that, a third-party website? Hedron's decentralized, right? There's no question. So you can't build on it. So they have to go third-party. That whole relationship right there with the fees and like the incentivization to make a lot of money in that way. What do you think about the fee structure there?
The fees I don't see as necessarily the problem. What do we see as like one of the biggest like advantages of Pulse Chain, right? Because of the free PRC20s, there is an idea that, and because the fees are lower, right, and because it's faster, there's an idea that there's going to be a large amount of adoption. So when you think about like crypto, you have to have adoption, right? You need a demand to increase and shit. Well, if you look at I'm not personally super like into NFT type stuff, right? But if you look at Hex,
you're not into JPEGs, but NFTs could just be movable.
Yeah, smart contracts into pictures, doesn't really do anything for me. But when you look at like the marketplace, I was like, oh, this is a cool idea. But at the same time, how are you going to drive adoption on that, bro? Like, how are you going to? You have OpenSea, you have all these things on Ethereum. You have these other projects that are going to be launching on Pulse, right? Like, how are you going to get people to actually use your thing when Hex is like the big thing? There's a small little piece of Hex that not even all Hexkins know about called Hedron. And then you're going to do a play on top of that, which is like very, very small. I like the idea. I like the enthusiasm. I like what they're trying to do. I like they're trying to bring value to peers.
Hey, I love that.
The market, the adoption for it.
Dude, I don't know, bro. The one thing this is where we're both going to be a little fuzzy, and other people that have been around longer would be less fuzzy. But, dude, I've seen some of the most redonkulous shit that doesn't get traded in between Hex and Ethereum. You know what I mean? Hex and Pulse. Like, you got to think there's going to be ratios for these things. They're going to move together to an extent, right? They have to, because why wouldn't at some point, if there's enough meat on the bone, that trade's going to happen and it's going to level back, right? And it doesn't matter if the gap's this big or this big, right? Like we all know with Maxi, it's so clear cut. Get the spreadsheet out. You don't need to know if there's going to be a premium. You're stupid if you can't read the spreadsheet.
Okay, I agree, right? There's going to be positive correlation. I completely agree with you.
But imagine having positive correlation to the greatest asset that ever existed in history and saying that this could potentially be a downfall.
But do you think that there's enough? And I don't know, right? Like, this is the thoughts. You're like, hey, what do you think about this, right? So, do you think that I would bet 1,000? I bet plenty of money that there is a decent sized portion of people who own Hex that have no idea about Hedron. Your mom?
Oh my God, there's a decent amount of people that sacrifice for Pulse Chain that don't know who RH is or what Hex is.
Yes. So, given that Hex
is not as sticky as Pulse Chain.
Correct, and it's less of the perception that there's some negative things, right. But and the Hex community is relatively small in the broader crypto community. Correct, it's growing very quickly, but it's very
100,000 unique staking.
Think of Hedron. Hedron is a fraction of Hex in terms of the number of people involved in it. Correct, because we just mentioned.
Wait, say that one more time.
Hedron, the number of people interested or who know about Hedron.
Yeah, that'll be even a smaller number than the total amount of Hex users.
And then the people who are in Hedron, who know how to HSI stake, who are competent enough to.
That's good. That's good. I mean, there's a lot of sell pressure, but again, when these things start moving in a bull market, they're moving. It's moving.
Well, are we talking about Hedron price, or are we talking about that marketplace? Because those are, in my mind, they're slightly.
Oh yeah. You're right. Good point. Oh yeah, I wasn't even thinking about this. I forgot
that marketplace.
Dude, I'm excited.
And I'm excited too. But if you go through and you created an HSI stake, just GRC, you go through and you created this. Are you going to sell it on this site that doesn't have any fucking traffic at all? Or are you going to go to OpenSea where there's actual traffic there?
Well, I mean, who knows what the traffic will look like once we're on Pulse Chain?
Potentially.
Because, the general users on Pulse Chain have a public sentiment towards Hex of some sort. Average, I'd say the average. So generally, they, if the rates are really good. Sam, again, when are we going to talk about the numbers? Like, at what point are the numbers good enough where you're just like, I'm going to buy this Hedron and stake it rather than buy this Hex and stake it right now? There's a S load of people doing that, Sam. An S load, trust me. And I'm not saying S load in comparison to the world, but I know many a men who are dollar cost Hedron at the bottom right now and are very excited.
No, I completely.
And I'm not. I haven't done it yet. I mean, I've bought in a little bit and I've claimed my stuff, but I have not. I've only been here with it. I haven't done anything yet.
And if more people come out, the Hedron, cool. I think what you're saying is a derivative play, they're going to be positively correlated in some fashion, whether it's a lot or a little. I agree with that sentiment 100%. But when it comes to the Hex marketplace thing on top of it, it's people are going to go where you're going to have the strongest network effects, right? So marketplaces that already have buyers and sellers there, right? If you're going to sell if you're going to flip something, right? So I flip stuff for fun sometimes, right? And I get stuff really cheap, and then I turn around and flip it for. I don't go to some weird tiny little app in the Google Play Store and download it and post it there. I go to Facebook Marketplace and maybe Craigslist, right? The two bigger marketplaces, because that's where the people's eyeballs are, right? So when you're trying to flip something, what's up?
Get right on there for Gains Club, right? You see that little vein?
Yeah, bro. I got some
real quick, Gains Club, get wrecked. Good morning, Gains Club. Hope you're doing good.
Yes. When you look at the marketplace, I just
where are you
going to go? Where are you going to go to sell your shit? You're going to go to a place where they have people, right?
But if there's liquidity, Sam, why does it matter?
No, you have an HSI stake that is an NFT. Those are the customers that go there, correct?
Sam, but you're living. Hold on, let me think. Can we backtrack for a second? Because I think you were thinking about this, and I don't think I quite thought it all the way through yet. So why don't we just back up for a second? Guys, I love talking about Hedron. You know why? Because it's complicated. Sorry.
And you lose people off the bat.
Complicated because what you can do is just work through it one at a time. Oh my God, these concepts are so complex. It's like, no, you just have to one at a time, baby. One at a time. Instead of someone saying, it's an HSI stake, you can sell it. It's got value, you asshole. You said it doesn't have any. And you're just like, dude, everyone calm down. They're like, the only reason Hedron is not nuking right now is because of the FUD, the gym rat FUD. It's like, no, dude. There's like $1 billion in sell pressure. So
if somebody can come up with a
spreadsheet,
a way to incentivize making holding Hedron more valuable, other than the speculative what you're talking about, because a lot of people don't see what you're talking about. Right?
Yeah, we got to start over. Let's start over. Can we start over? Just
of course.
I want to start. We're going to this is what we'll do. We'll go to hedron.pro. We'll show a little bit of the people how we kind of go through stuff. If it was me and you, and we were just going back and forth, and I'll talk about it, right? So we're going to go to hedron.pro, and we're going to see these movements through.
Bullish, can you pull that up, please?
Yeah. So go to hedron.pro, and then Sam, I want to say, as if we were walking through this, interacting with it, how we would do it, and then when we move, we'll go to Hex Market. We'll have to extrapolate that in our brains because it's not out yet. But we'll go over there and we'll read.
And also, we got to consider the person who is going to utilize this. So anytime you create something, the avatar, the target customer behind that, right?
Yo, somebody buy me a new pair of shoes. This is how all great conversations start. It's complicated, and if you don't want to talk about it,
looking saucy.
No, dude, complicated's fun because in a world full of emotionally distressing things, complicated concepts are it's like a safe haven for me. It makes me feel a home. I have something to do and I can study and this is my job at this hour. I love that feeling. I love when it's like, Scott, you got to step up for an hour. And that's how I feel. I'm always putting pressure on myself. Thank you so much, though, Bitfinesse. I appreciate you so much. I have to call you, Bitfinesse. We need to talk. We got to talk.
Yes. This is a crypto collector. I know we're going to be pulling, I think Bullish has that pulled up in the background. Can you buy people's hex stakes with Hedron? You don't need Hedron to purchase HSI stakes. You can go to
verbiage. So he said hex stakes. So he said, can you buy people's hex stakes? No, period. No. That question would be no. In general, you cannot buy people's
hex stakes. You can if it's an NFT.
Yeah, but that wouldn't. Well, I guess in my head, the native hex staking would just be called hex staking, and then everything else would be called its name in particular, right?
You're correct. So explain that because some people get lost.
So guys, when you say hex stakes, I'm going to think the native chain immediately. Maybe I'm wrong on that too, but I'm going to think hex.com. But if I'm going to say tokenized hex stake, that would be hedron.pro.
So if you use that broader definition of what GRC is saying, an HSI stake, which is Hedron plus hex. So if you classify that as a hex stake, and that's the definition you're using, then yes, you can purchase hex stakes from other people as
to highlight the verbiage in crypto. In verbiage in crypto, guys, it's not as important in bodybuilding. It is still very important, but in crypto, it's there's 6 words for the same thing, and they all kind of mean something different. It's so I'm telling you guys, if you want to have very good conversations with people, smart people in crypto, you better not ask stupid questions because they won't want to talk to you very much. After a question or two, right? You're gonna have to step up and really get involved, right? If you have to understand it so intimately because other people do.
I agree with that, but I also don't want to disincentivize people to just ask questions. Yes, GRC is saying the underlying piece is take effing responsibility to educate yourself, which I think is what he's trying to really point out there. But if you have a question or we're saying something and you're like, what the fuck, that doesn't make sense. Ask the questions. If you've watched a couple of these, you probably are aware that I don't give a shit how people think I sound. I'm going to ask a question because I don't understand something. So if you don't understand something, go and ask that question. But what GRC is saying, take responsibility for your education and understanding the nuances of all this kind of stuff. So let's pull up the hedron.pro site.
And as we're going, Sam, if you have any questions about the actual site, I don't know how much you've interacted with it, but just let me know because I have interacted with it quite a bit.
I did it one time to claim and mint at the 9X, I think, and I haven't looked at it once since then.
Good work. That's pretty much the way you should do it.
And just let that.
So hold on, I'm just gonna say, hey guys, real quick, share this out if you guys don't mind. Smash the like. Oh my God, thank you for reminding me that, Amish kid. I was actually texting Crypto Kool-Aid. Oh shit.
Crypto Kool-Aid. I hear all these new names of people who are in the.
Will blow your head off your couch.
Let's get him on. Let's talk to him. This will be.
He's
good.
a hard man to get a hold of. I can promise you that. Because it's usually my fault. He gives me a cell phone number, and you know me, I'm always doing the same. I'm the same way. I can never get a time to.
That's how I feel. One of the things I'm personally working on a complete tangent is trying to figure out. I feel that I'm not as organized as I would like to be, and I'm like, I got to create that vision of figuring out how to be more organized. So I got to pick that one thing to just start on, just like in fitness, right? We're just going to start on that one thing. So anyways, I'm working on being more organized because I don't feel like I'm able to follow up with people and build the relationships that I'd like to build with how things are at the moment or whatever. But native stake versus instant stake. Yes, HSI versus like actual go.hex.com or whatever.
Yeah. So, what is Hedron, Sam? Let's read it. I'm going to read it real quick.
Please.
So, guys, this is really important, guys. I'm taking the time to read all this through one more time, and I'm going to have Alex on another episode. Please just pay attention. Just pay attention. Like, this is a good time to learn about Hedron. It's not complicated. These are just words. We're going to talk through every one real quick, kind of give you like a little demo of how maybe I would ask Sam for help or vice versa. You know the deal. Okay. So what is Hedron? Hedron is a collection of smart contracts, Sam. So what, for someone that wouldn't know what that meant, how would you best describe that?
Hedron is a collection of smart contracts because what this Hedron effectively is like, from what they're saying, is all of Hex is just a smart contract, right? When you're interacting with staking it. So right, similar idea here, where you're just utilizing the smart contract on Hex and you're putting another smart contract on top of that, right?
Yep. Pretty much. I mean, it's just another, I guess the smart contract itself is a word that people have a hard time understanding, including myself, like, because it's just like a spreadsheet, right? You're basically just saying you're entering into a piece of software, right? Like anyway, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure on that, but I'm sorry for being stupid. Hedron builds on top of that, allows stakers to mint and borrow Hedron tokens. So Hedron builds on top of Hex and allows you to borrow and mint Hedron tokens. So how did those Hedron tokens come into play? Hedron allows stakers to trade their Hex stakes as NFT tokens. That means if you, instead of taking your Hex and putting it on hex.com, you are going to hedron.pro and going into their front end and putting your Hex there. That is what that means in a very slow and general way. I know how confusing these stupid little things can be because people just don't see these words all the time. But that just means instead, I Jim Rat, have Hex. Instead of going to the Hex staking front end, I'm going to go to the hedron.pro staking front end. That is the difference between that right there. Hedron has no admin keys, no kill switches, just like Hex. Hedron is completely decentralized with zero counterparty risk. Sam.
Those two sentences are my favorite in that whole area.
So exact, right? So true. And what is that? That means that it's not changing, right, Sam?
Correct. And that's why that staking that we were just talking about with hexmarket.com or whatever it was for the NFT marketplace has to be separate. It's taking your Hedron that you're getting for free or purchasing and going to this other site to actually stake it. I think that's interesting. And if you do choose to use the front end, as JRC was putting it, not only can you take your Hex stake and tokenize it into an NFT, but you can also go through and borrow against it if that's your prerogative, right? But remember, this, because one thing We talk about borrowing several times on the show when it comes to borrowing in crypto. Love it, right? But you have to be cognizant. You have to be cognizant. If you're borrowing in crypto, what does that mean? Right? They'll be flexible with the interest and flexible with the terms, meaning you may not pay any interest and you may not have any payments, right?
Mm-hmm.
Depending on the protocol where it's from. But what are you doing because you're losing that? You're not having those things that you have to take care of, right? Interest and terms are flexible a lot of the times. But what do you have by giving that up? You have the volatility risk. So if you were to borrow a certain amount of Hedron, and as Jersey was mentioning, there is a positive correlation between Hex and Hedron, maybe 1-to-1, probably more like 0.25 or something like that, right? It's not going to move 1-for-1, but there's going to be some positive correlation between Hedron and Hex as they move through the market. That means that if you borrow and you take that and you put it somewhere else, and if hypothetically Hex has a 10,000x and Hedron has a 5,000x, then what are you doing? Now, when you have to go back and pay your shit back, you have a 5,000x. So if you borrowed against it and you went and bought like some new toenail clippers, right? Or some whatever it is that you wanted to purchase, now you've spent the money and you have to pay it back in the future at 5,000x the price. So just be super cognizant of that because people are going to get fucked here, dude. Like people are going to mess this up and they don't realize that this is actually going to be an issue. The volatility risk is an important thing to consider if you ever decide to borrow in crypto, because most people are not going to understand the risk of borrowing crypto. And it's
so how has your stance changed over the last month and a half, Sam? You came in hot. You didn't know exactly about the fees yet. So you knew, but there's no way you could have imagined the fee structure because that would be ignorant. When you were coming in hot like that, I was just like, there's no way he knows how dumb ass this is. Like when he comes into this, he's going to realize like you can't move money that easily on Ethereum.
And well, I love borrowing. I love using other people's money to make money for myself. What has changed for myself over my evolution of learning and growing is that I would love to borrow the fuck out of fiat and leverage that into crypto. Not saying anybody else should do this, but there's advantages to doing that, right? Where we just talked about, say, borrowing crypto that could have a 5,000x increase in price, which means that you have to pay it back at a 5,000x increase in price. Well, in fiat, it works the exact opposite of that. Our dollar is going to go up in value or down in value. They're going to go down in value. So if you borrow a dollar, and I'm not saying anybody should do any of these things, right? This is how I will probably approach this, and am approaching it. If I borrow fiat dollars, what is one thing I know about that in the future? I guarantee this shit is worthless in the future, worth less into the future. Could be worth less, but it's also going to be worth less. Meaning in the future, I can take these things that I know are going down in value and put it into something that I know I have a strong feeling that is going to go up in value. And in the future, I've got a larger bag to pay back versus the opposite when you borrow in crypto. Is that helpful a little bit in understanding the risk of the volatility there? You're borrowing in something that's going to go down in value versus borrowing something that's going to go up in value.
Try to do it one more time for me because I definitely slip here. This is definitely where your finance rings through, and I get lost in the sauce because once you start leveraging stuff and then not arbing that, but in like decentralized stuff, you can kind of do that, right? So to explain one more time in a slow way, that volatility risk, let's give it an example, for example.
So what if when you buy a house, and we have seen tremendous increase in the prices of our houses, right? Mm-hmm. My house has gone up 3x in the last. This is a distraction.
Okay. Like my house.
So what was I saying? So you borrow in your house. My house is 3x, right? My house has gone up 3x in the past 5 years. Now,
high level game, Sam. That's very high level game. Shamrocks and shenanigans. Biceps in the chat for Sam. Brain gains and his bicep game.
Now, your house is more than doubled in value, right?
No, but 100, probably like 75%.
Okay.
of the value.
3 years, your house has gone up by 75%. Now, think about this, GRC.
Yeah, 3.
Your debt has not increased in value, correct? Now, borrowing in crypto means that if you buy an asset that goes up 75%, your debt increases by 75% too. Do you want that to happen?
Wait, why would anyone do that?
Yeah. You got to pay attention. People don't understand that, dude.
Oh, shit. So they literally make you do it and you don't even know that, because you would assume in your head if volatility goes upward, you're probably not wrecked, but you are wrecked.
Your debt becomes more expensive.
Why would anyone do that?
You have to be super cognizant of what you're doing.
Can you leverage a stable?
Yes, you can leverage a stable.
Well, as we know today, you can buy 5 USD for 3 DEIs because they're both unpegged, and it costs roughly 7 USD to buy $1 US dollar at the moment. So maybe that's not the best idea.
If that's a great point you bring up. If somebody's
Amish kid wants that Amish throat rip. Sam, you're
cool.
wrong.
Leave it into
not true all the time. Not true all the time.
Yeah, no shit, bro. Like, of course. But most people are gonna get screwed because they don't understand what I'm talking about.
Explain it though. Okay, so he's saying liquid loans, for example, if Pulse goes up, yeah, but liquid loans and liquidity, so basically our goal now, Sam, since you made that statement and that's how you feel, we need to now look into liquidity so hard.
Well, so what he's saying, right? Amish kid is saying your loan is based on the dollar, right? So he just doesn't understand that the pulse, the collateral changes, right? So in the case
again, slower. You're a finance guy. Slower.
In the case of Hedron, right? You're borrowing Hedron. So the nuances, because that's the context we're talking about, is Hedron, Amish kid. Mm-hmm. If you look at Hedron, that is how it's going to be structured, right? If you look at other protocols and if you're borrowing something else, it's going to be structured differently. So the risks associated with that change. The risk profile changes. But even in liquid loans, if you borrow against your pulse, you're still holding a bucket called volatility risk. Period. That's just what it is. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. You just have to be cognizant of it. That's all.
Yeah, no, but I think it's, again, people, the detail. It's just like when it comes to loans and taxes, guys, this is literally the Wild West right now. So please don't think like you're like some dark idiot because you don't have like an intimate relationship with any sort of concept, because I certainly don't. I'm just learning as I go. I have like 6 tax episodes I have to do before I can actually figure out what's going on around here. Literally. Yes. Literally, yes. Because taxes are a big pain in the butt. And when legislation's involved, just remember this, guys. If someone wants to come down your throat with a direct answer about something that there's a legislation variable to, then they're just not correct. By definition, if there is a variable of a third party, you can no longer implement that same idea. But then you have to extrapolate it years in the future and say that will never occur. Don't worry. It's like, what? How? The Chinese can't even leave their houses. Period. I mean, they literally can't leave the apartments.
Yes, conceptually, think about laws and regulations as like those bridges where people put on padlocks on the bridges and they're like, I love padlock, or those walls or things where people put their underwear on or shoes on or like gum, they stick it to the wall, right? Well, if you think about regulations as these things where the bridge or the wall or the tree where the shoes are going, the gum is going, or the padlock is going, as society, and the regulations are being attached to society, what happens over time as that tree has 100 shoes on it, and then 1,000 shoes on it, and then 10,000 shoes on it? The weight of those shoes on the tree eventually breaks, correct? So that is regulations without a sunset clause. Without you know how every day the sunset goes down?
Yeah.
Right? It goes down every day. in my opinion, in regulations and rules and laws, there should be a sunset clause in all of them. Shit from 150 years ago may or may not be relevant today, but it is still a law in place that still people have to abide by, whether it's relevant or not, or just a tax on society. Just like all the trees in the shoe, the government just throws more shit into the fucking tree, and over time, that tree is a metaphor for society, and they just keep dumping more and more shit onto this tree, and over time, those regulations are a tremendous burden to that tree. At first, you're like, oh, cool, look at there's 14 shoes in this tree, and then they dump on more regulations. Now you've got 165 shoes on this tree, and it starts to rip the branches off. And this is the metaphor for what the government does to society, because the regulations never die, dude. They just sit there on and on and on.
So you take a loan out of $1,000 on liquid loans by putting up Pulse coins, and when your Pulse goes up, you still owe $1,000, not however much it went up. So
yeah, that is correct. You still hold
with those algorithmic protocols in particular, like there's two of them. So, I mean, there's that in USDT. There's just there's more than that, but the ones that we're talking about, we got USDT and USDL. And so yeah, they're going to be in the different ish category.
It depends on how the thing is structured. You got to know the details.
So it's fair to say, Sam, as someone in the financial industry, like when you say structure, you're basically saying the way the business white paper,
the details,
right? So it's just like, okay, this is how we do things. When you inject your money here, it comes out here and here, and somebody else would say my money comes out here, and a percent goes here. So it would literally, you're just talking about the direct avenue of money that it's going to and why
in that protocol, which is going to be different than this one, which is different.
So what are the regulations within those protocols in the financial industry? Like, what are you allowed to do? How different are these loan protocols? Give me a little example in the real world.
Oh man, like,
because I have no idea.
These are like explosive things that can have tremendous value. I just want people to recognize that, like, there is a potential risk with these, and if people are not used to holding volatility risk, whether you're doing with liquid loans, as Amish Kid brings up, like, which is different than Hedron, right? Hedron, if the house goes up by a double, your debt goes up by a double, right? Well, with Pulse and liquid loans, if you have $10,000 worth of Pulse, and you borrow 1,000 USDL against that as collateral, you're still holding volatility risk, which people are not used to holding. It's not something that's traditionally held in the legacy world, unless you're like, one way you can think about volatility risk, which is completely different. If you compare the example that I'm about to show you in legacy to what takes place in, which is up, there you go. If you compare the example of what I'm about to share with you with crypto, it would be like, that's not volatile at all. But there's something with arms. An arm, and not one of these arms, you guys, not one of these arms, but an arm is an adjustable rate mortgage.
You see the follower count there, Sam?
What's up?
You see the follower count there, Sam?
Oh, look at that. Do you get a screenshot of that?
Yeah, that's my tweet. Saudi Protection Unit lead for RH, guys. And 5555, that is a Hexagon warrior right there. If anyone's ever that is Hearts Mafia right there.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Yes.
So make sure you follow. Here, pull me up solo real quick so I can say something real quick. I want you to follow Bullish Ox right now. How about that? Let me post this Twitter real quick. Don't come on here, Bullish, without me spreading some Twitter. I like Twitter. You know, I'm a new Twitter guy. It's like a whole new ecosystem to me. Probably the fastest Hexagon to 5555 followers ever all time. I might get a spreadsheet out. Come on, guys. We're talking parabolic gains here. Parabolic gains. I'm gonna drop Bullish's post below.
I already did.
Okay, sorry. I know I screwed that up because I was.
You know me. I'm quick with the fingers.
I know. Guys, follow Bullish. He helps me out so much. He's in the
That's
Twitter spaces every single day, talking his S, letting people know what's up, giving his piece about stuff that he knows, learning about stuff that he doesn't know. He's the best producer in the whole wide world. Bullish Shocks, everybody. Go follow him. Boom. All right, now welcome back, everyone.
the volatility thing, because then we've got the RH stream coming up shortly, everybody. So make sure you press that thumbs up button and the share button, because maybe, I don't know, we'll pause it and we'll give commentary live on what is going on. It's a possibility, right? It might take place.
Yeah, and if
shorter caps,
and if you think he gets out of line at any point, I want you to say it. I want you to say it, but I mean, he has to go pretty far to get out of line for Sam, like really far. Like he would have to say something absolutely out of line. Sam literally will talk about anything. So Sam's he's a good like meter, because if you go past Sam's meter, like you should actually have a red flag up, because Sam can have a normal conversation where I'm like, everyone close your ears. Like, do not listen to this one for 1 second. Everyone but me. I'm like, he's like, yeah, so I think 45 milligrams of this. I'm like, shut up. He doesn't know. He's in robot mode.
You'll tell me in the green room to like don't talk about that kind of stuff on the show.
You did that one video yesterday. Perfect video, Sam. Loved it. Absolutely educational. Let's bring that one up a different time on the show. On the show. Okay, I got you. Because Sam is very into taboo subjects. So, like in general, like within the genre that he likes, he just wants to push right to the edge, and that's what we all like for sure. I love that stuff.
It is.
Love you, but I got to stop interrupting. I hear you, buddy.
Hey, it's all good. So let's talk about the debt thing real quick to wrap this up before the RH stream. Do you remember 2008 when we had the financial crisis and you had people that were making $25,000 a year buying a $350,000 house?
I vividly remember it.
Yes, Bullish, of course, remembers it because
not only like I took a 3 to 4 year hiatus, and I got out of media and I went directly into finance, specifically mortgage financing. So the time I exited mortgage financing was 2009. So I vividly remember that.
Okay, Bullish, thank you for sharing and jumping on for a second. Can you give a little bit more context on ARMs or like the adjustable rates that take place and how those work to give people? I want to give context so that people can understand how adjustable rate mortgages work relative to crypto. But I just want you to explain it because you've had more experience in that realm to be able to show people how that could be a risk for people.
Yeah. So in mortgage financing, the adjustable rate is based on LIBOR. So it's usually LIBOR plus prime or a few basis points. So that rate fluctuates pretty much every day. So what happened around the 2009 is that subprime mortgages were running rampant. Stated income loans, no income loans, 40-year mortgages, they were interest only. So a lot of these people were, rates were like really cheap during that time. So when the whole subprime thing crashed, it started, jacking rates up. As far as, for people in crypto who are not familiar, liquidity started drying up because banks stopped lending. And then that pretty much what caused the market to dry up. But these people who had adjustable rate mortgages all of a sudden saw a 200%, 300% increase on their monthly payment.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Now, listen
300%?
Yes.
Listen to this happened in the
yes.
This happened in the real world, bro. This is why a lot of people lost their houses.
Holy shit.
300%. That same thing can happen in crypto.
Absolutely.
Right? It depends on the structure of the entity, like as Amish boy or Amish kid brought up. It depends on the structure of how things are held. But one thing, however you decide to structure debt in crypto, there's a different risk profile associated with that, traditionally speaking, than legacy debt. Or in legacy just means borrowing USD kind of thing. It's different. And you can have things where the cost of your debt triples, doubles, 4Xs, right? Depending on how it's structured, right? We're talking about Hedron. Yes, if it goes up by 5X and you took that money and you spent it somewhere else, now your debt is 5X more expensive. right? With a case of Pulse and liquid loans, then you're holding as collateral something that goes like this up and down, right? Absolutely insane, which causes a liquidation risk, right? Because you're holding volatility risk. What does that mean? That means you could be liquidated. So it's just something to pay attention to, guys. Like if you don't understand the debt portion of it, like start educating yourself
And then
ask questions.
Let's add something else to that. Here's another wrench to it. So not only did your rate go up, the value of your home went down. So now you're underwater. And then that caused a massive foreclosures, massive short sales.
Hey, interesting comment right here. Gifford's always dropping, at least today, dude, dropping absolute giants.
So-
Financial crisis, 2007, 2008. Bitcoin Genesis block, January 3rd, 2009, Sam.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So interesting.
Yeah.
Isn't that insane? I mean, think of it. This was a direct result, Sam.
So check this out. So because of that perspective that I have from that market crash, and when Hedron came out, I fully understood what it was. And that's why, not financial advice, that's why I aped into Hedron. That's why I aped into, because I understand it. I understand because so many millionaires were made after that crash because they had disposable income to buy up distressed assets.
And people don't realize that we're living in such a pivotal moment in history where we're going through the largest ever transfer of wealth that has ever taken place in the history of the world. We are living in it. You guys are watching it take place as we do this show every day.
Here's one thing I'll add before I drop down. The entire time I was doing mortgage financing, I never owned real estate. After the market crash, I bought my first piece of real estate. Why? Because I can afford it.
At a discount.
Yes.
Buy the dip.
And that changed everything. That changed the entire landscape of my life. Because from that point on, kept on investing. And on paper, I'm technically a millionaire because of my real estate portfolio.
Well, you are a millionaire. You are a millionaire.
Well, yeah, in crypto, yeah, I'm a future millionaire. But, now is the time. That's why I'm so bullish on Hedron. Because I have the perspective of what happened in 2008. And based on how crypto works and based on
tell me about that. A little more intimately.
We can expect a crash coming. That's for sure. No matter what. There's bull markets and bear markets. So if you load up now, right, and you let the thing ramp up to the bear market and then come back down, run up to the bull market and then come down to the bear market. If you have all this Hedron, all this distressed stakes that you can buy up, who's better than you?
Because what Billish is mentioning, when you go through you've seen these cycles, right? You see some ups and downs, and the industry or the area that's affected through the boom and the bust, it varies. Like some of them have way more impact than other areas. Like right in 2008, it was the real estate market that had the biggest impact. It had a ripple effect throughout society, but the biggest, it was like in real estate. Well, you live through these moments in time and you see what is taking place, and you can buy stuff at tremendous discounts relative to other people and really put yourself in a bullish. And I've had this conversation before, and you can buy things like real estate that will just set you up and keep paying you forever, and that will allow you to take debt against your real estate, which real estate doesn't have the volatility risk that Pulse has. Right? So you can borrow debt against it, and you're not necessarily you're highly unlikely to go underwater if you're slightly competent in how you borrow, right? Kind of thing. But that's different with Pulse, right? It's relatively easy potentially to go underwater because of the volatility risk. You can have a 90% drop.
I can't wait for the Easter eggs that Richard's gonna drop.
On that note, he's going live in 4 minutes, so I'm gonna drop down. Let's wrap up this conversation and get ready for this watch party.
Yeah. So what is a watch party? Have you ever done a watch party before?
We are about to do our first watch party. Everybody,
first watch party.
Grab your protein, grab your water, get a pillow. We're about to get cray up in this fiat.
I might take a hit of medicinal marijuana before we start because I'm a free man and I can do whatever I'd like. And I'll admit it to everyone because I'm so excited about this RH stream. Why? Lots of controversy. We'll talk about the controversy for 5 seconds real quick. Lots of controversy. You know what I think about it. Absolutely bogus. So I think watching him talk in a very calm, cool way all the way through this, just talk about the specifics again, it'll make me feel really good because, again, It's all talk. Remember, we're talking about software, Sam. We're actually talking about software, and that's what we're talking about, and that's it.
So think about that. If you were like, hey, I'm going to get 75-85% of dudes to watch me talk to this female about software
Marketing.
Right.
Like, this dude is a nuclear genius. And one of his tweets the other day, he was like, he even mentioned, he's like, I would do what other people said, but I know how to market. He's just like, that's what he thinks. And if you look at the numbers, guys, you would be wrong and he would be correct. There is no more explosive guy on the internet with 200,000 followers than Richard Hart. Period. I haven't found one.
I think it would behoove him personally, just my thoughts, to spend money on advertising to grow his shit. It's going to get his message out to more people, and it will have a bigger ripple effect. My personal thoughts. I think.
Should I put my PP specs in my bio?
I don't know. Mine won't fit in my bio. So.
Mine, you know what they say, every day's a workout with a 20-pound python in your jeans. So I want to drop a little Easter egg before it starts real quick. A little Easter egg, a little maxi Easter egg before we go right into this. For some reason, my screen won't escape. That's wonderful. My screen is stuck. My screen is stuck wide open, so that's fantastic.
Did you see there was been a dip in Maxi? Which is super dope.
Can you talk about it?
I can pull it up. Is that where you were going to pull up the Easter egg?
No, I was going to pull up my tweet. If somebody could pull up my tweet. Oh, my God. This is incredibly frustrating. Oh, here it goes.
You got it?
No, my screen froze. But yeah, let's look at this real quick for 1 second. Holy smokes, guys. What is going on? Maybe hold on. Zoom that out just a hair so I can get a better look at it.
This is
oh my God, the most freaking bullish derivative chart in history.
This is pretty crazy too, because this thing is like,
no, dude, this is a dead bear market, bro.
Yeah, and this is up 100% in like 3 weeks or something. People
and it's safe. Imagine that plus safety, Sam. Imagine that plus really, and I know we can say whatever you want about counterparty risk. Very, 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 very minimal counterparty risk.
Look at this, bro.
Dude, that's what I'm saying, Sam. By us covering this every single dude, we called this before it started. Go back to the 1-to-1 peg, the 14-day exchange. Guys,
we back down here.
We're flat. 3 days before it launched. 3 days before it launched, where we're still pegged 1-to-1.
Somewhere
we
around.
were begging everyone, this premium's going to be redonkulous. I was saying it. Was I not saying it? I didn't even know, but I knew. I saw the spreadsheet. I said, this only makes sense. It's a tradable stake. The premium, guys, you must learn. I was watching another streamer who Maxi came up, and they really didn't know what was going on exactly. It doesn't matter who it was, but just remember, guys, you have to understand these concepts, because someone can come up to you and say, hey, you know what I mean? They could say, hey, Maxi's stupid. And for the next 3 years, you don't even look at the white paper.
Yeah.
You remember how you always mentioned, Sam, like there's people that know this but don't know this. This is how it happens.
Yes. I literally have videos about Maxi. Probably a couple of videos about Maxi. Like, this is stupid undervalued. This is crazy good value. Like,
and there was Hexicans in the community that are very popular telling people it was stupid. And I was literally sitting here like, I blocked those guys. Like, I don't watch their shit anymore. Like, I'm like, thanks for showing me that you don't know anything. Clearly, because and these are guys with 10,000 plus subs sometimes, like in a small community. Like, people look up to these guys and they want to say the most controversial thing at the moment because they think they're right. And what they don't realize is they were incorrect. You made the wrong call. You should have looked into it. I am going to show last night, Maximus Dow, one of our good friends, Dip Catcher. If you don't think Dip Catcher is one of my boys, you're out of your. I don't even know if he thinks he's one of my boys. But he is one of my boys because I love that dude. He was live giving away Maxi last night.
Wow. Yes, and somebody just mentioned the RH stream is going live. PVM, we will have that live here in just a moment.
And it's cool.
This is the last Easter egg. This is the last Easter egg.
It's funny you guys are all saying diamond hands. There may be something cool for diamond hands in the works. You know, no expectations, but we have a really awesome idea to even further reward the people hoarding Maxi till death. or not till death, at least till redemption. But we have something pretty cool, pretty cool that, and it's cool that you guys are saying the word diamond hands, because that's kind of a core part of it.
Bro, Dipcatcher is from the several conversations I've had with him, a smart person who wants to provide value and do cool stuff for the community to provide value. And if he's talking about like some staking thing that you could do with
no, he's talking about an airdrop, basically. Like, I think he's talking about for people that hold their maxi for a certain amount of time, you're going to be a selective few that get an airdrop for another thing that they're going to start doing. So you understand, Sam, how these communities, they build on each other. They're self-propelling. And it's like, I'm going to give you more shit now. Will you support me more? Yes, sir, I will. Because thank you.
Crazy, dude.
It's that tribal. Okay, guys, real quick, we're not going to talk about math unless Richard brings it up now. He got the Red Bull can in his hand because supposedly the metrics, the specs for his genitalia are roughly the same as a medium-sized 12-ounce Red Bull, 8.5-ounce Red Bull, 6.5 inches in circumference. Guys.
Oh, God, I cannot believe we're talking about this again.
Well, he put it in the thumbnail, so clearly.
No, I know.
Is it on yet?
We're just waiting for him to go live. So right now it's waiting.
Cool. So guys,
cool.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a piss. I will be right back.
Guys, this is let me pop up. Guys, this is going to be great. This is going to be great. You can watch here, you can watch there, but if you want on the spot notes, like when I take notes, I in those little spots that I don't miss. I stop that, I take the notes, I talk about it, boom, fast forward, move forward. Guys, let's get some Easter eggs. You know he's going to be loosey-goosey with these chicks. He'll drop some Easter eggs. I can't wait. I'm absolutely dopaminergically, parabolically excited right now. Okay? It's like Christmas. Girth drop. Yeah. Dipcatcher's a great guy. He didn't give a single F for copyright on his stream, LL. No, oh my God. No, he did not. He acted like he did too. That's so funny. Hex morality is coming. Yes, it is. Hey, guys, real quick. Dude, my screen is totally locked. It's so stupid, boys. Never mind. I got some free Hex merch and I took some pictures. I'd like to shout them out real quick. Boys, do you mind going to my Instagram and pulling it up? My shit is like totally frozen. I'm gonna unplug my monitors. My last picture. The last picture I posted, guys, I did a little modeling shoot. Got my neighbor kid to run over. Said, you can't use my basketball hoop unless you take pictures of me. I told him that. I said, today, no basketball hoop unless you take pictures. And he wanted to play basketball, so he took pictures of me while I did a little modeling session with my Hex merch. There's 3 pictures there. If you could just, there's the one with and there's the PulseX one. So, guys, really cool for weightlifting with the guns out, because, I was waiting for some Hex merch with the guns out. Clearly, I was waiting for that drop. If anyone wants me to model for their merch, I will. If you send me your shit, I will have my neighbor kid send more awesome pictures of me wearing your stuff, because I have no clothes. And I would love some. I hate to say it, but I know I won't buy any. So I'd like to just ask if anyone has, if I could benefit you in any way with a cool shirt. Because come on, I mean, these are decent shots. I think I was taking time. I had the lighting right, and I told the kid to follow me around.
Dude, these are dope. These are dope.
And if anyone would like to get any, go to hexmerch.com. Use code GRC10.
No, GymRat10.
GymRat10. Sorry, GymRat10 for a discount. They're also a sponsor of the Crypto Fitness Challenge, so shout out to them.
Yes. And if you want some gym shots,
and I talked to Shield Masters on the phone personally this morning. I have a meeting with him.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of updates coming up with Shield
2
Masters.
days.
Look forward to that.
Meeting with Shield Masters in 2 days, guys. And it's hard to get a meeting with that guy. 2 days. So, because whenever we have a meeting, it's usually a good conversation. I told him today on the phone, I said, I'm a little overwhelmed. I'm not going to lie. I told him. I was just like, I don't know exactly how to do all this stuff, but this is working. It's growing.
Here we go. He's live. He's live.
All right, let's go. Ooh, the purple suede. All right, we're going to be quiet unless we stop it, Sam, okay?
I'm muting myself. And here we go.
Hopefully it streams because the 4K.
Audio. Bullish. We can't hear anything.
I'll let you run it from here.
Oh, cute. Hello. Yes, the Playboy model's name is Lacey.
Can you hear it now?
Friend and photographer.
I know. Yeah, it should pick back up. Okay, it should be back live again. Yeah, I like.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I made everything better because I was dropping frames. Should be better now.
That's
All
what
right.
you do.
So what's up, everybody? You guys have got a professional looking setup there with your Shure SM5B mics and such. Nice.
Oh, you have the same ones.
Yeah, we all copied Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
We're like, hey, Joe Rogan did good with these, so let's run with it.
Do you listen to his podcast a lot?
I used to listen to it more, but then he just says all the same stuff constantly. And then you're like, I learned this guy. Like, I could do Joe Rogan now. He doesn't need to be there. I could just do him. So if you like apes, saltwater tank, weed, MMA, kettlebells, keto diet, you know, you're just like, yeah, I got it, man. And shooting things with arrows and elk meat. We're good. I got Joe Rogan figured out, you know? So he has to have like a really good guest. Like he recently had this dude, Majid Nawaz, on there, who his name sucked. So I just never wanted to listen to him. So like Sam Harris is like a smart, like science dude, brain science guy. And then, you know, he like teamed up with him to like try and improve Islam or whatever. And I was just like, Majid Nawaz, his name is too weird. That sucks. So never read a book by its cover. Guy's actually really cool. Smart dude, right? So he had an interview with him and they went over like how the government's trying to control our money, and your money won't even be able to buy food unless the government approves it. Like you can buy this food and not that food. Just like crazy real. Yeah, people don't realize that like central bank digital currencies are coming to take the little bit of freedom you have left away from you. So your money won't be money anymore. Like for instance, in Canada, the truckers tried to perform a peaceful protest, and people that tried to buy them like lunch had their accounts frozen. So like, and that's Canada. That's not like an authoritarian regime usually. It's just wild. Like things are going crazy out there.
Wow.
Yeah. So Majid Nawaz, I would love to have a live stream with if you ever see the dude.
Okay, I'll see him. Well,
Yeah.
speaking of crypto, before we start talking about things like that, can you dumb it down for us?
Yeah, I can
And
if
then
you want.
after
Sure.
that, maybe dumb it down one more time.
Yeah, I can do that.
To preface this, we would love to talk about crypto, what you're doing,
Yeah,
the
sure.
launch of Pulse coming up, but we also really want to get to know you.
All right. Weird. Fine.
So yes,
I don't know why anyone cares about me, but okay.
Dumb it down.
I'll do it. I'll do it. What do you guys want to know? What do you want to talk about? I'll talk about anything. I like talking.
Okay. So what is it? What is crypto on a dumb scale?
Oh, sure.
And what is the importance of it going
Oh.
into the future?
So basically, everyone sacrifices all of the time of their life for pieces of paper with dead people on them. And they never really think about why they do that. And so everyone's life is chasing the Benjamins. For you foreign viewers, a Benjamin is Benjamin Franklin. He's on the $100 bill. I think he's on the 100. Might be on the 50. I can't remember. I think it's 100. And so it's odd that the purchasing power of your money keeps being stolen from you every year. So if you saved $100 20 years ago, now you've maybe got half left because it's worth nothing. You can't buy anything with it. And so why could you buy a cheeseburger for 10 or 20 cents way back when from McDonald's, and now it's $1.20, $1.30? Why is it 10 times more expensive? Because they keep printing the money out of thin air like a joke. So no one needs your money that you worked hard for when they can go get the new printed out of thin air money from the government. And so the government is stealing your money from you, but they're not stealing the units, they're stealing the purchasing power. So they're, instead of taking away your units, taking away your currency out of your pocket, they're inflating the prices and making it so that you can't buy anything. So instead of taking your money, they're raising the prices by just printing money. And this is disgusting because you're literally stealing from people. And the people that are hurt the most by this are people that have fixed income, people that are retired, people that are injured, people that are on Social Security. You know, it's very hard for them to increase the amount of money that they make to try and survive. And now they can't afford to eat or get gas. And then the government is like, oh, we can't just print thin money out of, you can't just print money out of thin air and hand it to people. It's literally just sending people checks. There was a theory.
Yeah.
Economists always said, well, you could do helicopter money to just drop money from helicopters. They did it. Like, it's no longer a theory. The government literally just started sending people checks. And the unfortunate problem is that it turns everyone into a slave to the government. And God forbid if the government doesn't like you for some reason and the check doesn't come, now you have to die. And America is a lot like that.
Wow.
Oh, your leg breaks,
Yeah.
die. Oh, you need some expensive medicine. Sorry, die. There's no social medicine. You can get free emergency room, kind of, but that's not the best way to help humans, right? You want to do preventative medicine. You don't want to wait for everything to be an emergency. So, yeah, America, it's got some problems. One of them is stealing the money from the people by just keeping printing. Now, if you think you've got it bad in
Yeah.
America, they got it worse everywhere else. So in Europe, you used to be able to buy about $1.3 with a euro. Now you can only buy 1.03. So about a third.
Mhm.
So basically, if you're an American, you get like a 40% free extra bonus money to go buy stuff in Europe now because your currency is 40% stronger. And then, like, is that fair? So a guy that lives in America can now outbid a guy that lives in Europe for a house by 40% for no reason. So even though the dollar is
That's a good
horrible
point.
on its own, it's better than the foreign currencies elsewhere in the world. So cryptocurrency solves a lot of these problems. Instead
Yeah.
of just the government printing free money all the time and making your money worthless, now you hold something that can't be printed out of thin air. You hold something with a very low inflation rate, or sometimes a negative inflation rate, a deflation rate, where it becomes more and more rare and more valuable. And then when you save, you're default richer in the future. But if you hold a dollar, you're default poorer in the future. And that sucks. You get locked up, hospital, jail, something, you come back, you're poor. Not because you spent a nickel, but because the prices are all so much higher.
Wow.
This Rolex from the
Yeah.
factory was $600,000. Now to buy it, I paid 1.4 million. Why does it cost twice the money now? Because everyone has too much money. Like, it's stupid. And that's okay. They're solving that. They're raising interest rates, and now the stock market will go down, house prices will go down, Bitcoin, Ethereum will go down, the prices of everything will go down. Right.
Okay, great.
Yeah, they're
Okay,
reintroducing a little bit of purchasing power to your dollar.
Okay, I loved this dumbed down version. This makes so much
Was
sense
it?
to me.
Was
and
it? Did I?
I won't.
Okay.
You did a good job.
All right. Thank
Well,
God.
I wanted to ask. You're the founder of Hex, which
Yep.
has it's statistically one of the best rate of return coins. It had a
Yep.
10,000x within the first 2 years. Multiple people have become millionaires off of it,
Yep.
which actually that's how I came to be connected with you through Travis Peak. You've talked to him. That's how we got connected. He introduced me to Hex and Pulse Chain. I wanted to know, what was your initial why of getting into crypto and creating a coin?
Oh.
And maybe you just answered it, but what made you do this?
Well, it was a series of accidents. So I was rich and retired, self-made millionaire, came from a poor family in 2003. Bitcoin was invented in 2009. So I was already rich, retired millionaire in 2003, traveling the world. And then I basically got addicted to video games and spent all day from when I woke up to when I went to sleep playing video games and reading websites. And so then I had a really strong video card to play video games. It was an AMD, well, they didn't own it back then. It was called an ATI 5970. It had like 2 video cards on a single card, and it was really strong. And so back then, Bitcoin, you could mine it for free on your computer. You just double click an exe and it pops up and it starts mining. And then if you have a video card and you know how to set it up, it would like mine super strong. It would be the equivalent of like 50 computers or 100 computers. And I had that. So I was just like, I was reading Reddit, and Reddit had a bunch of technological stuff on the front back then. Now it sucks. It sucked less then. And I was reading about guys that had like sold their house for Bitcoin when it was $1. So I was mining Bitcoin back in March of 2011 at 50 cents a coin, but I was getting 50 Bitcoin at a time. So I'm bragging about having $25 then, but 50 Bitcoin now is $1.5 million. So you would just keep getting those. It might be more. Like, let me check it. 50 times 30K. So yeah, it's 1.5 million. So, and it's been as high as like 3 times higher, right? Like Bitcoin was 69K. Now it's 30K. So it's like 2.5 times higher. And so if you held it, you made a lot of money. But if you sold it when it 2x'd, you didn't get rich, right? So in crypto, it's funny. It doesn't matter how early you got in. It matters how long you held, because a lot of guys sold on a double and then they didn't get to hold it. The 690 million% rise that it's done so far. It's done a 69,000x. No more. It did more. It's done a lot, right? Like, so,
Wow.
so then I discovered there's a lot of things wrong with it, and I could fix those things and make them better. And so I did. So like Bitcoin pollutes the environment. I've got Pulse Chain, which does not pollute the environment. Bitcoin dumps the price all the time. The price would be way higher if miners weren't selling the coins all the time to pay to buy pollution. And my new coin, Pulse Chain, you don't have to sell coins to buy pollution. It's proof of stake. There's no proof of work. So you don't have to blow up the environment to run the consensus network.
Yeah, can you explain the pollution and
Yeah, sure.
the environmental aspects of that?
Yeah. So there's this thing called social sexual signaling theory, which basically means, how do you trust that someone's statement is true? So girls look for resources and guys look for reproduction, basically. So how do you know that Richard Hart is actually powerful and could help you if he wanted to? He displays gaudy things that are hard to acquire that prove that he has resources. So if I can afford a $2 million watch, imagine what I could do for you if I liked you. And so other animals like moose do it with big antlers, birds do it with colorful feathers and grooming the area when they're presenting themselves. Fish do that.
Peacock.
Exactly. Peacock's great example. So it's wasteful, it's useless. And because it's wasteful and useless, you know that they have extra resources. And so what Bitcoin does is it destroys the environment and wastes tons of electricity doing stupid math problems that are totally useless in order to prove that the statement that was made was true. Because if you wasted so much energy to make that statement, it made it so that you couldn't make a different statement. And so it gives you security that what someone said happened really happened. And then as each new block is mined, that security gets more and more secure until after 6 blocks, which on average happens about an hour. There's one every 10 minutes on average, and they vary, right? You can wait 3 hours for a block sometimes. It lets you have a certainty about the proof and the reality that you can't get from just trusting people. Your bank says that you got money, and then you go to spend it and they say no. Your bank says that you got money, and then they take it out of your account, and you're like, hey, where'd my money go? It was a chargeback. We took the money back out. So in normal finance, you don't actually have your money. You just hope that you do. And sometimes they take it back. But in crypto, when you wait 6 confirmations of Bitcoin, that money is yours and no one can take it back, period. That's it. Ethereum similar, but it's much faster. You only have to wait maybe 15 minutes. Pulse Chain, very similar. So like cryptocurrency not only solves the government stealing all your money from you by making it valueless, by raising prices, by printing it, it also solves middlemen. So if you want to go shop in a store, Visa, MasterCard are getting rich on you. Why? Why are they getting rich on you? Why don't you have the option to interact directly with the merchant? Why is there a middleman? Always a middleman. And there's more and more of them all the time. Cryptocurrency gets rid of those middlemen. It's just you and the other person. It's open 24 hours a day. It happens 7 days a week. If, like, for instance, they cut off WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks exposed the government performing war crimes. They were just blowing up civilians. Guess what? WikiLeaks exposed them. They tried to get donations. Visa, MasterCard, PayPal shut them off. Is that fair? Is it fair that someone exposing war crimes gets removed from the ability to fund? Is it fair that protesters, that just want their freedom of movement, the people that try and fund them and buy them lunch, they get their accounts shut off? If you don't have the freedom to transact, you don't have any freedoms. You don't have a freedom to speech if you can't pay to get a ride to the event. You don't have freedom of speech if you can't pay for an internet connection. If you can't pay for things, you don't have freedom of anything. So if you care about freedom of speech, you care about freedom of movement, you have to be able to use your money. It's also a national security issue. In a time of war, what's the first thing that's going to go down? Internet's going to go down. What's going to stop working? Visa is going to stop working. MasterCard's going to stop working. Even cryptocurrency will stop working. We need physical.
After 1 second, Bullish, if you're there. Just so everyone knows, just a reminder, guys, he is not lying. If you are watching this and you're someone in my community, because I post this on Instagram and I know lots of other people watch me, when he's saying these things, please listen to him literally. He does not care about this all happening. He is rich as crap. He is trying to tell you something that actually occurs in real life in a just detailed way. This is literally how it works. So just when he's talking about the way that the system works, he's saying it as literally as possible. And truthfully, I would believe him. We can go on if Sam doesn't have anything. You can bring it back.
Physical cash for cataclysmic events, hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, tsunamis. We need physical cash to have what they say is our right to privacy. You know, United Nations Charter, Fourth Amendment of the United States, freedom from unreasonable search and seizure. All of these things say that we have a right to privacy, but every single law that gets passed removes that privacy from us. We barely have any left. We used to have privacy in the mail. Someone opened your mail, it's a federal crime. Now everyone reads your email. Google reads your email. Your ISP reads your email. Every app you install asks for a copy of all your contacts. You're like, oh, I want to install like a flashlight app. Cool. Have all my contacts and my location and everything real time forever. It's horrible. Like, and people just give it all away. Cryptocurrency is one of the only things in the world that can return the power to the people that they forgot they even had. And they don't realize how important it is until bad things start happening. And so when the government shuts your account off, I don't know if you've been banned yet. I've been banned off YouTube 4 or 5 times now. So I'm always this close to getting banned. So you better follow me on Twitter. You better follow me other places because you might not see this video again. It might be gone. I have to use weak keywords in the description and weak keywords to not just get instantly banned. I'm still worried about posting timestamps later because they might ban me for one of those keywords. It sucks.
Wow.
You're this far away from being removed from society. If you get banned from Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and Insta, do you exist? Is that it? Like, can anyone tell you are in the earth anymore? It's really,
Yeah. It's like they take away your voice. Wait,
It-
so
it-
is the
it's crazy.
overall goal for paper money to not exist anymore?
for the governments, yes, because it gives them more control over you. So while they,
So
governments
if-
want to get rid of paper currency, and in some countries they have. If you go to Sweden and you try and get a taxi, the taxi will not serve you unless you have a credit card. They do not accept cash. In Germany, there's places that don't accept credit cards. They only accept cash. So it's very weird that one of these countries has it wrong. And I don't think it's Germany because they had some bad stuff happen there where some people got killed because they hunted down the records. And in World War II, the Stasi would come and kill certain people because they knew how to find you. And they learned that sometimes the government's not your friend. It was illegal. Like, Anne Frank hiding from the Nazis in the Netherlands. It was illegal to hide her. So the people that did the morally right thing were breaking the law. Sometimes what is legal and what is moral is the opposite. Sometimes bad governments get into power, and you want them to have less control when they do that. So this cancel culture of removing everyone's. When I grew up, people were fighting for Nazis to be able to march in the streets, and the saying was that I don't agree with what you're saying, but I defend your right to say it. And somehow it disappeared, like it never happened. So as I've aged, now the world thinks it's hilarious to remove everyone's voice. Wait till the wrong government gets in control and then see how they feel about having no voice again. It's not the right way to. You're supposed to convince people of things, not starve them of information to try and make decisions. It doesn't make sense. Elon Musk and I are of the same opinion on this.
Okay. One thing that I really appreciate about you, when people were saying you should invest in Hex, and I watched one interview, and I don't know what it was about you, but you have a very grounded confidence. You're intelligent, you're straight to the point. I love that you are such a leader of your community. You're the face of it. You're constantly responding to people. You're constantly updating and live streaming. It's no bullshit. And I was like, immediately, I just trusted your ass. Like, for some reason, I just feel like you're this Midwestern boy that I know. But, now you're like dressed up in Dolce and Gabbana and you like have all of these things.
Well, this is
which,
entertainment.
I mean,
I'm trying to
I've
take.
heard you say it's
Yeah.
marketing.
Well, it works. No one cares.
Yeah, it does.
I wrote free self-help books to save everybody's life. Barely anyone reads them. I was telling everyone, to buy Bitcoin back when it was $3,000-$4,000. I called the $20,000 Christmas. I called the top on the day then. I called the top on the day of the cycle 4 years later. It's not enough. You have to punch so hard So to punch through the noise that everyone's presented with and to get the algorithm to notice you and even give people the chance to even try clicking a thumbnail to hear you, you've got to do everything. Boobs, keywords, bright colors, stupid facial expressions, hashtags. And so
Yeah,
the
for
reason I
sure.
cover myself with all these brands is because they've
Titties be
already,
working.
yeah, like exactly. Titties work great. Like, so they used to even work better, but like the algo decided to like make stupid faces work better these days. I hope that changes because I'm tired of looking at stupid YouTube face thumbnails, man. Every single thumbnail, you're like, please God, man,
Dude, YouTube thumbnails are the worst.
it's the
That's
worst.
why I told
Yeah.
Lacey, I'm like, we're not doing this type of thumbnails ever.
So we want to talk about Pulse
Sure.
and I know that launch is coming soon. Can you speak on why you wanted to not only create a new coin but a new blockchain?
Yeah.
And the benefits of that?
So, when I was creating Hex, the issue is how do you get the most efficiency? I don't want excess selling going on for inefficiency. I want best price performance. And I want all of the energy, all the economic energy to go into raising the price. I want to have the world's best performing asset. And it worked out. It worked. The design worked. So part of the reason that design worked is because we were secure. Why were we secure? Because we launched on a secure network. Ethereum was a secure network. What is the downside to that? Also, there was other upsides. Easy to get into a stable coin. You don't have to go through a middleman. It's all in the same chain. Easy to trade. No AML, no KYC, no sign up. You can trade back and forth to stable and Hex, back and forth all you want. No middlemen. Get rid of all the middlemen. Make it more efficient. The only downside to that method was that because the network was so good and offered it so much, it became so popular that it became very expensive to transact. And so people were paying $1,600 to end a Hex stake, and they're having to pay $50 to $60 to $70 to buy in. I don't like having a $50, $60, $70 penalty to on-ramp a new user. It's not fair. I mean, if you want to put in 50, now you've got to put in 120 to get 50. It sucks.
Yeah.
And the only way that I could get that cost down for my users is to fork the network and have a new network, new capacity, higher throughput, and less users to start, because the new thing will always have less users than the old thing that's been around for 6 years.
Right.
And so that's what I did. So Pulse Chain's been on testnet now, and it will reduce the cost to bring new users in. It will reduce the cost to swap coins. It will give you the world's largest free airdrop. You get a copy of every single coin on the Ethereum network on this network for free. No sign up, nothing. It just works. You click one button, you switch networks, there's your coins. It's beautiful.
How
People
did you
love
do
free
that?
money. Well,
When you
we're still
refer to
doing
the
it.
world's largest, oh yeah, when
Yeah.
you refer to the world's largest airdrop,
Yeah.
I hear that in a lot of your streams.
Mhm.
Does that just mean the coins in your Ethereum wallet will be copied over
Yes.
to your Pulse Chain wallet?
Yep.
That's
That's
so
what it means.
cool. Is that just in the coding? Like, how the fuck did you do that?
Well, yeah, it's that is not answerable in a simple way. So
Okay.
it would be like you wanted to make a copy of a car, and you're like, well, what part do we try and build first? The doors, I guess. Let's go build some doors. You got to copy all of the parts, and there's a lot of moving
Mhm.
parts. You've got the servers, you've got the front ends, you've got the contract code. There is a lot of stuff that goes into it, which is why it's taken, over a year now to get close, and we're close, but it still is not ready yet. There's still some things that we want to fix before we go to mainnet. For me, with Hex, we've had 100% uptime, flawless operation for years, while other people have lost billions of dollars. That's because we care about security more than they do. And I'm not willing to go to market with any kind of risk that anyone lose anything. I'm not going to market and let people lose. We care
Yeah.
about security greatly, because if you don't have security, what do you got? You got nothing, in my opinion, So
Yeah.
we just need to tighten up some things. We're kind of doing our internal security audit now, and we find some stuff we got to fix, and we got to fix it. It just has to be fixed. So,
Yeah.
and we've got the plan to do it, and we've got the manpower to do it. I think I got like 14 devs now. I got a lot of devs, and these guys are making top dollar, stupid
Mm.
money. Like this.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
You care I would like to believe that you care so much. Like, you always, like, everything that you do just shows that you care. I mean, even the Pulse Chain sacrifice, wasn't that like for every dollar you got 10,000 points?
Well,
was that just some,
the
what was
Pulse
that?
Chain sacrifice, you could give money to charity and get free coins, or you could give money to an
Okay.
address for a political statement and get free coins. So we raised $27 million for charity, medical
Okay.
research. And then I think there was like 600 million total that came in for Pulse Chain before the sacrifice like volume phase ended. And then there was like $1 billion on Pulse X. It's like 1.6 billion total. Then if you like
That's
assume
crazy.
if you don't count the hex, there was like maybe 660 million stable coins between the two in the end. It's a lot
Wow.
of economic energy for sure. And the
Yeah.
first, so Pulse Chain was to sacrifice for freedom of speech. Everyone's getting canceled out there. It's not good. You know, there's this old saying, you know, when they came for this person, I didn't say anything because I wasn't that person. When they came for these people, I didn't say anything because I wasn't one of them. When they came for those people, I didn't say anything because I wasn't one of them. And then when they came for me, there was no one left to say anything for me. That's the saying, right? It's kind of what happened
Mm.
to the Jews in World War II. So yeah, like if you don't start standing up and fixing things that are going wrong, they're not going to get better. I want freedom of speech to return. I want privacy to return. I want people's savings to have value. I want people to become richer while they sleep. And the government's not
Yeah.
doing that for you. They're doing the opposite of that. So we have to make the world better.
And did you like Elon Musk buying Twitter?
Well, he didn't buy it. He didn't buy it.
Oh,
He offered to
Okay.
buy it. And then he has a penalty that it will cost him, I believe, $1 billion to not buy it. But if he doesn't follow through, it just cost him $1 billion. So basically, he paid $1 billion for a call option to buy it at a strike price of like either $45 or $54 or something like that. So basically, he said, "Look, I've got
Wow.
the funding. I'll buy you, but we got to figure out some things. Like right now, he's arguing about all the fake users. Twitter has tons of fake users, and if that's the
Mhm.
case, then it should have a lower valuation, and then he should get a better deal. That seems fair, you know. If you said you had this many users, but you really got a lot less, you are worth less, and therefore he should pay less." So Elon Musk, he's an interesting guy. He morally and ethically cares about people, but he also plays the game.
Yeah.
So, you
I
know,
mean, you
he's
have to. You play the game. You
yeah,
play it really well.
he plays it harder than me though. So I'll give an example. His
Okay.
all-time high for Dogecoin was when he went and shilled it on Saturday Night Live. And then it's dropped 80%
Yep.
since then. He
Wow.
bought Bitcoin secretly, bought like $1 billion of it secretly, then said it was
Mhm.
great and had Tesla accepted for cars. Then he sold it. He said he wasn't going to sell any of the coins he got, but then he sold the coins he didn't get from other people. He sold the coins that he had already bought himself and said he was testing liquidity. He sold like 600 million worth, dumped the price. So he bought it, said it was good, secretly dumped it, and then said it sucked and Tesla wouldn't accept it anymore because it pollutes the environment. He's a rocket scientist. I think he went to MIT. Bro, you knew
Wow.
Bitcoin polluted the environment. You know Dogecoin pollutes the environment. You know these are proof of work networks, which is proof of waste, by the way. He knew that. So he bought it, pumped it, dumped it, and then savaged it afterwards to get the price back down. You're like, bro, this is pure disgusting trader stuff. You never see me do that. You're never going to see me
Yeah.
scaring you like, hey guys, I might have
Mhm.
found a bug, right? And then like, why would you troll? It's irresponsible. Like that's the reason securities laws exist, is to get people to not try and manipulate the market like that. So, you know, and he's
It
done
is
other
crazy
things.
when
Like
you have.
he's made a lot of
It is.
forward-looking statements that you're not allowed to make as a director of a public company, that you're just not allowed to do. Now, that's not to say the SEC has been totally fair with him, but he has made some errors. Even on the Twitter thing, he bought a bunch of Twitter. And when you buy more than 10% of a company that's public, you have to declare what your intentions are to warn everybody else. And he should have filed a form
Yeah.
that said he was looking to become an active investor and take a role in management. But he didn't do that. He filed the form and said he was going to be a passive investor, not taking an active role. And then a couple days later, he's like, yo, I want to be on director. And then a week after that, he's like, yo, I want to buy the whole thing. You're like, hey man, you played the game. Like you filed the form wrong. You punked everybody. Like he's working angles, you know? So he builds amazing stuff. He cares about the world, but he does work angles, whether he's aware of it or not.
Yeah. As far as crypto goes, I think you've already kind of answered this, but in like one sentence or however many you need, what is your why? Like, what is your driving force
I'm in it for glory.
in this space?
I want to win.
For glory?
I want to win. And I
Mm.
want to win the hearts of hearts
you
I can't win. So I want everyone to understand
Have
I'm
you
better
always
than
had
them.
a competitive nature?
Oh yeah. Forever. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I hate losing.
where are you from originally?
Broken keyboards. You're like,
Yeah.
how on earth? Like, how did this happen? Stop gaming. Like,
Yeah. I mean, we do want to get more into the personal stuff
Sure,
and your
good.
story and like your upbringing. But
right.
before we do that, is there any high level updates for your hexagons
Yeah,
that you
sure.
want to get out there?
I mean, like it's under audit. Stuff has been found. It is being worked on. As soon as I have a time frame, I'll give you the time frame. I know you guys are tired of hearing weeks, but it feels like weeks to me, man. So
Mhm.
like I'm not willing to launch early to leave bugs that only we know about, that you're just hoping like, hey, I hope no one else finds it. I don't like that. You know what I mean? Even if they're bugs that just pause the network. It's like if a bug pauses the network, people can just wait. So what? Right? So I mean, you could launch with those kinds of bugs, and most blockchains do. Like most blockchains have had problems that got fixed later, and it was still fine. But if it just takes like a couple weeks to fix them anyway, I'd rather just fix them, you know, than worry that
Yeah.
someone's going to pause the network. And you can't. So like you could make a lot of money on forcing a pause on a network if you could short it, or if people are going to get liquidated by having margin positions they couldn't close. But with this network, you're not going to have those properties, and therefore there's no real incentive to just like cause it to pause. But I love this 100% uptime, perfect, flawless operation bragging. I'd like to continue to do that with all my products. So I would like Pulse Chain to launch with all of our security concerns solved and not have to do any.
Right.
So like it's called security by obscurity. I prefer not to rely on people being unaware of a bug. I just prefer that everyone could know about it and know they can't do anything. Like it's fixed, you know?
That's amazing.
Yep.
Yeah.
How do you feel about things like NFTs in the metaverse?
Scam.
I know that you're
It's going to
trying do
zero.
that.
It's trash.
Going to zero.
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
Well, I mean, if I told you that I had a bridge for sale in Brooklyn, would you buy it for me? Would you buy the Brooklyn Bridge for me? No, that'd be stupid because I don't have the Brooklyn Bridge, do I? Because you know I don't have it because the government owns it. Probably. Assuming the government owns it. It's a critical piece of infrastructure up there. You know, and then I said, well, what if I wanted to sell you a link, not even the picture. You don't even get the picture. I'm going to sell you a link to a pixelated picture of a monkey. $1 million. Good deal. Oh, and by the way, there's like 5,000 more nearly identical to it. Good deal.
Yeah.
You could buy a house or you could buy a link to a pixelated monkey picture. This, I mean, like the fact that I have to explain that, like it's wild. Like how are we in this world where I have to explain that you will get scammed and lose all your money? Don't waste your money. Buy exactly the right thing. Most things go to zero. Most things are not good investments. So, you know, if you're selling NFTs, you're getting rich selling people electrons. Congratulations. If you're buying NFTs, you're probably going to lose all your money. And if you don't, I'm not sure that's a better world. I don't know that it's a better world if links to monkey pictures are worth $1 million. I don't think it is. Now,
I love this.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Thank you.
Yeah.
I feel the same.
But-
as far as like,
but I don't want to alienate those guys because they're getting free copies of all those pictures on the new chain. So it's like, I have this dichotomy where I want to tell you what you're buying sucks, but I also want you to, if you're going to have to do the suck anyway, and you can't take my advice, do the suck over here for a better deal, you know?
Yeah.
What about land in the metaverse?
Even stupider. So basically, as a person that has been addicted to games, I understand which game mechanics have lasting value and which do not. If you look at the game mechanic of Hex, the basic proposition is if you delay gratification, you can have more in the future instead of more now. So you're gonna have less now, you're gonna have more in the future. You know what else operates that way? All of personal development, all of bodybuilding, all of education, all of relationships. You put in effort now, you have less now, you have more in the future. And so it's a good, wholesome, honest, proven to work forever system. Games, people get bored of them and they stop playing them. Almost all of them. Very, very, very few games have withstood the test of time. Really, the only two I can think of are like Counter-Strike and Team Fortress. StarCraft 1 is dead. Warcraft 1 is dead. Like, so you just, if you're getting into a game mechanic thing that is similar to an actual game, people are going to get bored of it. They are going to stop playing. The price is going to die. And so if that's land based, like we've had land in other games, like how's land in Lindenville going, or like Second Life? Have you ever heard of Second Life? Yeah, they used to sell land there, right? Well, those people probably got wrecked, you know? And then, so any type of game thing, There's default alive and default dead. If you're holding normal fiat currency the government printed, it's your default dead. You're getting poorer every day, averaged over time. Sometimes it'll go up because they stop printing money for a minute, like when they raise rates. If you are a startup and you've got expenses and the expenses are higher than your income, you get a runway, you hit the end of the runway without getting new money and you die. You got to take off before the end of the runway. And so this idea of default live or default dead, it's useful for startup investing. And it's useful for understanding your cryptocurrency investment. If you go to sleep or go into a coma and wake up 10 years later, are you going to be richer now? Or did you have to be watching the charts and wait for the right moment to sell before everyone else before it goes to zero? I don't like those type of net negative games. I don't like net negative games.
Yeah.
I like games where if you screw up, you get richer. If you fell asleep on your Bitcoin bag and waited 10 years, you went up from $1 or a penny to $69,000. If you went to sleep on your Hex bag, and you bought it any time less than 6 months ago, basically. I think the peak was about 6 months ago, the recent one. You're rich as hell. You're way up, massively up, right? It's up 250,000% as we speak. Maybe it's 200,000 from January 5th of 2020. So default alive, good product market fit, good walled garden, right? You see anyone copying the hex code? No, it's not open source. You're not allowed to copy it. Smart, well designed, right? Why does non-open source software kill all the other software? Because the walled garden allows you to add value here instead of diluting the value over all these other places. So the network's open source, but the actual contract code is not, which has saved us tons of people getting wrecked on fake copies. People still have tried to make fake copies. They've gone to zero, but they had to do it with their own code, which is harder and slower. And part of the reason why they went to zero, because the codes sucked. It's very easy to write code that loses all your money. I prefer the code that makes you rich instead of poor.
I do too.
No.
As a young female just trying to navigate this crypto space, I want that one.
When it came to the metaverse and everything, and I was hearing that people were spending like millions of dollars on land there, I was really confused.
Yeah, you're like, what happens when
and
they turn the
a little
server off? Where's your
disturbed.
land? Oh, it's just
Yeah,
gone.
well, and that,
Oh, that
I'm like,
sucks.
why can't you put that money into the community that you're
Real
in
land.
to build that up and make that more valuable?
Buy real
I
land.
just,
They sell real
yeah,
land.
exactly.
Like, it doesn't
I
make any
never
sense.
understood that.
Now
There's
look,
so
I'll
much
tell you that,
focus.
but look, I will, if people are unwilling to take my advice to stop doing that, I will build something in that space. Like I bought the world's largest diamond. It's 555.55 carats. It matches the 5555 longest hex stake that you can make. That's the maximum length and days of a hex stake. And so it's like a tribute to the Hexagon community. And I'm going to turn that into an NFT. And if dum-dums want to overpay for it, go ahead. Better you buy my stupid NFT than the other stupid NFTs, right? And then hopefully I'll try and make it better in the ways that it can be, right? Like I understand what can make an NFT thing better, but I still don't think it's a good use of your money. It's interesting that I understand not everyone's going to follow my advice. They can't stop doing dumb behaviors, and then I'll try and reduce the harm, but the harm may still be there, right? So like I may have created a margin trading product, even though I'll tell you it's the most destructive thing you could ever do with your life. You'll lose all your money. Don't ever margin trade. Don't even trade. Trading's terrible. I mean, look, just like Pulse Chain, a lot of scams will launch on Pulse Chain. Tons of scams, but it's unavoidable.
Okay.
You want to make a censorship resistant network?
Yeah.
People are going to create scams on it. Period. So
What would be a scam?
oh my
Yeah,
God,
how
there's
does-
coins you can buy that you can't sell. They're like fake contracts. Price only goes up. You buy, and then
How do
the
you
founder
know?
can sell, but you can't. Like you connect to a website, and then it's a fake website, and you like authorize it, and then it just steals all your coins. Oh, have a fake giveaway. Happens all the
Damn.
time. If you're listening, if you follow me on Instagram, a fake me will message you and try and scam you. I've got a blue check mark next to me,
Yeah.
so it helps get rid of those guys a little bit. So, if a fool and his money will be parted very quickly, and particularly live streams. There'll be 20 live streams right now that are fake live streams. They take a copy of a real live stream and then they frame it with an ad for a scam. Send 1 coin, get 2 back. And you check the addresses and they get coins.
Wow.
Yeah. So, you got to be careful. You'll make the best. This is the best potential in the entire world. If you get this right, you never have to work again a day in your life. But if you get it wrong, you lose everything. And there's also
Wow.
extreme volatility. There's dips. I mean, Bitcoin's down 60%. Ethereum's down 60%. Hex is down 60%. But Hex has dropped like 80% like 10 times in the years, and it just keeps going up higher. So we're volatile by design. Like, it's okay. But if you buy something that's
Yeah.
not supposed to be volatile, like a stable coin is supposed to be $1, and that goes to 0, you're very unhappy.
The way that Travis Peak described crypto to me, because I was very new to this, like at the beginning of the year, and he said that you have to be extremely careful. He was coaching me on like security and like make sure nothing is ever on your phone. And he described it as it's like the wild, wild west, like
Yep.
the gold rush back in
Yep.
the day. That everybody is like going crazy over it, and there's not
Mhm.
much like rules or regulation. So like anything goes right now.
Well, the funny part is they're
And
scamming in
it,
the regular world too. They'll scam you out of your normal bank account. They'll send you a fake invoice to your company for stuff you never ordered, and then companies are stupid enough to pay it. They'll tell you there's a Nigerian dude that's got $50 million locked up in customs. He just needs $5 million from you to get it out. I mean,
Mhm.
there is no shortage of scams outside of crypto. You know, hey, was Theranos a scam? Traded on the NASDAQ. Was
Yeah.
Bernie Madoff a scam? He was the CEO of NASDAQ. Was Enron a scam? So there's scams everywhere. It's not just crypto. Legacy is full of scams too. We just know about these ones
Right.
more because we're in the space.
Right. I think we want to get into your personal
right.
life.
Go ahead. All right.
Okay, so
Well,
we wanna-
first, yeah, where are you from?
yeah, like
right?
where did you?
I was
grow
born
up?
in
This-
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So for you girls that are
Okay.
into that astrology stuff, I was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on October 9th, 1979
Okay.
at either 11:03 or 11:06 p.m. I can't remember. It's like
Okay,
that
I'll
range.
make note of that.
you can
and
search
look
my
that up
tweets.
later.
It's in my tweets.
Wait, what sign is that?
That's a
I
Libra.
don't know.
Apparently a
Okay.
Libra is an
that's
air
not
sign.
amazing.
Okay.
I was hanging out with a girl
Um,
last night. This was hilarious. I was hanging out with a girl last night, and she looked me dead in the eyes and told me that like going to hell wasn't that bad. And she like worships a
Going to
certain
hell?
she worships a certain demon, a money demon. But there's two different money demons, and then like
What is this
the one with
dude
health-
doing
the one
with his
health
chicks,
care.
bro?
What's his name? I don't remember the demon's name. So like
The fact that he's bringing girls
yeah, some
with
people I hang
demon
out
shit
with
to his house is troubling.
it was the most. I literally made a voice recording. I'm like, this girl just straight up stared me deep in the eyes and told me, "Hell isn't that bad." Like real serious look. I'm like, yo,
I don't know.
all
I need to
right.
know about your dating life. What is it like for you? Because I know your privacy and security
Yeah.
is top tier. How do
Yeah.
you even do that? Like trusting people, dating. Like, are you even
Uh,
looking to be in like a monogamous thing? Or are you just kind
No.
of floating around?
Do not care for monogamy at all. Did it? I had 2 8 years. I'm good. I'm
Oh,
gonna
2
go
8
fool
years.
around
Wow.
now. Yeah, I'm gonna go fool around.
You tried.
We're
Yeah, I
just
did it.
swinging
I
it.
mean, they're supposed to time out. So the way relationships work is you're supposed to think they last forever, but they actually don't. And the reason that they don't is good. So we could be like aspen trees and just make copies of ourselves. But if we did that, there'd be less variety in the next generation. And not only would there be less variety, there'd be less excellence. Because when you have sex, where a boy and a girl are there, boy chooses the traits that are good, girl chooses the traits that are good. You're both making good selection. Now your offspring tends to be better. So Usain Bolt, fastest man in the world. Usain Bolt's parents, not the fast people in the world. Well, you got progress. So what else creates progress? A new partner. All right. And when should you have a new partner? When the last kid is good to go. Well, when's that? About 7 years. And so if you look at people's relationships, they cycle at a 7-year frequency, whether they're aware of it or not. And it's an emergent property across different cultures. It's not just restricted to Western culture. It's all over the place. So I think it's built into the human. And we're not the only animals that have this. Lots of other animals have sex. Lots of other animals have culture. Lots of other animals have ethics and morals. You know, a dog is born, doesn't start just trying to kill its mom. It's cool. It's like
Yeah.
kin, family, we're cool. Not family, less cool. And then we're just like smart monkeys, basically. So, you know, if you realize that relationships are meant to end and you plan for it, you don't have to like try and accuse one person of being the reason. It's your fault. No, it's your fault. No, it's the same reason you guys got together in the first place, to create variety. You don't realize it. It's the same reason you're going to get apart, to open up a chance for a new relationship, to create more variety. It works. It's been
So you're
100,000 generations of that working. So I'm just practicing.
I've
I'm
never
getting as
heard it
much
explained
practice
like
as I
that.
can. I think I invented it,
well,
but
so
there's a
your
lot
last
of
two breakups are mutual.
Well, no, sometimes you can have people that truly suck. That is a thing. But even in that case, if you take responsibility, you become stronger. But if you don't take responsibility, you remain weak. If someone runs into you with their car, you can pretend it's their fault, or you could realize you could have worn more reflective clothing. You could have walked a different path. You could have went out at a different time. You could have watched your surroundings more safely. You could have had a team of people around you. You could have, like, you had so many other options that make you powerful if you accept responsibility, even for the things that aren't really your fault. So
Right.
most of
Just
relationship is choosing the
awareness.
right person, truthfully.
Facts
If you
only.
choose the right
So
person,
your
everything's
parents
easy. If you
together?
choose the wrong person, you're wrecked. Nah, they're broke up. But my mom went crazy. So my mom became schizophrenic, and my dad did everything he could to like keep it together. But if you're in a relationship when someone's truly lost it, it's basically impossible. Like you're just torturing yourself. Because no, like
How old were you?
you'll maybe 10 or something like that. Your life will be like 80% worse, and their life will be like 7% better. It's just not a good deal. Like with someone truly like in psychotic world, it's not a good deal. But then also when if they're lucky enough to take pills and get fixed, that changes them too. They put on weight, they get shaky, they think different, and then you're just like, it's a real rough deal. If you're in a relationship one and they lose their mind, it's a rough one.
Can
So they
we
broke up.
touch on your? Can you touch on your mom having
Sure.
schizophrenia and
Yeah.
were you a child when all of that was happening?
Yeah. She started putting sealing up the air vents, thought stuff was watching, covering up the televisions, thought things were watching, hearing voices, you know.
Mm.
Not almost no violence at all. One time just took a hammer and
Right.
started bashing up the living room, but other than that, pretty chill. And then she got lucky and got some pills that helped her out. Some people never get lucky. Sometimes the pills that they have, they don't help those people. And you go on Wikipedia, you look up antipsychotics, you really don't have a lot of options. You've got old options, like they're called like tier ones, like lithium and Prozac, things like that. And then they've got these new like alternate ones, or like the level 2 ones. Like, well, I only remember the brand names, but if I say them to you, they give away my location, so I can't.
Okay.
You can look up the tier
Do you
2s.
still talk to her?
Yeah, I
Like,
talk
are
to my
y'all
mom all the time.
close?
Yep, I talk to my
Oh,
mom all the
good.
time.
Yeah.
Talk to my dad all the
Good,
time too, but there's
okay.
just less to talk about. Like he wants to talk about sports and weather, and I'm just like, yeah. Don't really care about sports.
This
Okay.
guy right here,
Talk
professional
a little bit
in the
more.
field, actually.
Like, what was the first
So
sign of,
interesting
like,
take by him,
schizophrenia?
Luke.
Because, we have a friend that
Yeah.
we found out had
I'm
it
sure
when
he would
she
like to talk about that
was,
too.
experimenting with LSD, and
Right.
we
Yeah.
also wanted to ask you about, like, what's your view on psychedelics and
I
everything
think
like that?
psychedelics suck. So
Oh,
Okay.
okay, let's take a pothead. Potheads are really chill, really relaxed, and appear to have very low motivation. And the question is, were they that way before they became potheads or not? And I would be willing to state that most of them got more lazy after the weed. So if you realize that these drugs that change the way you feel about things, if you keep taking them, they perform
I
lasting.
have to
because it
say I
triggers
was
into
a
your habit
absolute
that changes the way
mess,
you think
and
about
I
things.
do smoke weed
And if that's what you
chronically.
want to
So
become,
there is
like,
debatable
so
there.
if you're
If you think that I'm
bipolar and you're
ineffective,
having like
I'd say I'm probably more
kind of
effective than
episodes of
99.9% of
depression
people
or
that I
something,
meet. Interesting
and then
take, though.
that
You know what I
stuff like
mean?
takes the edge off and like it acts kind of like a mood
I'm
stabilizer for
always
you.
open
If
to hear
that
this
works for
shit.
you, then that's probably a win. But if you have that rare case where it triggers psychosis, that's not a win. And then which one you're using matters. And is this one I'm taking now different from the last one? And is there other stuff in there? And then are you going to do jail time for engaging in those things? Where do you live? And who are you associating with in those circles? And what stuff do they do?
I got startled
And
and
then
spilled
you're
on my
like,
weed.
if you want to meet bipolar people, go to the strip club. They're working there. If you want to meet, there's paths that people have similar backgrounds and they end up doing similar stuff. And so, like for me, I don't want to take psychedelics, scramble my brain, hope that it turns out better. But what if it doesn't? So if you're already poor and you lose all your money, you didn't really lose anything, because we have bankruptcy law, right?
Yeah.
Like you can just be like, start over again. It's like a free call option. But if you're really rich and you screw up, you lose a lot. And so as you get richer, you
Yeah.
have to be more careful how you invest. And as you become more intelligent, more effective, more powerful, more people rely on you, you need to take less risks. So I'm about to
Hey guys,
race a
notice
bunch
the
of new
film
race cars I
crew back
bought. I
left.
bought
The
a
film crew's in the shot.
Lamborghini
You
and
can see the
a
film crew
Bentley
under
and
the frame there with his hand
I
right
got
there.
2 Ferraris. I got some other car. I can't remember. I bought a bunch of cars because I'm showing them off for this like documentary they're making about Hex and me. And you know, I was
And
searching
Rackham
where's a
Rachel.
racetrack that we can go where there's less walls to run into. Because if I run into sand, who cares? Oh, the car got sandy. I don't care. But if I run into a wall, oh, then all the airbags pop and my face is burnt. Right. So now I'm, you know, I don't like these things. Wear a helmet, you're gonna get less burning, but you still get burns on your arms and stuff. It's not, I don't want to blow my cars into like a wall. And I've been racing on tracks before. And yes, if you push the car, you can lose it and you're going to spin and hopefully the spin stops before you hit something. So I choose to do things that are more safe where reasonable because I have so much good going for me and so many people rely on me. You know, I'm not willing to experiment with drugs. I like the way my brain
Yeah.
works now. I don't want to be less motivated. I don't want to have less drive, you know? But there's
I get
people
your
out there.
perspective.
He's
Yeah, there's
not
people out
taking
there
the
that
right
are.
drugs, people. He's
So basically, I mean, I'll take you something from Tony Robbins for you. People have 6 human needs. This is his belief. I have a better one, I believe. If you read my book, t.me/sci-vibe, it's for free. My book is better than I am. You should read it. It's free. And there's an audiobook version. You can go search it. This girl, SJ, she made an audiobook reading the whole thing for free. You can just click play. So you've got needs that fight each other. You got a need for certainty and a need for variety. Certainty means if I saw part of my roof fall on this guy here, and I saw part of my roof fall on somebody over there, and these people were getting killed, I would have a very hard time talking to you because I would be worried about this part falling and killing me. So without a certain degree of certainty, we can't even function as human beings. But we also need variety. I don't want to eat the same food all the time. I don't want to watch the same movie all the time. I don't want to hear the same song all the time. And so these two needs fight each other. Your need for certainty and your need for variety fight each other. So me, I like the way my brain works, but yes, I still like to meet new people and have new experiences. And so that's how I fulfill this. And other people, they're in different orders for different people. Some people want more variety, less certainty. Some people want more certainty, less variety. Now you got 2 other needs, significance and connection. I push significance hard. I'm going to tell you what my watch cost. I'm going to tell you about my Ferraris. I'm going to work them into conversation to humble brag about them because I want you to know that I'm better than you so that you're either angry and then you make yourself better to compete, or you realize that we can work together and find synergy. And so the way this flexing thing works is that you hate it and it's disgusting, and then you click subscribe because you want to be disgusted, right? There's people living on a way higher level than me. I follow them and I get angry when I see them post, and I keep trying to raise my level, right? Because this is how like guys work. We're competitive, right? So
Yeah, you are.
And so the art is, this would be all loss. Like I just bought another $135,000 watch today. I posted it on the watches forum and I made sure that all my other watches were in the background, and I posted the prices. And this makes them very angry because they know they'll never have that as long as they live. But if they were smart, they would go, how did he get that? Oh, he wrote a book about how to do it. And he just did what was in his book. These currencies I created, you would have arrived at that conclusion if you'd read my book. The book has the recipe, the plan. And so if they drop their ego for a minute and try to learn and realize that we could work together. And so if 50% of people hate, or even 75 or 80% of people hate, the 20% that don't will come and be part of something beautiful, and we'll change the world together. And there's no other way for me to reach these people. I've tried, right? Like I tried to buy an ad for myself in a magazine. They said no. They wouldn't take the crypto. I was like, okay, well, how about me? Can I just advertise me? They're like, nope, not you either. And this is a magazine that posts like the stupidest stories you've ever seen, like midget perform sex acts with animals for wafer crisps. I'm like, really? So you guys will take, this is your gig. This is what you guys, I think it was Daily Mail in the UK. They just it's crazy. The censorship is wild. We used to have ads in the Economist magazine. They won't take them anymore. Price was 100 times lower then. So if you read it in the Economist magazine, you would have made 100 times your money, but they're too good for the ads now. Instead, they want you to get wrecked. Hey, go buy securities. How are securities doing? How's Coinbase stock doing? Oh, it's down 90%. Good job, guys. Good job. Glad you shilled that trash. And so I live in a world where the stuff that can save people, they hide, and the stuff that will destroy you, the margin trading, is right out front. All the advertisements you see, margin trading. How do you lose all your money? Margin trading. Terrible. So I'm trying to save people, and I'm doing anything I can to get it done. And it's, by the way, I put like my penis size in the description of the video. This makes a lot of people very angry, probably people with smaller peepees. But if this is what I have to do to be outrageous to get more people to watch, I'll do it.
Yeah.
And my
Is
friends have
there
bigger
any
D's
part
than
of
me,
you?
so I'm not even like, my friends don't mind. They're like, yeah, whatever, bro. Yeah, you run with that. I'm like, okay. It's hilarious.
Are there parts of you that still have a poor man's mentality since you grew
Oh
up?
yeah. Oh,
kind of
tons. Yeah,
more?
for sure. I hate getting bad deals. I hate paying retail. I always ask for a discount. If I'm buying from your store, I'm
Mm,
asking for a discount. It's a matter of principle.
yeah.
Like, there's a coupon, I'm using a coupon. That never goes away. I want value. You know, I want
Yeah.
efficiency. I want value. It's very hard. By the way, these
Definitely bottom
watches,
line.
I made money on all these watches. My watches have outperformed anybody's portfolio watching mostly. Like I'm up 2x on my watches. How's everybody's portfolios doing? You know? So I just win,
Mm.
man. Win only. Only thing I suck at is dieting. Dieting, I
Diving?
suck. Dieting.
Dieting.
Too much
Oh,
meat.
dieting.
I have a lot of clothes that don't
Okay.
fit now. Yeah. That's the only thing I
Which
suck at.
we
We
also
don't, yeah, we want to ask you that because we know that longevity is very important to you, and you do have a thing where you want to have this belief where you do want to live forever. And we wanted to ask you, what do you feel about how do you feel about plant-based diets?
They're okay. So the thing about plant-based diets is that there are nutrients that you have to supplement with. So I
Mm,
think you have to supplement with B12 and omega-3 fatty acids everyone has to eat. That's why they're called essential acids. Your body can't make them. It can't synthesize them. You have to eat them or you die. So if you just tried to live on rabbit, for instance, you'll die of rabbit poisoning, which basically is you didn't get enough omega-3 acids. If you're on the ocean, you need to get vitamin C or you get scurvy. Um, so if you watch your macros and it can be very hard to get enough protein in the past. It's easier to get protein now because you can get pea protein or peanut protein or seitan or soy.
mhm.
I think soy makes some people fart a lot. I don't really like the taste, so I don't bother with it. So you can make a plant-based diet work, sure. I mean, there's some jacked bodybuilder dudes that make it work. Your body doesn't care that much. Like, I mean, if you wanted me to shill plant-based diet to you, I would say like when you eat meat, the protein in the meat is from the plant. That's where the protein came
Yeah.
from. The animals got
Right.
it from the plants, and then you eat the animal, and then you actually got it from the plants too, but just through the animal.
Right.
I mean, look, I had a big steak
Going
today. It
straight to the
tasted
source.
fabulous. I'm not giving it up. If you weren't supposed to eat it, it wouldn't taste good. For real. Why does
Yeah.
steak taste good? Because you're supposed to eat it. Why do we have a specific flavor receptor for umami, which
I'm
comes
calling
through
you
meat?
out there. I eat
Why do
steak
we
every
have
single day, you
canine teeth?
fatty. Don't
Right?
be
We are
lying about
supposed to
that
have meat
shit.
in our
That's not
diet.
unhealthy, okay? Don't be playing that steak game. What else are you eating, boy? What else are you eating, boy? I know you're bullcrapping me. You hear this, Richard? You're bullcrapping yourself. It's not about steak. I eat steak every day. If I had enough money, I would definitely eat it every single day. I love steak on low carbs. Oh my God.
It's
Steak
not
on-
we like anybody that knows anything about fitness knows it's not the steak.
Yeah,
Like,
so guys, just know that we don't let that BS slide on the gym rat situation. So proceed.
Historically, it is not supposed to be the majority of our diet. We have mostly plant-based teeth. So probably if you
Okay.
tried to mirror the way your physiology was designed, you'd end up with mostly plants and some meat. But if you're doing
Can
bodybuilding,
you
you just
speak?
eat more protein if you can. Less carbs, more
Can you
protein.
speak on your plans of like extending your lifetime,
Sure.
or
I'm
dare I
hoping,
say, being immortal?
I hope someone, well, you're never going to be immortal because the heat death of the universe will terminate you.
Okay.
And like the sun will
Yes.
continue to enlarge until it consumes the earth. And, you might just get bored and kill yourself. Who knows? Right. But I look forward to that opportunity. I'm not going to preemptively kill myself to like be like, oh, it is boring. I'd rather just die then instead of earlier. People worry about like if you cure
Mhm.
aging, you're going to have all these like 100 years running around. You're like, yeah, in like 100 years, in 100 years, we'll have to worry about all the extra 100-year-olds running around. Like, it takes 100 years
Mm.
to develop that problem. So all the pro-death guys, they have everything wrong. They say stupid things like dictators will live forever. Nope. Every dictator's getting killed left and right. None of them are dying from aging. Very high risk job. Oh, people will stop progressing. Well, we already have like increasing life expectancies like constantly already, but yet we still have progress. And cultures are different as well, even though they both have old people, right? Like Chinese old people act different than like Norwegian old people. They say stuff like we'll run out of space. You go on an airplane, you look down, it's all empty. Like literally, everything's empty. People choose to stack on top of each other because the restaurants and dating are better. They don't have to do that, particularly in the digital economies we have now. We've got 2/3 of the planets are ocean. Most of the ocean's unexplored, at least in the bottom of them. You just go through it and you're like, guys, all these points you have for being lazy and dying through lack of effort, like Steve Jobs is dead. Why am I doing better than Steve Jobs? Because he screwed up. He had way more money that he could have spent to save his own life. He knew he was 40% likely to die cancer, 40% likely to die heart disease. He put no money into saving his own life, or not enough. Now he's dead. And how many other people are going to make the same mistake? And am I going to make the same mistake? Now, I already raised 27 million. And after Pulse Chain launches, and I'm going to have a vacation and have some fun and flex some more, because eventually I want to move my lady tier quality up a notch, right? Like I kill with what is available, but I want something better to be available. Like if I
Do
go to
you
a
want
party, these are
kids?
like, yeah, eventually. But I feel young, so I'm not in a rush. Maybe 5 years from now, maybe.
Okay.
So
What were
like,
some challenges?
good.
Oh, sorry.
Well,
I
it's
was
just
gonna
like you got to
ask,
put
like,
money in
what?
it. You got to throw money at it. If you want progress in
Mhm.
medicine, if you're going to be a fat dude and you're not going to diet and you're not going to exercise, boy, you better hope that pill comes to save you. And if you do diet and
Yeah.
exercise, that doesn't help your offspring. But if you build technology, you could cure a disease, it stays cured. Whoever cured polio, Jonas Salk, it stayed cured. You cure a lot of these problems people are having, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's.
Bullish. Pause it for a second. When you talk about the longevity, right, like a lot of the stuff is just man-made in terms of lifestyle diseases, right? Like diabetes, all this other bullcrap, heart disease, all this kind of stuff is caused by people's lifestyle. So if you care about that and you're not focused on like improving that, it's not the pill that's going to solve the problem. It's your lifestyle that's going to solve the problem. Period. Like it's all those diseases are lifestyle, like 100%. But thanks, Ross, for bringing that up. Go ahead. Let's get started again.
Breast cancer, you cure these things, they stay cured. Humanity's stronger for the rest of time. Even if it doesn't help you, if it helps your offspring or people you loved, or at least humanity, you'd be a very happy person. Much more fulfilling than another Rolex, probably.
Wow. I was gonna ask, like, what are some challenges that you faced in your childhood, and were those any motivators to be what you are now?
Yeah, like were you bullied? Like, 'cause
Well,
you're
I mean, I
smart.
was like one of the few white dudes in like an all black school. So occasionally you can get your ass beat up. So it was funny. Like I went to my first school, what was it called? Edgewood Elementary. And I only lasted like maybe a week or two there. And they pulled me aside and gave me a test. And they're like, you're too smart. You got to go. But it was awesome. People were fighting over
Oh,
me to have me in their group, like pulling me. I was like, man, this feels
wow.
great. Being smart's cool. And so they put a gifted program over in Riverland Elementary. And you can look up the stats. There's no white people. So, but it went fine. It was fine. It didn't much. Only got, punched in the face a little bit there, maybe once, maybe twice. No big deal. And then but now like I speak black. So if I'm speaking with someone who's black, I speak black too, because I grew up probably in a shittier neighborhood than they did, which is funny.
Mhm.
So I run into these guys on the internet that think they understand black culture when they didn't grow up in it. And I'm like, yo, man, just because your skin is black, it don't mean you actually know what's up. Like you didn't live it. You did not live it. You didn't grow up in it. You didn't eat it. Right. So but they think I'm like, they call it code switching when you like switch the way that you speak based on who you're talking to. But that's
Oh,
my actual
yeah.
natural how I grew up. So then my
Oh,
next
wow.
school was the smartest school I ever went to. So I went to a program called Magus, Math Education for Gifted Secondary School Students, that was nearly impossible to get into. I was the last person to get in. Everyone else was a
Wow.
super omega genius, and I was like the last person dropped out, and then I was able to get in. And I was smart. Like I had gotten like third place in the county math test and math competition. I was like, there's like 1 million people in the county. So I got in there, and then I was like an underachieving overachiever, getting B's, copying people's homework. Everyone else was just killing it. I'm like, I don't really want to learn this stuff. But they taught us stuff that in hindsight, I didn't realize how smart the program was. So this guy, Bert Kaufman, he was an MIT guy, he invented like a new math system where they would change everything. They were going to change the way education worked. You were going to learn logic before math. You're going to learn scheme programming, the most powerful programming language in the world, a dialect of Lisp. Still today, the most powerful programming language in the world, has probably affected how I think.
Wow.
So And then I went to high school and it was stupider. And I'm like, why are you guys trying to teach me the same stuff? Where to learn all this stuff? Then I went to college and it was stupider still. And I was like, wow,
Whoa.
just like everything got dumber after middle school. So
Is this still in Pennsylvania?
no, well, it's kind of like they made the curriculum, you could spread it. And so like it's in a few schools, you can look it up, like MEGSSS curriculum. If you look up that curriculum, you're going to see stuff you don't understand. You're like, what is
Yeah.
syllogistic inference and modus tollens and commutativity and graph theory and set theory? Like we learned that first, year 1, 6th grade. We learned set theory first. Like
Wow.
it is crazy. And then like you never saw it again and everything was stupider afterwards. It's wild to me. So I got really lucky with that.
When you got into high school and college,
Yeah.
being more intelligent than other people, I myself have always, not because I was intelligent by any means, but I just have this belief that I just felt like I didn't belong. Did you experience any of that? Like,
Well,
'cause you were
in
way
middle
more
school, I
intelligent
was the
than
dumbest one.
people around you.
So in middle school, I was
Oh.
stupider than everyone else. And then in high school, probably still stupider than everybody else. Same people came with me. Then in college, I went to community college. These people were all idiots. I had an okay entrepreneurship teacher, I guess. So I skipped my senior year of high school and went directly to college for free because you could do early admissions. And then like if your grades were good enough, you can get in. My grades were almost good enough. And I went to them and I'm like, hey, I'm so close. Can you just like let me in? And they like gave me a free pass to get in. Because your senior year, you just waste all your time anyway. You're not actually getting anything done. I want to get things done with my life. So I was like, go to school for free instead of pay. Yes, please. I don't want to pay. This sucks. But then what you discover is you're not actually learning anything. And then I discovered videotape college. And then like the second semester, I didn't even go at all. It was just videotapes. I didn't even watch the tapes. So it's like so stupid. And back then we used videotapes. This was like before DVDs, I think. So yeah, like it's just if you want to be intelligent, it's all on the internet now. You do not need to go to school. As a matter of fact, I'm willing to bet that the YouTube thing is better than your school thing. And then if you have a question, go on the internet and give the wrong answer, and then people will yell at you the correct answer. I think it's called Bertram's Law.
How you felt about.
That's the exact thing we talk about a lot on this
There's basically a
show.
law that states.
We talk about that so much on this show. How people they just say shit, and then whatever's cool, they'll pick that side, but they'll never look into it. They'll just point. They'll just point to the other side, and then you have to be the strong one who's on the other side saying, I know you're all wrong. And it's a compromising position a lot of the time, and it puts you in a hyper-productive state.
You have to be like very cognizant of.
You have to be aware that every word you say.
Yeah, like before we press play again, Sam, you have a completely different perspective on this as far as schooling because you've been homeschooled, pretty much until you became a young adult. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think that schooling is a complete and utter joke. If you think of what schooling is supposed to do, right? If we define schooling as the thing that is supposed to prepare young adults for a successful future, then that system has utterly failed. If you look at school relative to, say, anything else in the world, like cars, for example, right? The Model T, Ford Model T, a piece of junk, right? But revolutionary for the time versus a Tesla that just drives me where I want to go effectively. Now, safest vehicle on the road, don't really do much in the car. The evolution is tremendous. Look at technology. It's dead as fuck. It hasn't evolved at all whatsoever. I think that if I ever have kids, they will definitely not be going to school whatsoever. It's a completely broken system. Utter failure in innovation, bringing the younger population to a state of
what do they want though?
Being competent.
What do people really want? Like, who's the guy at the end of the day who's like, I want the people of the United States to be smarter? Why? Who's incentivized for that? Any one dude? No. So it just propels a system where one person's in charge of each subunit, and they don't give a rat's shit about everyone else, and they just care about their initial goal. And they just have to do it in the most broad, nuanced way possible to get the goal across, not the most effective way, right? So then it ends up being PowerPoints sitting there, tenured teachers hate their life, etc., etc. It's like they incentivize it to be You would have to be a passionate person in general to thrive in that system. And let's be honest, it's just not how it works for most people.
We're literally seeing, this is super cool that not many people talk about. We're seeing the evolution of the schooling system in terms of paid courses, coaching, etc. That the market for that, I heard a number the other day, is over 600 billion, and that's I think that's a antiquated number. I think it's actually higher than 600 billion. We're watching the transformation of the school system, and it's going to be a dead corpse that is just wasting taxpayer dollars and employing people that are not sure how to provide value in other ways. For a lot of those people, I'm sure there's plenty of great people who can provide value in other ways, but there's a lot of people who don't know how to provide value in a society in other than that or whatever.
Well, they screwed the capitalism system up. They said, with education, we're not going to do it. We're going to tie all these corporations to the colleges, and we're going to make it a system, right? It's not like they say, it's like they're just overcharging you and they're all working together. It's stupid. It's the dumbest thing.
When you contacted me several years ago, right, to talk about like bodybuilding and fitness and chemistry and all that kind of shit, right? Do you think it was more valuable to talk to me about that, or your mother who doesn't know fucking
3 hours with you, and I probably negated, even with my best research, days, weeks.
And we have people in school who don't know dick about what they're teaching, trying to teach people about
and they don't
stuff that they don't know about.
Correct. They don't care. It's just like, let's switch the words from care, because everyone can do it, but no one cares. Why? Incentivization structure within the school system is destroyed. There is none. And in a capitalist system, you have to have that structure. It's like they have capitalism for everything, and then they just liberalize the school systems to the point where everyone's getting wrecked, no one's learning anything, and everyone's being fed the garbage that it's the best thing in the world, and sold all the garbage they're trying to sell online and in the news to the people in the schools directly.
Even my 8-year-old nephew that just left this morning, brought him to the airport to get on a plane, understands that school's a joke. Like,
so the first time I had an old man show me a PowerPoint about nothing, I said, this is stupid. I said, why am I learning about Nazi Germany from this old effer? Who the hell knows if this is even true? This is a YouTube video. I'm not saying like that specific, whatever it was at the time. I was a kid. I was just like, this old, like, I said, because I had a dad who was very active and very working all the time. I was like, my dad knows more than this. In my head, I was like, more life experience. Like, this dude's literally like this all day. In my head, it just didn't calculate, right? I was just like, I have all this vigor in life, whether it was negative or positive, it was always there. And I just stared at this other human being, and I was like, he's not going to be a football. Like, back when I was a kid, I wanted a football player, right? Like, stuff like that. I was like, he's not going to be a football player. Like, nothing like that. Like, I wanted someone that was going to be like, because that's what I liked when I was young. And I never saw that in school except like 1 or 2 teachers, and they get like teacher of the year. But it's 1 or 2 of them, and they're like science teachers or some shit. Like, they can't make enough impact. We're talking about scaling. Again, we always go back to scaling.
But I think there's a tremendous opportunity here. And I did a video that should be coming out today on it, because there is a opportunity for a creative company to bring together and create a network effect by bringing together people like me, people like you, people like the millions of people that understand business, is just providing value. That's all business is. It's super fucking simple. Remember that. All you need to do is provide value in business.
Yep, you're right.
There's a tremendous amount of people like me who love business, who love taxes, who love finance, that want to give back. And if we can get paid to give back, holy shit, right? It might be an hour a month. It might be 5 hours a month, depending on the person, or maybe it's once a quarter, and bring those people who are actually doing real shit in life, who are successful in real life, not just a teacher. And I know there's amazing teachers out there. I'm not saying that, but then there's a tremendous amount of the population who wants to learn from, and they're smart enough to realize that they should learn from the people actually doing the thing than the teacher that's teaching the thing that doesn't do the thing. Like, it's just, and I think there's a tremendous marketplace that could be created, bringing together those two value props, where the audience of people who understands you need to learn from the people who are actually doing the thing, versus the people in the world who are doing amazing things, and they want to share that with people. They want to teach people. They want to give back. Bringing those together and creating the marketplace for that in some way. Oh, that could be a killer
right.
business.
Let's get back to the video real quick. Let's put it on 1.5 speed if you don't mind.
The best way to get the right answer is to pretend that the wrong answer is true. This makes people very angry, and they will tell you the correct answer. Or you could be a girl. If you're a girl and they're able to detect that you're a girl, men will be very helpful. Crazy. The white knights will line up to help you with your math homework. Maiden saved on their chair, you know.
They'll be there.
Yeah. So as far as like today's education system and things like that, you just kind of feel like it's a waste of time.
Well, they're gonna teach you stuff that you're gonna forget, and then the question is, why'd you ever learn it? I'll play a game with you right now. I love to play this game. Maybe love's a strong word. So I meet street preachers sometime and I troll them. And I've learned the right way to troll these guys. So, do you think I should follow the 10 Commandments? Yes. Do you follow the 10 Commandments? Yes. Okay. What are they? Long pause. Nobody knows. Swear to God. I think I got one guy out of like 10 that knew the 10 Commandments. And even though this is my game, sometimes I can't list all 10. And then you can do the same thing with school. Okay, so I'll do the same thing with school for you. Now, why, by the way, did I lead him in with that pre-framing? Because it's like chess. If I squeeze here, he's just going to escape. I got to lock up the exits first. And then he's dead. It's checkmate. Because I know how he's going to try and rotate out of it. He's going to try and change the topic, right? So you got to lock up all the escapes first. That's the only useful thing you'll ever learn from chess, by the way. So don't bother learning it. Same thing for school. Okay, you guys went to school, right? So you've been getting yes momentum now? So I'm training you for the kill. The kill's coming. So,
Wow.
Yeah. So now, did you learn about the solar system? Like we live on a planet. We have other planets near us. We live in the solar system.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did they teach you how many planets there were?
Yeah.
How many planets are there?
I'm gonna
They teach
guess
us 9. Yeah, but now it's like what, 8?
I think it's 8 because they got rid of Pluto, I think. But maybe they put it back.
Okay.
I don't remember. And this is my game. See, that's a hard game. Do you remember their order from the sun? Like their order?
Yeah.
You do.
You can go.
Do it.
I might fail this one.
Isn't it like Earth,
No.
Mercury? Are we starting at
What?
Earth?
No, start from
Are we
the
starting
sun.
at Earth?
Start from the sun.
Oh,
Okay.
well, I'm going by
Heliocentric
planets besides Earth. Isn't it
Yeah.
Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter,
Saturn.
Saturn, Uranus,
Uranus.
Neptune,
Uranus?
Pluto? Uranus? Uranus?
Uranus.
You think you put Neptune before Uranus? So I just remember Mary Jane eats many jam sandwiches under Ned's porch. That's how I remember it.
Oh, I just
Without
grew up
that, I would
watching
never remember
Sailor
it.
Moon as a kid.
There you go. Yeah, so like I think you might have got it, except for I think you reversed Neptune and Uranus. But
We'll
like
play the
most
tape
people
back.
forget that, and why do we care, right? So they force you to learn something that is entirely useless to you, and you will forget. Why are we doing that? Why don't we learn stuff that we won't forget and is useful? So I mean, have you guys ever get ripped off on the internet? Bought something, didn't get it. Bought something, didn't get the right thing. Why don't they teach us how to not get ripped off? Did they teach us how to be good friends?
How to
When
handle
you-
those moments.
Yeah, or if you have a hangover, how to get rid of your hangover, or how to not have a hangover. Just drink one glass of water in between each drink, and then you're going to drink half the drinks, spend half the money, spend half the time queuing, have less of a hangover the next day because you're more hydrated. So there's all these things. How do you be a good friend? What's a good apology look like? What should be in a good apology? Well, take responsibility.
Which
Tell them
reminds
why.
me,
Good.
we do want to also ask you about therapy and stuff.
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah.
Are you in therapy?
No, therapy sucks, and I'm
No?
awesome. What would I need therapy for? I don't need therapy.
Well, because I guess
Well, and not even just in the terms of like, oh, like you're sad or like broken, but having a
have-
safe space to talk and de-stress because you have an insane life.
also
like
a
and a lot
childhood,
of
it's
pressure.
different. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
I think therapy's
Eh.
crap. So therapy does work for some people. It does get good ratings. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, seems to have good effects for bipolar people and most crazy things. But like, if you pay a guy a lot of money to go talk for an hour with him about stuff that sucks, you just spend an hour talking about stuff that sucks. That hour sucked. Now, if you keep thinking about stuff that sucks, the next hours will suck too. But if you go to like a life coach and he teaches you got to kick ass, hey, we're gonna go lift some weights today. We're gonna talk about kicking ass, and then you kick ass for an hour. You're just thinking about good things. So you will feel what you focus on. So if you use positive language, use positive focus, you have habits which get you to notice the things that are going good in the world, of which there are always good things going on, you will be a more happy person. And so you should only spend time indulging in the suck and thinking about the suck long enough to figure out what the not suck is and then do the not suck. So like if you're like fat and you eat too much cake and you think about, I shouldn't eat any cake today. Cake is really bad for me. Man, chocolate cake tastes good. Your brain only doesn't understand negative thoughts. Like, don't think of a pink elephant right now. Do not think of a pink elephant right now. Your brain's like, pink elephant, got it. Doesn't do negative imaging. It can't do it. So you have to focus on what you want. If you're driving a race car and you're always looking at the wall, you're gonna hit the wall. You got to look at where you want to go. So a lot of therapy is not effective. It sucks. Some it works. Sometimes it works. If you have got more reasons for it to work, it's more likely to work. But anything that gets you to focus on the suck, I think is inferior to stuff that just gets you to focus on what is good. Oh, you had a bad past? Don't think about it. It works. No, you've got to process it. You've got to go back and understand the suck and feel the suck and rewrite the suck. You're like, yeah, maybe. Yeah, you might be able to do all that. It takes a lot more effort to change meaning, and you can change meaning, right? But God, it's hard. One person gets raped, decides to change the world. One person gets raped, decides to rape other people. You're like, hey, wait a second, same event, different meaning. So like, it's the same with. It's just easier to just not think about the past if your past sucks. But if your past is really good, maybe remember it once in a while. It's free extra happiness.
Yeah.
So I tend to not think about the past. Oddly enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, here's another past question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is something that you think that you really needed in your childhood? Like, what is something that little Richard really needed? Whether
Little
that's
Richard.
emotional or not. Like, I want to know what you needed, and do you think you have it now?
Something I thought I needed as a kid, but I don't think I need it now. I looked
Regardless,
up
like, what is
heliocentric to
something-
make sure it was sun-centered. I had to make sure I got it right.
Okay.
No, it was right. So something I thought I needed as a kid, but now I don't think I need, or I do think I need.
Either one.
Either
Okay.
one, like, what do you needed as a kid, and did you get that now, or is it something that you are still searching
I was never
for or
actually
want?
driven. That's a weird question, actually. So I didn't really want anything as a kid. Like, I was happy with what we had. Our car didn't
Okay.
have reverse. That was funny for a time. You had to like park at places where you could drive forward, or you'd have to push it out yourself. One of our cars didn't have a floor, so you could see the ground, and then we just covered it up with like a piece of sheet metal.
Wow.
Sometimes cars won't start in the morning. That happens, and God, the parts would just break all the time. Replace a ton of alternators, ton of water pumps. Water pumps suck a lot more. But like, my family loved me. I never had a babysitter. Was always with my family forever. I might have had a babysitter once ever. I was always with my family working, and they worked all the time. My dad had 2 jobs. He would deliver newspapers at night, and we'd fix air conditioners during the day. And then we would learn stuff like at night. Man, yeah, I got some funny stories for you. When you're delivering newspapers and you get bored, you're sitting in the back of the van, and you're used to tying up the papers to because you take returns, papers that didn't sell, old ones, you got to tie them up and send them somewhere. So you start tying your friends up when they fall asleep, because it's like 5 a.m, people are falling asleep. And then, my dad would get pulled over by the police, and there'd be tied up kids in the back. He's like, sir, there's some children tied up in the back of your van. Or you'd always leave them behind, right? Like if someone's delivering the newspapers, you always leave them behind and make them have to run for the car, and you throw stuff at each other too. But sometimes I got like good old mark on my face here from a copper fitting that I took to the head. He threw the wrong thing. The edge of a copper fitting is actually pretty sharp. Yeah. So and then in Florida, you're working with all races, all cultures, all creeds, all types of drug addictions, all types of alcoholism. You're getting the whole range of humanity. You're getting everything. And you're working under weird circumstances. I mean, everyone's not got their license, and they're just about to go to jail for driving on a suspended. Everyone's calling their probation officer. Everyone's in rehab, anger management. You're just like, yeah, that's Florida. Yep. Florida man.
Florida.
Yeah. And so I didn't feel like so I grew up poor, but I didn't feel poor. Like I had the little stamps that you pay for the lunch with the stamps they give you, like the free lunch or whatever.
Yeah.
But I just never noticed it or thought about it. And I also never thought about fashion or
Okay.
clothing at times. So my outfits sucked, right? Like I didn't get any dates. I wore a Led Zeppelin t-shirt every day. It didn't work, right? And I bought a van. My first car is a van. I love vans. I never knew that girls don't like vans, bro. It's not good. So but I was oblivious to all that, But later I would
Yeah.
excel in those things. But back then I just had no idea. So I never really wanted for anything, man. I was totally happy. Had fast food, had Wendy's, delicious,
Yeah, I love
frosty,
this.
I still
When
love
did you
fast
lose
food.
your virginity?
Oh, that sucked. That sucked balls. I don't even know if I should tell this story. Should I tell this story?
We think you should.
It was okay. So this is gonna suck.
Do I
terrible.
see a blush?
Yeah, I'm probably
Oh,
blushing now.
no.
So you always I'm driving in my Ford Bronco, right? And I'm driving on Fort Lauderdale Beach. And if you see a hot chick, obviously you have to yell out the window. So I yell at the chick,
Obviously.
and then the response is always they're not into it. But this one's into it. I'm like, oh, this is weird. I guess I'll make a U-turn. U-turn. Pick up the girl. I'm like, hey, what's going on? She's like, yeah, what's going on? Turns out this girl's a prostitute. I'm like, oh, this is weird, right?
Oh, whoa.
So you want to do some shit? I'm like, yeah, I guess, right? Pull over to one of these hotels over there. Oh, am I still blushing? So yeah,
We are
so she
pretty
hops in the back seat, right? This story's gonna suck so bad. So yeah, so she takes her clothes off or whatever. Take my clothes off. I'm hitting it, and it's making all kinds of sounds, like it's going crazy, it's smelling weird too. And I'm just like, man, this sucks. Like, why jerking off so much better than this? Like, people pay for this? This is terrible. This is absolutely trash. So I'm like, yeah, I'm good. That's enough of that. It's like, you don't got to pay or nothing. I'm like, no, we're good. Just you did your part. Yeah. So yeah, I was like, man, this is not worth shit. Why is it people putting a lot of effort into this? This is trash.
Yeah.
Right? But then, later on in life, you discover like there's better ways to do it. I've been eating all this drama. I think it was 18. I think it's 18.
Okay.
So I've had all this drama about people telling me to like chill out and be like more respectful on stream and stuff, and like they're losing business deals over how I act and stuff. Sorry guys, don't watch this channel. I want more from my life, right? I want to have fun and be myself and tell the truth. And if me having the first time with a lady of the night is a problem for you, go away. It's fine, right? Like that's I don't have to bother with things like that. But if there's people to do, go have fun. They need money, you need fun. It's been around a million years, whatever. Go have fun, be safe. I don't care.
Yeah.
Your body, your choice. You want to have sex with a car and a tailpipe? Go ahead. I don't care. Car doesn't care either. It's fine. Just don't start the car. Leave the car off. Elon Musk is like, we don't have tailpipes. Electric cars can't do it.
Another big question that I wanted to ask, which I know you've mentioned multiple times, that you're everything that the bragging and the showing off is a lot of marketing. Because you literally have access to anything you want. You're a billionaire. You wear all designer. You have all the cars. You go here. Blah 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 blah.
That's not actually how it works. You don't have access to anything you want. I wouldn't mind a Ferrari SP3. I can get one. I don't own a Ferrari SP1 or an SP2. I don't really want those. But I probably couldn't get those either because on my app, I don't have my SF90 registered. My 1,000 horsepower one's not on there yet. I have to like add it to the app so they know that I'm cool. I own like 2. And then like, anything you really like, this watch, you want this watch? You can't have it. There's 3 in the world. You're not getting it. You're not getting this watch. I don't care how much money you have. Good luck. So this stuff, like once you have a lot of money, it doesn't mean you can actually get what you want. It's actually really still very hard. Oh, you want a good yacht? Well, go build one. Hope you don't mind waiting some years, So I can get a lot more, right? Like I can call my American Express Black representative, the Black card, and just be like, go do this. And then they'll go and try,
Well, I wanted to ask, like, is this lifestyle as fulfilling as you thought it would be?
Oh, no, absolutely not. For fun, I went out wearing $3 million of watches. No one cared at all. I was like, man, what a waste. I'm taking all this risk for what? These people deserve nothing. It's like throwing pearls to swine. But maybe they're right. Maybe they should only care about how flat my stomach is. Maybe that's better. It's like I care about people and I care about what they care about. If they didn't care about this crap, I wouldn't care about this crap. I don't need overpriced luggage. I don't even leave the house too much, unless I'm on tour in Europe for summer or something like I did in September to November of last year. I'm not leaving. You can see all my live streams right here working.
He's one of us, Sam. He's one of us.
Crypto went from $88 on Ethereum up to $5,000. Hex went up 10,000x. I'm still in the same place. My life really hasn't changed.
I knew he was one of us, guys. I knew it.
So the things that I would be able to detect as useful change would be I wouldn't mind getting more healthy, right? So I started working out again. Consistency is key. Every workout works. Every diet works. Just matters how consistent you are. And, I wouldn't mind meeting girls that are 9s and 10s more, right? If you go out in the normal world, you will not meet those. They're not there. They do not come to the club. They're not there. I don't know where they are. I see them on Instagram. I click search. I see them. I know they exist somewhere in the world, but they are not in the club. They're also not at the restaurant. They're not anywhere I'm going. So I'm going to find out where they're at. And we're gonna
no shit. You don't think those good girls are in the club?
Like I have fun with whoever I'm
partying
with.
Take a lot to
oh my god!
Like when you're sitting with a super super beautiful person and they're just fun to look at, that shit feels good constant. It doesn't stop feeling good. Like when someone's truly beautiful,
bro.
Beautiful voice, beautiful.
They're at the church, bro. They're at the library, bro. They're at the lake.
So having
they're at the local
having more
park.
money is not going to do it. Having more stuff is not going to do it.
They like to read books and stuff.
Right? Like other than planes and.
They're not on Instagram, Richard.
What else do I need? Art, I guess. I don't know. Like I'm at max flex level, so now I can just do body and manage my location pretty much, and just have cooler stuff going on. But none of that's all. You don't get it by default. You have to work for it. Money does not make you happy. It makes you more of what you already are. If you're sad, money probably make you sadder. If you're happy, money will probably make you happier. It just amplifies what you already are. It's a
pause that really quick.
And so me in general, I'm not.
That's why I think I'm good at doing this show, because I think I figured out how to be happy before I ever figured out how to be money. Because I don't care. I tell people all the time, they swear to God I'm the biggest bullshitter ever. I do not care that much about money right now. Period. I don't even know how to care.
Like it's coming. It's coming, and it's okay if it comes in 2 years or 7 years.
Process, right? It's just a part of the process. But my process is not to earn funds right now. My process is not to just have a bunch of funds. It's not. I don't deserve it.
When I started focusing on the process instead of the money just started flowing in.
And it's
Just
beautiful
like
because
abundant
you
shit.
enjoy when you start like what Bullish was mentioning, and you start focusing on the process and not the goal. The goal comes faster, first of all. Second of all, you enjoy the fuck out of it so much more.
Every day is a treat.
Yes, you enjoy it. It's fun. It's like
Every
it's
day,
just-
though. Every day. Every day is there fun, some sort of fun. Every single day I've had since I started doing this, if not hours of fun. And that I'm talking about, and I'm having fun at the gym too.
Yeah.
And I'm having
Yes.
fun making my food or fasting, depending on which I've decided to do.
Making like the best food you can. I'm having fun cleaning
I'm
the
making
yard. I'm
steak
having
and
cardio.
barbecue chicken thighs tonight, and that's all I'm eating tonight. And it's gonna be, I'm making like literally a whole steak and like 5 chicken thighs, slathered with oil. Like I'm just going heavy on tonight. And I already have it in there prepping, and it's like it's gonna be it's like gonna be a spiritual moment, literally.
And every day can be like that when you start focusing on the.
That's
journey.
5 things a day. We just said 5 things a day. Absolutely awesome. Almost every day can be attainable if I just stick to the program.
Correct. And it's so, yes, love it.
So
dude.
attainable,
Good stopping
guys.
point. Go ahead and play this again. Great stopping point.
Actually happy. If I'm with people, I'm happy. If I'm talking to you, I'm happy. If I'm with people, I'm happy. If I'm by myself, it's just nothing's good enough. Not trying hard enough, you know.
Oh,
Do you think
I
that
can't
you
relate to that.
would
I'm very
consider
happy when I'm by
being
myself.
more
I'm sorry.
Yourself, I guess. Like if these
No, I did
flashy
that.
things weren't.
I did all that.
But is
I tried
being
all that.
online,
Doesn't work.
Sam, is being online
The
yourself?
ability for you to attract.
Thank you for pausing that. I understand what he's saying too, because like it is in Bullish probably because he's productive and stuff. It doesn't matter what I accomplish during my day. I could not accomplish a fuckload of shit. You know, everything's cranking, and I'm happy as fuck doing it, and I'm enjoying it. But it's still like, well, bro, you could have got more done, right? Like it's always that game, and not that it's bad, not that I'm like beating myself up, but it's like, well, you know, that was like 75% you got that stuff done, bro. You could have like done way better than that.
So I look at it from like a personal perspective, and then just from like a pure management perspective. It like I beat myself up like not getting my to-do list completed 100%. But then on the flip side, from a management perspective, I had to like fall back a little bit and tell my team, listen, if you have 5 things on your list and you got 3 done, it was a great day.
Just every day, if you just do that 7 days a week and you make a list and you have 20 things on there and you get 2 or 3 things done, fuck it, it's a win. Period.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a win.
Can we turn it up 10% Bullish? Well, and then somebody in the comments.
Really awesome people is a numbers game. You're gonna have to cycle through a lot of people that aren't that great to get the right ones. It's the same with employees, the same way with relationships. If you're able to select from a larger pool of people, you're gonna find someone that loves you yourself because you make them feel something other people can't. You know, a lot of girls that have had wonderful relationships with me, they loved Americans, they love men, they love strength, they love confidence. I have those traits, and we were attached in our souls. They say attraction is not a choice. It's not a choice. And so if you want to find someone that you make so happy that no one else can, you got to go through a lot of people, really. And it's not just a one-way street. You got to feel that way about them too, you know? And so it's, you got to put yourself out there. You really have to. I mean, I've had a lot of cool experiences in my life because I've said hello to maybe 10,000 people. I've said hello to a lot of people. If I seen one of y'all walking around the street, hey, how's it going?
What
that
are you
easy?
looking for in a partner?
Well, you know, I mean, like everyone can bring stuff to you that you didn't even know you were looking for, right? Like I didn't like butts,
wow.
and then I was with a girl that caused me to like butts. You're like, oh, no, I like butts, cool, that's neat, you know?
Yeah.
Or like, yeah, just it's like food. Like, what are you looking for in a dinner? I don't know. A lot of good dinners, man. They taste great. Like, what are you looking for in a girl? A lot of good girls. They feel great. You know, make you smile, make you happy, make you giggle, right? Make your heart race. And you'll see some girls, man, you literally your heart like, you're like, yo, I gotta go over there, I gotta go over there. When they say like attraction is not a choice, it is literal physical attraction. Like you want to move closer over there, and they feel the same thing. Like if a girl's into you and you start to close distance, then you start to get like eye closing, head turning, like they're going for the kiss, right? But why? Why is it just like the body heat and a little bit of breath in the ear, and then it just clicks, right? Like we're animals. This is animal stuff, right? And there's an art to it. And so like, and you can't dress for everybody, right? You can pick a sexy stereotype and hope that hooks, but like a girl that's into streetwear might not be into a suit, might not be into gym shorts. You can't have all 3. You got to pick one and run with it, you know? And that the gym shorts and a cowboy hat, I don't think that works. So you have to pick your path and hope it works out. I used to have long hair. It worked. I could be in the spot, have no clothes. Works. I could be old. It works. Beard, no beard. I've tried it all. It works. You just, you know, certain people like certain stuff.
Well, you say that monogamy is not for you, but would
Fuck
you
monogamy
want to be
entirely.
monogamous with your baby mama if you had kids?
No.
She could have other partners, no?
Nope. Screw that too. No partners for her. Unless it's chicks.
Wow.
Yeah, like I'm not doing the way that I pitch this is like I am an expensive restaurant. You are going to overpay for food here. You don't have to. You can go eat at a good deal restaurant, but if you want to interact with me, I'm getting a good deal. You're getting a less good deal. I'm gonna do what I want. You're not gonna do what you want. Yeah, that sucks. It's a bad deal, but I know a lot of people will take it and be very happy to. And so to find girls that aren't jealous, it's super rare because you're programmed to be jealous. Like I'm programmed to be jealous. When I'm with you, I don't want to smell nothing but me. If I smell another dude, I don't like it. It makes me angry, right? Like grit teeth. So to find girls that are just naturally more playful, friendly, right? Bisexual is fun. It's rare. It's really rare, you know. And then to find someone's okay with somebody that likes that, it's also very hard. So it's a miracle I'm able to get anything done at this age and weight. I thought it would be impossible. I thought my game days were over. Nope, doing good. All's well. Like everything's going fine.
Yeah.
I just need better leads.
I mean, are you a spiritual person or no?
I mean, I did write a book, which you could call a religion if you wanted to stretch the term. So I developed a spirituality of my own. There's stuff that just works. You can pay attention to it and use what works, or you can pretend that stuff that doesn't work does, right? Like imagine if, so I'll put it to you this way. If prayer really worked, sports teams would be bursting into flames all the time because there's a lot of people really praying for that other team to get wrecked. You know, I saw this funny post. Now, while I say that, there's a duality. Prayer does work to some degree because it changes what you focus on. You focus on what you want, and then you have behaviors that are more likely to get you what you want. And it helps other people cooperate with you because everyone wishes it were true. And so you have a shared fiction to go and chase together. And so prayer does work. Religion does work, not for the reasons people think it does. It's not some old dude watching you like, what's going on there? That's not how it works. So I saw this really funny saying. They're like, this guy posted on Facebook. He's like, guys, you have to stop praying for my grandfather.
Hey, my computer's overheating. I'm gonna turn it off real quick.
But you're like, no, prayer doesn't work that way. No one's ever like been dying, like, supercharged, and just like broke out of the side of the prison. But this is what sucks. Women want to be spiritual, which is why they care about tarot cards, and why they care about star signs, and why every movie pitched to women is about choosing which group of people you're going to be in. Does a sorting hat put you here or there? Are you going to join this team or that team? Are you in team vampire guy or werewolf guy? So for women, you get your power through society, and so you're caring about social connections, status, signaling, reliability. When it gets bad, are they still going to be there for you? Hey, let's test it once a month. Let's treat him bad once a month, and then if he sticks around, maybe he'll be there when the kid's here and it's worse. So these are effective strategies that have evolved for reasons that people don't understand, that they never paid attention to. This is one that I invented, which I'm proud of, which is like, yes, your girl being mean to you once a month is an effective stress test to make sure you're the right guy. There's a reason why it's there. Other animals don't have that.
Yep.
Humans have this torture disease once a month.
But it's like an unconscious thing. I don't think some woman is like, I'm gonna go be a bitch.
Oh no,
today
it's
and see if
unconscious.
you can pass it.
Totally.
Yeah.
But all of it's unconscious. Like what?
Right,
Tell me
it's just
why
a
you
natural
like his
thing.
face. I don't know. It's a face. I like it. But I show you monkey face. You go monkey face? No, monkey bad. But this hairless monkey, good. Yes, good. It's all unconscious, right? So if you, I mean, like you don't realize, like I looked at your Instagram feed and the things that you're doing to be attractive in your Instagram feed. If someone asked you to describe them, it might be hard for you to do it, right? Tons of movement, tons of spinning. You know, you're pausing at certain moments. You're angling your ass to hang out of this, like so it's in the frame of the picture. Maybe you know that one. But a lot of the stuff girls will do is unconscious, right? So like if they like you, they'll open their wrist to you. So you start to get this side of the arm, or they'll start like playing with their chest or fiddling or something, right? Or if you can get lip action, it's awesome, right? Lip biting, any kind of things like that. You're going to give unconscious signals as to how you're feeling. And then when you do them, they're going to change how you feel. So it's like everything's unconscious. So you can either play this game, learn the game, and appreciate it. You know, when you watch a movie, you know the movie's fake, but if you want to enjoy it, you got to be okay with it being fake. You know, and when you're forcing your back to be straight, to be more attractive, you have to force it until hopefully it just sticks that way, right? But eventually you'll get bored, and you'll slurch in your chair again, slouch or whatever. So I share these tips with you. I share these tricks with you. They work. You'll have more happiness, more fun. You'll make more money. You'll get paid more at your job. People like you more. You'll have better relationships. You bring more joy to other people's lives. If you dress better, look better, act better, bring more joy to the world will return it to you. And so it's positive net win for everybody. Being ugly sucks. Dressing ugly sucks. Talking stupid sucks. Maybe one day I'll get the respect I need without all the bragging. That would be nice. Because I got to tell you, the 80% haters, it sucks. There's a lot of hate, man. A lot. Some guy posted on the watch thread that my face gave him herpes. He literally said his face gave me herpes. Another guy called me human puke. Another guy, like, you're just like, his comments suck, you know? Sometimes they're funny, and then that's nice.
It's
But
odd
they're
'cause
not.
I would connect more with people that wouldn't do those things. So
Sure.
That's why I
Yeah, but I told you got to change a path. My path works at scale because more people
Yeah.
are likely to subscribe and get viral and then hate, and then the 10% that love it. I could, but you have to choose a specific path. If I wanted to be a hippie and do hippie stuff and talk about connection things constantly, I could do that. I have other ways of being, right? They're not all power god psycho stuff. So remember I was telling you the human needs: certainty and variety, conflict, significance and connection. I come hard with significance. It makes people remove connection. If I come hard with connection, you're not going to want to invest in me because I seem like a loser, because I need you, because I care. How are you doing? How's your life going? Let's connect.
Does anybody ask you that often?
Yeah, all the time. People care a lot. Yeah. And I care a lot how other people are doing too. So like,
Yeah.
but you can see the tone. Like I'm going to get my data rate. If I'm going to do hippie stuff with you, the data rate is going to be so slow. I'm going to talk to you entirely differently, and you'll still love it.
Yeah.
Depends how you want to be. So you got more than one way of being. You should have more than one way of being, and just do the ones that are fun. And you're not the same with your parents that you are with your lovers. You're not the same with your lovers as you are with your coworkers or people on your sports team. You should have different ways of being yourself. I chose this one, and I'm happy to rotate. Like I might do a corporate monkey suit thing just to see how it goes because I haven't done it in a while. But in the end, like I'm thinking, laid, paid. Which one is this achieving? If it's not achieving either of those, it's really hard for me to care. I'm a guy.
I think we're gonna have to start wrapping it up soon,
right.
but I want to know, like, what are your values in life?
Yeah, like
What are your top values? Like, how do you see the world? What do you want out of life?
I want to make people happy. I like making people happy. I want to make people rich. I want to make them laugh. I want them to like me. When you choose significance as your path, you enslave yourself to the opinion of others. This stuff is only as important as you make it important. So I am less likely to do a Michael Jackson hanging a kid over a balcony, sleeping in an oxygen chamber, taking propanol. I'm less likely to do those things because I care about your opinions. I want you to like me. And if you see that I'm doing stupid stuff, I'm going to want to not do it. Now, we might disagree. Some people say, oh, this doesn't work. It does work. It's working for a lot of people. It's working for Floyd Mayweather. It's working for Conor McGregor. It's working for Jake Paul. It's working for the most popular, most successful people on social media. I'm doing what they're doing, except they're just doing it better. So I know this works. I am doing a proven recipe. I have been a successful marketer for years. This is all calculated. This is not accidental. And when something else works better, I will rotate to it. Like I'm doing what works. So for me, I want to save everybody. I want to fix finance. I want to fix medicine. I want to fix education. I have got free self-help books that I made years before anyone knew I was in crypto that I would prefer everyone read, make their lives better. I want to be healthier. I want to have even better relationships. I want to fix all these things, and I'm doing them one by one, right? Like I have made a lot of people healthier and happier accidentally with Hex. It gets people to focus on the future. They have a good reason to survive and live and thrive. People that had addiction problems and suicidal tendencies have them less now because of that product, getting them to focus on their future. Hey, today sucks. Don't worry about it. Your steak's going to end soon. Kind of 2 years, 3 years, right? And then I didn't expect that. It was an accidental positive thing that occurred. And we're getting those same kind of accidental positive things occurring elsewhere. Like right now, people may have just watched this because they want to get rich, but maybe they learned some cool relationship tips, or maybe they learned some cool marketing tips, or maybe they learned how to give a better apology, or what to focus on school. There's so many good side benefits that come from an honest, wholesome conversation without censorship that you're not going to get in school. This is where the real education is happening. The intellectual dark web is where the real education is. And I wish it wasn't dark. I wish it was out front. I don't have a lot of followers. No. 200,000.
You're getting there.
No, 200,000 is not a lot.
Yeah, I was shocked by that. I was like, I feel like you should have.
Well, I mean,
so many.
this Hex journey has only been about 2.5 years. So
That's true.
You're on your way.
Yeah.
We're getting there. I'm just going to keep buying silly things until people are like, yeah, that guy, we know about that guy. He's got all the stuff. Yeah.
Silly thing. What's your next silly thing?
Well, I bought the Bentley Speed W12 convertible. That was like, well, in euros, it was like 400,000 euros, which is like, I don't know, maybe $500,000 or something in the US. And then I got a Lamborghini Evo Huracan. I think that was like 300,000 euros. And then got the SF90. It's like $1 million in the States. And then I got the Roma, which is like, I don't know, 350, 300 in the States, something like that. I think I'm kind of looking at like a $2 million watch. Haven't decided on it. And then I think I'm gonna get more flex value from the cars than I will the watches. Okay. I'm so far deep in it already. But really, guys only care about watches, cars, guns, and girls. So I think I'd be better off having more cool conversations with cool people that had followings of their own, like you. I think I'm gonna get more.
Get your ass in here.
Yeah, for real. I think that this conversation will have more utility than buying another $9 million watches. Truthfully.
Yeah, I mean, people. I mean, we are all driven by connection. I mean, like you even said, like, yeah, all this stuff is fun, but people make you happy. Like, relatability. Yeah.
You're on your deathbed.
So, I mean,
what is it you're talking about on your deathbed? What is it you're remembering? Bringing shareholder value. People. That's the only thing that matters. It's people. Mm-hmm. That's what I love about Hex. The Hexicans, the community. People ask me, what is this thing I'm most proud of in Hex? It's the community. The community is the reason the price goes up. The community is the reason that we have so much good marketing. I see people now doing direct mail, never seen these ad pieces in my life. So I'm like, hey, awesome, wonderful. I got a message from a guy who has the name Peter on Twitter, literally just Peter. He's got the handle Peter. I'm like, yeah, well, about to teach you about crypto, boy. He came on hating. He's like, this is a scam. How does this pay 39% interest? You're like, easily. It actually pays like 1,000,000% interest. 39% is just in Hex. If you multiply that by the USD value, the numbers are even more insane. So if you didn't like 39, boy, you'd hate 1 million. So but the community is what is pushing us to the next level. The community is the future, right? Like I'm just a guy with 200K subs. You guys have 350. You're winning, so that's what I'm most proud of is my people.
Kind of speaking on community a little bit, do you ever use, and I know we need to wrap it up, but do you ever use like your name and your platform to speak out on social issues such as like Roe versus Wade
delicate.
And everything like that?
It's delicate because you there's a potential to alienate half of everybody. So you have to be really delicate about it. I support free speech because I think both parties are cool with it. And isn't it sad that there's only two parties? And those two parties are, anyway, I have a video. If you go to my YouTube videos, my oldest videos, I have a video on politics. I have a book, read the book. I have a book called Fix the World, which even has more political stuff in it. You got to be careful choosing sides like that because you'll just alienate half the people. So you got to be careful with religion. You got to be careful with politics. If you think you really can make an impact, then maybe you can step out on some things or do it by proxy so you don't get the blowback. So I can support things I believe in anonymously and then reduce blowback. So I'm kind of careful about the issues because you can also just get canceled. Like Dave Chappelle, he got wrecked. Was that fair to a comedian to get wrecked for trying to be funny? No, So you got to be careful who you mess with. But hey, any of you guys that mess with Dave, you mess with me, you're going to lose way harder, just so you know. So if any of you guys want to hate on me, Dave was way nicer to you than I'll be. I will be very mean to you guys. So.
Yeah, you're pretty blunt.
Yep.
Yeah, which is why we like you.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
we're not gonna mess with
Well, we have 3 more rapid fire questions that have
well,
nothing to
I
do
want to make
with
sure
it.
that you guys get value out of this. I mean, other than just learning about me and my past and stuff, how can I help you guys achieve what you're trying to do? I mean, you were in Playboy Centerfold, right? That there was some goal there.
Yeah.
You got those hashtags, I think, in your profile. Tell me about
Yeah.
that. What's it like being a centerfold model for Playboy?
Oh, cute.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I believe it's, I mean, to go down the spiritual way of saying things, it was almost like a manifested experience. I honestly have, the past 2 years, it has never been easy for me to express my sexuality like I do now. It's always been harder coming from like a super religious family, and the past 2 years, especially like working with Playboy now, I found such freedom and empowerment, and not just because like, oh my god, sexy, like look at my body. Like there, to me, I create all my photos with Stephanie.
I
there's an
thought your
art
boyfriend
to
took all your
it.
photos because I seen them on your feed. And I'm like, by the way,
That
is
was
a tip,
me.
an unwanted tip your boyfriend's gonna hate. I think you'll get way more traction on your profile if you never showed your boyfriend, because people want to fantasize and dream that like they have a shot with you or something. So if you just
Well,
remove
you
the 3 or
know-
4 boyfriend photos, I think you would get like 20% more traction
You
probably.
even have boyfriend photos?
He's referring to Cameron, and actually, we're not in a
Relationship.
relationship. But
Even
I get
worse,
what you're saying.
so you're losing for no reason at all. You're not even getting the boyfriend likes any more points.
Which, you know what? Actually, a lot of people think that I am into women, and there's like half of that attraction coming in. Like I got a comment yesterday being like, "I hope your boyfriend or girlfriend is making you happy." Like a lot of people think that I'm into women.
Are you into women?
No, I've never been with a woman. I've never
We've
never
You dodged the
I've
question.
never gone into bed at night thinking about
Okay.
a
A
woman. Like I've never felt that.
I hear you.
Yeah.
It's not. I think it's statistically less probable. Sure, like you're wired normally. That's okay. You should feel fine being wired normally. If you're wired differently,
Mhm.
you should also feel fine. Like 10% of penguins are like gay. You gonna get mad at penguins? You know what I mean? Giraffes are gay. You're like, hey, it's gay giraffes. What are we gonna go be meeting them? No, like some people get the men's gene. Some people get the loves men's gene. So how does being gay propagate itself when it doesn't create new offspring? It propagates itself through the sister. So a gay guy's sister is more likely to have kids because they both have the loves men gene harder. It's an interesting theory. Because otherwise, how would it work? Like, how does it continue to last through the ages? And it's been around forever, right? So, yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah.
I just have the one gender that I get to play with. It would really make life so much easier. If you could go on Grindr instead of Tinder, way higher close rate. You're just like, yep, you have 5 guys over here in 80 minutes. Let's go. It'd be way easier, you know. But and lots of disposable income, no kids to pay for. Unfortunately, I just have the expensive ones. So like, yeah, so you want to build your following, right? Like, is that like, what's your win? Just to get more followers, or is there like, you're trying to pivot into acting? I think I saw you taking acting classes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now, I mean, obviously, it's so fun to
gotta
work with
run.
Playboy and kind of go through that creative avenue right now.
You say you got to run?
Yes, sir.
All right, no, bro.
Girlfriend's just is back. I appreciate you guys. This has been cool. We should do this next time. Everybody
Yeah,
in the comments.
And tomorrow we'll do a little recap.
Perfect. Talk to you guys in a bit. Peace.
But I think an end goal for me is to go into the acting world. I've been involved in acting since I was really young, and I have more so taken it seriously the past 2 years, and that's the direction I'm gonna go. So doing something like Playboy, I almost didn't do it.
Are a lot of girls able to bridge that gap? Because I feel like this feels like in LA, everyone moves out there to become famous and then ends up in waitressing or porn because there's just not enough jobs. So I would always worry that like, because it's so competitive, right? Like, and they always want to cast the same people in the movies. So like they're making a Top Gun 2, same guys, 80 years older. You're just like, okay, you know, like they never want to give new talent a chance. So it just seems ultra super duper competitive. Like
it is super competitive.
And then you have to eat while you're going. You have to have a job to pay for you to go attend casting calls. Like you need to be able to pay your rent while you're. And then if you're not in LA, you don't even get to go to the casting call. Like, so how are you going to get? How do you get acting work if you're not in LA? I don't know.
I mean, a lot of things are digital now, but it's an energy. You need to be here. You need to be meeting people. You need to be networking. You need to go to class. But like you said, like.
But even if you build your social, I don't know that you'll get more jobs. I'm not sure they touch. Like I'm not sure more Insta followers touches getting more acting gigs. I think it just feels good to have more followers.
I don't think they're connected. I think me getting more followers correlates to me getting more money to support myself.
How do you monetize? But there's like a monetize button on YouTube. It pays like $3 per 1,000 views. So right now I would have made like a McDonald's meal. Can you do that on Insta? There's no. How do you monetize Insta? Like, sponsorships.
You can monetize Reels. You can monetize TikToks, but it's like it's like not a lot of money at all. You have ads, but a big thing that's like funding me right now is the working with Playboy.
Okay.
One of the reasons I
do you have an OnlyFans?
Yeah. That's kind of, I keep that private though.
Do you get mad at Belle Delphine that she makes $12 million a year on OnlyFans? That makes me angry.
No, I mean, I don't
That's
get
a lot
angry.
of money.
I'm just like, it's mind boggling. Yeah, like I'm happy. I'm just doing my thing. I get to create. Like I get to wake up.
How do you have an OnlyFans but keep it private? Doesn't that not work? Then don't you make money? Like, do you need people to know about it?
Well, people do know. I never promote it. It's like something still in me where it's like, I don't know if I should.
Why? I hate money. I don't like money. Well, if you're already doing it,
well,
like.
Listen now,
it's
in my TikTok bio. So anytime my TikTok pops off, people,
I'm just fat looking.
anytime my TikTok pops off, people go straight to that bio. So like it does well on itself. It's a self-operating machine.
It's like a humble brag. You're humble bragging in the profile area.
Oh, okay.
It's fine.
Yeah,
and fine.
The Playboy stuff I only promote on Instagram because there's I don't know. I put more production into that.
Yeah, we do it very artistically too.
I would be dirty with
Yeah.
it. I'd be like, hey, everyone, just watch this video. If you like how hot I am, go check my OnlyFans. You see a lot more. Wink.
We
Go
do a little
try
bit
it. Go try it, dude. Like, yeah. So like,
Yeah.
when you,
Okay.
when
Here,
you ask me about
I'll do it.
relationships, I want to
Okay,
make sure
come
other
on.
people get value. So I want you to come away from having a conversation with me smarter, stronger, richer, happier. You know, like, because I shield all my shield. I did all my bragging. We're good. Right? You want to get rich? I can teach you. Go click my links. richardhart.com. It's good talking to you guys. So
Yeah,
we
well-
should shout out the guy that set this up. I believe he's a Mexican.
Yeah. Yeah, I said his name a couple times, but his name's
Yeah.
Travis Peak. He has educated. He even bought my dad the little treasure, like the
Wow,
hardware wallet.
that's amazing.
And he said he like
Great
he
job,
sends
man.
your interviews literally every day
Epic.
to keep
love
us
it.
like getting educated. So
Yeah.
yeah, like he set this all up and made it come to fruition. So I'm really thankful for him.
If you get crypto
Um,
right, you don't have to worry about getting acting right. Everything will be okay. You'll still be rich. That's
Yeah.
how good crypto is.
Yeah. Okay. Last 3 questions,
Sure.
and then we can call it quits. What is your favorite way to cook or eat a potato?
I don't cook or eat potatoes. I mean,
What? Come on.
I don't cook, man.
Not even a French fry?
I mean, yeah, like I'm trying to avoid the carbs, but like if you want to give me a loaded potato drowned in butter, sour cream, and cheddar
There
and
it is.
bacon, yeah, that's the
There it
perfect way
is.
to eat a potato right there. But if I have to build it, that's too much work, man. You know,
You're not a
restaurants.
cook.
I've never cooked a
Yeah.
potato in my entire life. I don't even know how to do it. I think you boil them. I guess you put them in foil and bake them, I guess.
We'll
Okay.
teach you.
All
Okay,
right.
if you could be a gold medalist at any Olympic sport, summer or winter, which one would it be?
Yeah, I'm not even qualified to answer because I don't think I've ever watched either of those things. I don't care about the Olympics, but I guess swimmers have the best six packs. Actually, sprinters are pretty baller looking too. I'm just gonna pick which one looks better. Swimmers are usually the white dudes, but they're just tall and lanky, maybe a little bit. I'll be one of the slow sprinters that's in the back behind the black dudes. I'll be like one of the slower white dudes. But they have good
Just there
abs,
for moral
good
support.
quads, you know, good delts for some reason. Yeah, I'd be a sprinter. And then if
Okay,
shit goes
okay,
wrong
love
in the
that.
streets, I can get out of trouble, right? Like, catch me if you can. Drunkenly running into stop signs, like, how'd you lose your
Or
head? I
you see
ran into a
another
stop
girl on
sign.
the Florida beach.
Oh my gosh.
Beach in
Or
Florida.
you see another girl on the Florida beach and you have to turn around and go running.
Oh
again.
yeah, true. You can
Have a
run,
better
but you can't
experience
hide.
next time.
Actually, can't even run.
Okay, last
God.
question, which you
I-
can answer this how you want.
All
I'm
right.
interested now.
Would you rather smoke weed on the beach or trip psychedelics in the desert?
Assuming your brain isn't jumbled and you're
Psychedelics.
fine after.
If I get psychedelics free,
Oh.
obviously. If it's free, she just gave me the
Yeah.
free out. There's no downside. Yeah, go do the trippy crap.
Yeah.
I'll go get bit by a
Yeah.
scorpion.
Okay.
Me and Joe Rogan and this comedians out there and their annual patronage or pilgrimage to the desert. Let's go where there's nothing. Yeah, I would do that.
Are you afraid that with your mom's schizophrenia that any of that would
You're more likely to have it
Trickle
trigger you to
down
be
to
screwed
you?
up. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Usually,
okay,
if
that
you
makes so
have,
much sense.
in your 20s is when you're going to get it usually. So if you're going to get
Yeah.
genetic inherited madness, it kicks in your 20s usually. And then you're probably at a higher risk forever of getting it triggered by something crazy. So yeah, I like my brain now. I'm good with how it is. I could just stay up so late that I laugh deliriously. We'll just use sleep deprivation as our virtual narcotic. Good question though.
Well,
By the
yeah.
way, I feel
Rick,
bad
Rick-
that we didn't show like enough questions to your cohort there, who's the film like master, photographer master. Is there any way that we can like promote anything you're doing? Is there anything we could help?
I mean, I'm full-time photographer.
All right.
Stephanie Parsley. I do
Interior designing.
I do all of Lacey's work.
Do you guys tell
and
people what area of the country you're in, or because if you're doing interior
I
design,
live
We do.
here. I live in Colorado, Arkansas,
Okay.
and Hawaii. I live
two
in
of those
3 different
places are really cool. I don't know nothing about Arkansas. I know they got a lot of meth
That's
over there,
fine.
but Colorado and Hawaii are pretty cool.
Funny
Colorado is
enough.
the most beautiful summertime scenery I've ever seen. Those little yellow daisies
Yeah, it's
everywhere, man,
beautiful.
insanely beautiful. And Hawaii's
Mhm.
pretty
I would
cool
love
too.
to be in Hawaii during the winter, in Colorado during the spring and summer and
Yeah.
fall.
I was in
Yeah, we
Hawaii in like a helicopter, and I was like, "Guy, like we got a helicopter, so we'd stop so I could like film. Why do you keep moving it?" And he's like, "Well, if we're moving and we lose the engine, I can trade this movement for lift, and so we could like get down safely. But if I stop and the engine stops, we just die." And I was like, so
Yeah.
these helicopters, you can't actually just stop. That sucks. I thought you could. Learn a new thing every day.
Oh, I guess I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
Damn.
You get dizzy. You're like,
Thank
bro,
you
why
so
are we
much.
doing these circles? You
Yes.
know. Guys, I had a really great talk with you. I thought your questions were fabulous, and
Aw.
maybe we do this again sometime. Maybe after Pulse Chain launches or some other big metric.
I would
Whether
love
you have
that.
something big
There's
or
so
we have
many
something big.
things. There's so many things we wanted to ask you and we didn't get a chance
All right.
to. This was our
Anytime.
longest interview we ever had, and this was
Yeah.
amazing.
Hey, Joe Rogan
really
proved that
appreciate-
longer is better.
Mm,
He's got
yeah.
3-hour
think a
interviews
lot
like
of
out the yin
people
yang, you know.
Yeah. I really appreciate you even messaging me back and coming on here and being so vulnerable with us.
my
You're
pleasure.
doing such great things. You're a great leader in this space, and I'm
And we
lucky.
believe in what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm lucky to
You're muted.
4 more weeks. 4 more weeks, guys. And guess what? I don't even really care. And I tell people that all the time. Why? Because it just gives me more time to prepare. And you know me, I love to prepare. Guys, wow. What an incredibly way more insightful of a stream than I would have anticipated. Guys, let's share the stream out real quick. Can we get shit popping?
Who do you guys want to see? Go on Twitter, start tagging people.
I'm trying to get the Motley Wendy's duo on.
I tagged them. I'm sure they're gonna start.
Also sent a link to Funding Gym and Balliet Brand, just so you know who I sent links to.
Let's get people in here. We're gonna hang out for a few. Jim
Rat, we're gonna chit chat. This is gonna get, if this gets popping, I'll stay on for like an hour.
Jim Rat, I'm sure you got to use the bathroom, right?
Yep, and just yep.
Go ahead. I'm gonna run a be right back because I gotta use the bathroom too. Everyone, stick around.
Share the stream
out.
Share the stream.
Tag wherever you want. We got the StreamYard link on deck. Let's keep it running.
Yep, I am going to copy link to clipboard right now. I'll stay on for an hour if I can get a little bit of traction in here. Just so, because I'm excited, guys. I want to mess around. I want to get a little engagement. I want to see if we can get some new guys in the chat. Maybe guys that don't have any exposure to Hex and Pulse Chain. You can kind of do it actively while you're streaming, which is kind of cool. Anyone got that girl's IG? We'll be covering that in extensive detail.
Yeah,
the OnlyFans.
We're doing a deep.
All right, put the be right back. Be right back. Dude, what's up?
What is up, brother? And we're live. Oh wait, sorry, wrong show.
You're coming at it with that's a double jab, one to the hip on Matty All In right off the gate, guys. All
What?
good
I wasn't.
fun.
I wasn't.
God, you're
I-
talking shit about Matty. What's wrong with
I wasn't copying anybody. I was just trying something new.
No, dude, there's so much, at this point, there's so much belligerent talk online that it's a meme at this point, right?
Yeah.
It's
Sure.
literally, I'm so glad that it went so off the deep end that it became meme worthy.
Are we matching shirts, kind of? Oh no, you got a hex shirt on. Okay. Hey, 2 more weeks, bro. 2 more weeks.
4 more weeks.
4 more. Yeah, 4 more weeks.
Guys,
4 more
I
weeks.
don't care when the pulse chain launches because I'm a pleb and I like to have more time to prepare.
What's up, Rockstar?
Isn't that a good point though? Like a lot of guys that aren't
Yeah.
like financially free should be like a little bit happy they have a little more time to maybe focus.
Yeah, I mean,
But I don't know.
it sucks. It sucks for the hex price because like if we do have traders that are like buying, they might get sick of the 4 more weeks meme, and so we might see more volatility in the hex price. But in general, I mean, I think it's better if we're closer to a macro bottom when it launches. I don't think it matters too much. Like I get a lot of DMs about people saying, well, how do you feel about when we're launching? And I just the way I feel about it is bear market good, bull market not good, and there's reasons for that, right? It's because if you launch in a bull market, let's say you launch in the beginning of a bull market, okay, well then maybe you have.
I'm loving where your head's at right now. You're flowing. You're talking my language. Let's keep going.
Nice. If you launch in the beginning of a bear market, then what? The bear markets don't last that long, right? Maybe a year. So you got a year of uptrend, right? Well, Hex had much longer than a year of uptrend because it was launched in a bear. So if you launch in the middle of a bull market, what happens then, right? As soon as everybody starts turning into fear, they start selling, and your project goes down too. So it's just generally better to launch in a bear, and maybe even where we're at in the bear now is a really good place to launch. I mean, we're going to have volatility. Like people are going to be shaken out. There's a lot of people that we've heard from off behind the screens, in other conversations that are saying, oh, I'm pulling out this much to buy X, Y, or Z because I need to do this. I'm at this point in my life. Like this is taking longer than I thought. People put in money that they couldn't afford to have locked up for this long. So you're going to see like probably, sells. But is that a bad thing? Probably not. I mean, what did from launch price to top, what did Hex do, right? It wasn't a 10,000x. It was in the hundreds of X's, right? The 10,000x came from the dump. So, based off that, it's kind of better to see a dump in the beginning. And kind of the same thing with ETH, right? So ETH launched at like I can't remember exactly $2 or $3 and dipped pretty massively to the ICO price, which is I think like 30 cents, 35 cents, something like that.
What was the public
And then
sentiment in that moment?
do what?
What was the public sentiment in the moment? Were people like
It was before I was like really into crypto, so I don't know.
Okay,
But
yeah.
I would assume it's the same as any time that you see an 80-90% dip, right? Everybody starts fighting, it's all good. Remember, everybody thought the Hexagon community was the best community when we had nothing but uptrend, right? Like we had that first terrible, month, and then up from there it was a 10,000x. So we did have multiple, 80 to 90% dips, but they were dips and not like long-term corrections or anything like that. So as long as you just held out for a few months, you were usually like back up. And if you bought the dip, you were doing extremely well. So it's really easy to be positive and nice to other people when everything's going good for you. But the test of somebody's true character is how they do when things are not going so well for them, right?
Just like Richard said, did you watch the stream, by the way?
Yeah.
It was pretty good stream, I'd say.
Yeah.
Wow.
Virginity story. Talk about it.
I didn't like the
macaroni, like stirring macaroni meme that he did with his
I
mouth.
agreed with everything he said, though. It's just weird to hear people say it online. Like I say blunt stuff all the time online. It's not, but even just to hear it from someone else, it's so rare. It's like it's all true. Everything he said is just like it's just it's down to the knuckles. It's just all the truth. We just don't speak that language online because we've been programmed not to. We've just been programmed to say like, oh, if that's the truth and it's weird, just keep it to yourself or tell your buddy. You know what I mean? Like,
I think speaking your mind is good and powerful and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like people act like there's no room to grow like with Hex, and it's like it's just bear market stuff, right? And like Richard, has said this before in posts, like it's just recency bias, and everybody just thinks that it's because of that we're not. It's like, yo, we got like under 100,000 stakers. We're like, it's literally like nothing. And then if you think like on average, how many accounts do people have? Come on, like there's so much room to grow that it's not even funny. Like if we had, let's just say everybody in a mid-sized town in the USA, like, staked and stuff, the price would be, probably like 50x higher, 100x higher. So it's like, I just think that part's like kind of silly. Now, I do understand, like, you want to be able to watch like Richard. Like there has been times that I've like, put Richard on like when I was with my parents, and I was like, oh shit, I shouldn't have done this. And I just look over at my mom and I'm like,
but again, it's just like know your audience. He just knows social media. He just knows that's the way, right? Like, and it's unfortunate in a sense, but in some sense, it's just like the way it is. Like everything, if you really look at everything, finance, crypto, everything down to it's all just is what it is. We're just capitalizing on what we know, right? We can't change the game. We can only capitalize. Well, we can a little bit, but you know what I mean? We're only one person. We're only one community. There's billions of communities doing a million different things. So we have to just pick and choose our battles, right? We're crypto dudes. So we got to do the crypto stuff. RH does the crypto, but he's not necessarily, he's just going to take the easiest avenue when it comes to the marketing for him. And he's clearly good at it.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I started following him, he was under, 2,000 followers on Twitter or something.
And those are the realest followers in the history of followers.
Well, he was still like pretty well known in crypto, and like I talk about it all the time. Like when I first heard him, I didn't like him at all. He was just like very crass, and like I was all polished up because you have to, I couldn't be cursing at my job or anything like that. Talk a certain way. So like, and I was hanging around with a lot of doctors and stuff like that all the time. So like, and I was working all the time, so I was just so not exposed to like even cursing anymore. Like I pretty much stopped cursing. I wasn't doing any of that. So when I heard him, he was just like kind of off-putting and stuff. And then he was talking shit about Ethereum. So that like was what really was like making me mad. And but I recognize like dude's very, very smart, and it's good to listen to people that have opposing views as you, because you don't want to get into an echo chamber. And so I think that that's very valuable. And sometimes it's good to listen to somebody that you don't necessarily like, how they talk and everything like that, as long as they give you differing viewpoints. But yeah, I mean, I understand why some like, religious people and stuff like that don't want to be exposed to, some of the talk that he does, but he's just being genuine to himself. And, I think that also translates to a lot of people, because, he's being authentic. Like one thing you could say is that he's not fake, right? Like
the majority of the youth pretty agnostic now as well. So the religion thing, although true, like anyone that's truly religious will be 100% off put by that. I meet many, many people during my days, some nice, some weird, some big, some small, rarely religious. And rich, poor, but I mean, I've seen family units that are definitely religious, but it's usually like a clear family unit. Like you can see it from a mile away. And it's a bad or a good thing. It's fun. It's great. If you can make your family like all united like that, probably a good thing. So definitely not a bad thing. But in general, cultivating a family and just having an opinion as an individual male, like bachelor, completely different. Like,
yeah,
clearly a bachelor. Like he doesn't want to be family unit.
Yeah, I mean, like it's like I said, there's so much room to grow that it's just like, I mean, I'm sure that some people are running into like, issues, but like other people have said, there's so many people in the community that can point to that have great content that don't curse or don't do anything at all that's off-putting, right?
Daquan didn't do much off-putting stuff. Daquan never was very off-putting either. I was reminding everyone of this. Guys like Daquan, super political guys that can talk their way through a political whatever. It's not always the best because they can just say whatever and it kind of stays baseline and you never judge them. You're like, seems like a good guy to me. You know what I mean? Seems like a good guy to me.
Yep.
If you listen to that guy, and I've listened to a couple hours of him, I thought he was awesome, but I didn't know Terra Luna was going to crash.
Yeah, Do Kwon. So, I've talked about it before that like having a charismatic leader and, like Do Kwon was pretty savage on Twitter, right? It's things like that I look for in a project. So like he had that part down. The issue was that there was a Ponzi built into his ecosystem. So,
but when
once he added a tax vector.
Like if my mom listened to him speak about a subject, she would have been like, very impressed, very impressed. You know what I mean? I'd love to buy a product from that guy. And I just want to remind people, it's not about him. It's not about Terra Luna in particular. It's about everything. You can't trust mother people. So you might as well, if someone's being transparent, be happy, pat yourself on the butt a little bit that they're being transparent and that they're not selling out completely. Because Richard Hart could sell probably a S ton of stuff and people wouldn't even notice or whatever. He could probably do a bunch of stuff that would underline a lot of things that nobody would ever notice. But I think he's proven to us through hours and hours of intimate relation within all of the community. It's like, dude, come on, we're not stupid. Like, how long, in my opinion, it's just like he's been so transparent with us from the beginning as far as putting himself out there. Not everything he says is right, but he puts himself out there constantly and he has conviction. That's important.
Yeah. I mean, I just think that he's genuine. And I think in the beginning, people felt like maybe they couldn't trust him or anything like that. But when you have so many hours and hours and hours of interviews and everything, and he's always his true, authentic self and gives his opinion, like it really just doesn't change at all. So it's very easy to trust somebody like that. People who switch up on you, people who come into the community one way and then try to like rug pull and do something totally different. That's and people do that, right? They'll become exactly what they talked crap about, and a lot of people do that. They'll build up a following on talking crap against like one type of person, and then become that type of person. So, so the saying, live long enough to see you become the villain. That's happens.
Well, I think you over leverage. I've done this in my life too. A good example, perfect example, right? There was a time in my life where I had a decent amount of money, just enough where I could, whatever, have a good time, mess around, not like savings or anything. But I was making enough. And I remember, and I was a young man, guys, so don't judge me here, but I was selling drugs at the time. Not crazy hard drugs or anything, just like normal drugs. Okay. But I would ask the guy for the thing up front. So I would say, you want the stuff up front, then you make extra money, right? And then what happens if you give too many people an opportunity to have that and one of them robs you? Right? So I sell that to 20 people and I'm a 170-pound white boy. Robbing me is not a huge issue. You know what I mean? There's 2 guys, you know what I mean? Like, so I was always understood, like anyone would understand those natural things. And people did it all the time. They said, this is working. And I said, you're just gambling because one of these guys is going to steal from you. And then your whole project's under rug completely. So it's the same thing. If you leverage yourself to every single person that you could tell about Hex and like get involved with whatever business you're doing, like you're just like everyone with the bag, It's like one of those dudes is going to say, let's F this dude over. One of them, just one, like one dude with a bad attitude is depressed that has $1 billion or whatever. Like anyone can do anything. You know that, Wendy. These people do crazy stuff. People blow their brains out. So how can we have to be really careful as well as we move forward with your business ventures, whether that's crypto or not. You never want to like, just keep your overhead low. Wendy's always taught me this, talked about this, the overhead low. Don't spread yourself too thin. You can spread yourself a little bit. But once you start spreading yourself too thin, you're just waiting for an issue.
Especially like when you're going into a recession, bear market. It's like everybody feels rich in a bull market, right? And in a bear market, that's when everything starts changing. see more attitude, and things aren't the way they were. And you know, I've made millions, lost millions, still the same person. Made millions.
I thought it was funny.
Doesn't define my happiness.
Fulfillment wise, how did your life change? So, as you went from, and I'm not talking about lifestyle, I'm just talking about literal number. So, like, as your number was at a point where you're like, okay, my family's probably not going to suffer anymore or struggle if something bad happened or something, you know,
Yeah.
once you got all your P's and Q's checked. After that point, right? Because I would imagine there's like a level of security that's involved in that. But even at that point, your happiness level beforehand, afterwards, like what, as you get older, like were you very happy before at some points too?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've done like a lot of studies on like, you know, diminishing returns on happiness when it relates to money. And at least, you know, a few years ago, diminishing returns hit at like 75,000 a year, and I was making six figures. So, I mean, you know, when my net worth was still low, I still felt rich because I knew I could do things that most people couldn't do. You know, I could go into the nicest restaurant in town, order the most expensive thing on the menu. It might not have been responsible with, you know, a low net worth, but I could do that. So I always felt pretty good about my career, my job safety, all that kind of stuff. You know, I did over leverage myself in crypto at one point and like went negative. You know, I went from millions to negative, and that was very like mentally different. Yeah, that was very mentally difficult. And that's why I always say like dollar cost and don't lump sum, because like
How did you survive that mentally? Like, did you have
oh dude, it was not easy.
did you have the mindset before, like, I got to take this L and just move? I knew maybe you didn't sell, but like you were like, okay, I got to learn right now.
Well, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. So like when I was doing it, when I was in the process of doing it, I kind of like talked myself in. I was like, oh well, if this goes bad, then I can just like go travel nursing, make more money, or you know, something like that. And then you know what happens is like life is cruel, right? So like when like that happened, it's also when like travel nursing was like kind of drying up at the time, and now it's bumping again. But it was like at the time like drying up, and I was like, oh god. And they were like cutting salaries, and they were doing all, like, hospitals were tightening up like crazy. And so I was like, oh, like awesome. So before in my career, I could work as much overtime as I wanted, right? It was like there was one point in my career I worked like 24 hours, like, you know, a couple times. I just like went from one job to the next job, just like stayed working like 24 hours. I did 30
Did you have a chick back
days.
then?
Yes, but yes and no, because I never saw her. You know,
I mean, a
like,
woman.
it was like a roommate situation kind of thing. It's like why we broke up, because
But
she's just like, you're too obsessed. You're too obsessed.
Every girl that
Yeah.
meets me, same thing. It's just like, oh god,
Yeah,
can't
and I was obsessed, man. I wanted success so bad that I didn't care about.
Do you think it's natural? Do you think it's okay for me to be like that?
I don't know if it's super healthy, but like it worked for my life. And I mean, I had so many people that along the way, and it's it's a lot of crazy stuff that's happened, you know. So like I was saying, there was one time I worked like 30 days in a row, like 14 to 16-hour days, the whole month, higher time. It was, you know, nuts. Like you barely, just like literally get home, instantly go to sleep, wake up, and you're leaving work again. And like, you know, at the time, I, you know, so saving up money, I, you know, to try to like get my net worth from, you know, zero to something, I was like couponing like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I was eating them. It was like 15 cents a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So I was spending under like $2 a day on food. And, you know, like I had nurses that like literally, you know, like these older ladies, they'd be like, yo, I feel so bad for you. Like, you know, like I have leftovers. Like, you know, my kids aren't eating them. You know, like I'm gonna bring them in for you or whatever. So they would do this stuff, and I was like, well, you know, like I can buy food. I just like this is like a choice not to. They're like, no, I know. I just want to, you know, like take care of you, kind of thing, or whatever. So they would do that, and I'm like, man, I'm so like I'd be so appreciative, you know, like as I have like a good cooked meal and stuff like that when I was just straight grinding and everything like that. And it just made me feel good. So, you know, even recently, you know, like when I'm back in my hometown or whatever, they have like a kind of like a brunch club or whatever that they go out, and like I'll just pay for everybody's stuff. The whole, you know, I'll order like champagne and everything, and I'm just paying the whole everybody's meal, like their husbands, everything. You know what I mean? So they took care of me when I was broke. So, it's a different kind of, relationship with people who look out for you when you got nothing. It's meaningful. So there was a lot of that, but it was difficult, man. I mean, it was mentally exhausting. And that's why, I tell people, I'm like, yo, bear markets are cold. And like I told Nikki Crypto, I said, I tell you, I said when the bear market comes, people will start killing themselves. I told him that. And what's going on? People are doing that.
He knew that I had never experienced anything like that because I just haven't been in the field at all. And so he was like,
it's sad to say.
Before you start memeing, because he was just telling me as a friend, like he was just like, before you start memeing, because he knew I would, just like, being a dumb kid, just playing around, fucking around. Everyone would. He was like, before you start memeing, just know, like those young kids on your show, anyone in Luna in general, like and I've had mental health struggles where I wasn't losing any money. Imagine if you added when I was going in that period of time in my life, $1 million loss or something, it probably would have been over, dude.
Yeah,
and you probably experienced the same thing at the worst moment in your life.
I've had suicidal thoughts, stuff like that, and I try to explain to people, and like money isn't everything, but it's really hard when to me it was the like I worked so hard, like there was nobody that I knew that worked harder than me. I was sacrificing my life. I didn't have a social life, girlfriends broke up with me because I wasn't available as a boyfriend. Like I literally sacrificed my life, and I knew that because everybody, I lived in Florida, like everybody's going out to the beach, they're on the boats and everything like that, and I'm seeing all that, and I'm in the hospital wiping ass, right? Not easy to do, it's mentally difficult. So to imagine you do that and you make millions of dollars, and you're like, man, I could literally just like live indefinitely on this money, very, very happily. Like if I went to like Thailand or something like that, I could live, 100 years out there, like that. So I mean, it was hard it wasn't the money, it wasn't like the luxury, it was the time, right? It was the time of like, I sacrificed so much time away from my family, away from loved ones. And so when I lost the money, I lost that time, and I was still stuck in like that financial slavery, thing. But I knew, like everyone's like, oh yeah, crypto's dead, it's never going to come back. And I'm like, man, people say the same thing every time. Just like they say the same thing in the bull market every time. Like people, it's like, I had like caught my dad saying some stuff like when Bitcoin was at like 62K, and I was like, what you just said is a top signal. And I'm like, man, people just say the same stuff every time, and it's just like, if you're looking for those things and you try to remain unemotional, like, Richard Hart's like a very like matter of fact person, right? And that's probably why he's able to pick, tops and bottoms so well, because he just he's been in the game a long time, and he keeps his emotions out of it. So
is it easier to keep your emotions out of it when
it's not easy to keep them out at all? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm telling you. It's like, for me, it was very difficult, but if you've been through a few cycles, to, keep some money on the side.
Also,
so you don't have to worry about this. So
spread out really well.
Yeah. So one thing somebody that after all this had happened, after I had lost like millions of dollars or whatever, I saw a video from a guy, and he was basically saying like, my strategy is I make a lot of money in a bull market, and I say, okay, well, how much do I need to live for 5 years? And I, sell that plus taxes, and then I can comfortably hold the rest, because if you're holding the right stuff, it always outperforms, right? So like if you held ETH from 7 to 14, 1420, and then back down to like $80, well, then it went to 4,900, right? So if you just held, so imagine you just sold enough ETH to live for 4 or 5 years, right? And so you're living comfortably. You're not working. You have all your time back, and then you still have your ETH bag, and it's no stress. You could stake it or whatever, and then when the 4 years goes by, the next cycle's here, you're selling at 4,000, right? So that's a good strategy to have. Just think about how much you're spending, and all that stuff. And I mean, a lot of people are going to be cutting spending. It's not just like crypto people. Like recessions are hard. People lose jobs.
Where's your weakest points when it comes to spending? Money aside, like obviously you could probably spend a lot more or a lot less than you are at the moment. Everyone probably could. But where's the thing that you like? If you had a blind spot, something that you like to splurge on, Something that you like to
I would
be a little
say
bit risque
me
on.
and me and Motley are very similar. Is like what we spend the most money on is food. You know, we eat good, and like, but we also sold our cars. You know, so like we've cut a lot of spending, and you know, but yeah, we do.
If
We
they
like to
only
eat.
knew that you guys are still cutting spending, like you guys are crazy. Like
Yeah,
I
man. I
love
mean,
how competitive you guys are as far as like just trying to be better, right? Like you're not at the place you want to be. Whether you're at a place that someone else would want to be,
oh
that's
yeah,
not. You want to be clear. It's like you guys are very shoot for the stars, and just like Richard was saying in the stream, you can go to therapy and say, I had all these issues. Yes. And that's good if you're going through something acutely. But in general, the best way to do it is if Wendy's was effing off or I was effing off, and just be like, dude, let's hit the gym and fucking we'll just read some shit later. Like, just shut up. Like, let's go. Like,
you
and
know.
that's what you and Motley seem to like help each other with a little bit.
Yeah, and it's not. It's you know, it's who you surround yourself with. So you got to remember, you're the average of your 5 closest friends. So if your 5 closest friends are losers, then you're gonna be a loser. Like that's just the way it is. And I've had to cut people out of my life many times. It's like, yo, bro, I love you, but like you're not good for me. I gotta do other stuff. You know, I hope you do better, and I'm always like here for you. You know what I mean? But I can't be here for you. Like I gotta surround myself with people who think differently, people who move differently. And like I've told you, you know, growing up, a lot of my friends are in prison and stuff. They're in prison or they're just getting out of prison, like just goon status. And some of them still are. And I sent one guy, funny one of my friends like just got out of jail not long ago. So I was like, hey man, you know, like it's really embarrassing for me to ask, but some money, you know. And I was like, how much you need? He's like $80. And I was like, $80? So I gave him a lot more than that. And I was like, look. And he's like, I'll pay you back. And I was like, don't pay me back. Like, pay me back with your success. I was like, you know, focus on making money. Don't focus on like breaking the law anymore because you're gonna get caught up like everybody does. Like, you know, he's a tattoo artist. I'm like, dude, focus on your craft. Start doing stuff. And I was like, when you have money, hit me up and I'll get you to invest and get the lifestyle I have. But it's funny because he's like, yo, how does it feel from somebody from our neighborhood to be like in the Ritz Carlton, you know, doing all this stuff that he sees me do, and they'll, you know, like some of the friends will be like, hey man, you see him, you see his story, you see his timeline, you see what he's doing, you know, and they're like, just how does it feel? Because that's what we always wanted when we were younger. And I'm like, I mean, it's great, it's amazing, you know, and it's sad at the same time because it's like the juxtaposition, right? It's like I'm doing great, but I got friends in prison for a long time, right? That's sad. I got friends that aren't here anymore.
My best friend
That's
was
sad.
super uber successful young man, and he died last year around this time because he did some cocaine and it had bad drugs in it, and he died in his bedroom.
Yep. Yeah, I had a friend die last year from that. So yeah, I mean,
He was my best friend. You know, it's just like, and when it all happened, obviously after the initial like shock and everything, you're just like, the fuck you doing drugs for, dude?
when I could tell you when I was doing them, I didn't have nothing to lose, and I felt like, you know, I'm like, oh, I'm taking years off my life probably, but like, fuck it, where am I going? You know, like,
this dude had
you
every
just don't care.
warning, every opportunity, and he wasn't even. He loved drugs.
Yeah,
He fucking loved drugs, dude. He just fucking like, dude, I'm telling you, he would look you right in
Well,
the face.
it's a roulette wheel. You don't know if you're like predisposed to be like an addictive person when it comes to drugs or alcohol. You know, so if you do that, if you take a sip of alcohol, you don't know, you're just rolling the dice, man. Some people become alcoholics. It's just the way it is. People are just predisposed to that. So
Yeah, no, and even like me, like I tell everyone all the time, like I smoke weed more than I'd like to, and I'm probably a little predisposed to some of that stuff, but I'm just also very open about it, and I've done a lot of research. So, you know, I was in the recovery community for so long. Like I didn't use drugs at all, or smoke weed at all, or drink at all from 19 to 25, not once. Period. Like, that's why my mental health is so good because I say that, you know, obviously.
I was watching your stream last night, High, with that pretty girl. Man, we were dying. We were dying laughing, bro.
Why? What was going on?
Oh man, because you do stuff like, you know, when she talk, you'd be like,
come on, I do that no matter what.
And then facial expressions, like, so she's talking, she's like, you know, like coding or whatever, and then like I could tell you're not listening. You're just like reading the comments, like,
Dude, I'm learning how to be more
Like,
subtle.
it was hilarious. We're like, oh man.
After
listen.
I passed my first 5 + 7.
Yeah, that was a good one too. When you're like, I'm not like the guys you dated. I'm an animal.
Hey, no, but I
bro. And we were.
Or the I don't
No,
want.
but I'm telling you, she
Oh
was.
yeah. Then you're like, she's like, you know, about being the smartest person in the room. You're like, I don't walk into rooms, bro.
No, I'm in rooms by myself.
Oh, I'm in rooms by myself, and I was like, man, I don't know if I'm just high, but this is hilarious.
I meant everything you just said. I still agree with. No, seriously, everything you just pointed out, I'm like, check mark.
I like.
I never leave my house, so that was a funny ass joke, by the way. Nobody caught it except me.
Yeah, we got it, but
hey, they were high enough to get it, luckily. But so I was like, she was like something about someone being Richard being like the best dude in the room, and I was like, I don't walk into any rooms.
Yeah, it was good.
And then I really thought about it. It's like I don't. I walk into the gym and like my room. But that's the best way to be when you don't have the goals that you want yet.
Yeah,
in my opinion. But some people don't agree with it.
Absolutely.
I have a guy, Hex B. Lincoln, on. I don't know who Hex B. Lincoln is. Hex B. Lincoln, do you have a camera?
Yeah, that's how they got that guy to show his dick on Discourse Syndicate.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that happened.
Wait, in very nice language, can you explain?
Okay, there was a ladies' Discourse Syndicate. Guy turns on his camera and whips out his Johnson.
Wait, someone actually whipped out the Peter?
Oh yeah. I think the stream went down. I can't remember.
Hex sets trends, okay, guys. Hex sets trends. We don't follow trends, okay? We talk about our metrics, our circumference. That's cool now, okay? I'm gonna put my specs in my bio, but in Morse code. Hex B. Lincoln, Hex B, can you turn your cam on or no? Just wondering. Motley, how are you doing today?
Doing good, bro. How are you?
Pretty good. How's your Wendy's? I just saw an updated pic from you on the back end, looking absolutely shredded.
Nah, I'm not that shredded yet, but
well,
you know, I mean, like you gotta think, like I was in the hospital less than a month ago, and I hadn't lifted probably like a month before that. So I'm just
looking lean, nonetheless, in my opinion, as far as the picture.
Which is amazing because like when I smoked last night, I ate a lot. I was like shoving burritos in my mouth, like everything. It's crazy. No red.
What's up, Jim Rat?
Dude, Hex B. Lincoln, how are you doing?
Grind mode.
Say again?
So you're on grind mode. You're at work.
Oh, I'm always on grind mode. That's all I do.
Nice.
12 hours a day, baby. 5 days a week.
Damn, my guy.
I know that life.
You're crushing it.
A couple more years. And then Hex will
How you doing,
retire. Man? Fucking living the dream. Listening to crypto all day, every day. Getting my info from Jim Rat Crypto and his newbie station, which I love because I'm a newbie. So he asks all the right questions and gets stuff explained so I can understand it.
Do you have any questions? What do you think about the stream? Did you think it was good? The fact that your audio quality is not absolutely dreadful in that thing, I don't know. But it sounds pretty good, to be honest.
They're AirPods.
Oh, I see.
Nice.
Pretty good. They work good in spaces, so people seem to not complain too much. So, but yeah, no, I enjoyed the stream. I like that because there was that whole drama with I forget his name, dumping his coins and stuff, and how he was just like, "Hey, this is the way I am. You don't fucking like it, you can kick rocks. Like, don't send people to my channel if you think I'm gonna offend them. I'm gonna be who I am. I'm not converting for anybody. So it is what it is. Deal with it." I really like that.
Yep.
And then with the
I'm gonna turn your camera off, but just keep talking, just because it's bouncing like a bee. How do I?
With the I'm talking about like the issues that just came up because he tweeted some stuff about there were some bugs or whatever that they're working out, so to kind of get some clarification on what he was talking about when he tweeted that out. That was good, and I'm with him on the the whole flex of 100% uptime operation. Like he pretty much said that we could launch right now, with problems that we're gonna fix, that may or may not be anyone will know about, but why not take a couple more weeks, fix them, and then have 100% flawless operation.
Do you mind undoing your camera for 1 second?
Oh, not a problem.
Sorry, man. It's just I have mental issues.
Oh yeah, I know. I see it in spaces. If someone's got a ticker or something's ticking in the background, or Sam's clicking
I
his
know.
phone,
I
and
have.
you're all over it.
I know. It hurts my soul, and I just get it out of the way by saying it quick. But so what's your experience? What is your Hex experience a little bit? Are you? You said you're new. I'm sorry if I don't know anything specific, but I know I've seen you in the spaces. What is your specific experience? How long have you been looking into Hex and investing?
I think I've been in Hex for a little over 3 months now. I started my crypto adventures last year in November. I started off like every other noob. I don't know no crypto back in 2017, and I put like $100 in, and then the government said they're gonna close it down. I was like, give me back my $100, and that was the last I ever looked at it. And then I had some money that's been sitting in the bank that I've been wanting to do something with, and something just clicked. I don't know if I saw something in the feed or something about crypto, and I was like, let's go check out crypto again, and jump down the rabbit hole of videos and learning how to get what's out there to buy, what's a good deal, what's this, securities, like all the just YouTubing it up. And I got into some coins, and then through my YouTube feeds I ran into Richard Hart and started listening to him and started to learn about not your keys, not your coins, and then got on the whole DeFi and stuff, and I ended up liquidating everything and just got into Hex. This last time it was when it was 10 cents, like when we first finally hit the bottom of because it was falling and falling and falling and falling, and then it bottomed out about 10 cents is when I got in, and I liquidated everything for that, set up my staking ladders, and I missed Pulse X and Pulse Chain sacrifices, so I'm just gathering up a bunch of liquid for when it launches, and pack my bags for those with that liquid for my copy, and then just DCA for the next couple of years.
That's the move.
I think that's a good idea, man. I totally agree.
That's
Wendy's, have you heard of the
consensus.
hexmarket.com?
Hexmarket.com.
Yeah. It's
Oh, that's the Hedron thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's the Hedron third-party website.
Mhm.
We were talking about that earlier. Do you like that concept of like having, like they could just add that staking feature on there, and then we went through all the fees and everything. Do you think that's a positive thing for Hedron? Is it something that's kind of necessary? Do you think? I like it. I mean, I think it's cool, but I don't know.
It could be, but I'm not a huge fan of Hedron. Honestly, I don't like.
Talk about it.
I've said a million times what I look for in projects to like put serious money into, and like it doesn't hit those boxes, any of them really. So it doesn't make sense for me. But if it fits somebody else's,
can we talk through the boxes real quick? Because I kind of have been looking into it, and I just want to talk about it if you don't mind.
Okay. Well, I look for charismatic founder, like I was talking before. Somebody that's like a populist, right? So like Richard Hart, Charles Hoskinson, Do Kwon, somebody like that. That whether you love him or hate him, it makes you feel some type of way. Because like people always say, bad publicity is like good publicity, right? Like you can't have enough bad news because your name's getting out there. Like people have at least heard of you. And I think like Richard prescribes to that, sense too. He's like, you don't like me, fuck you. It's a good way to be. So I look for that, because people do look for like who's backing something, right? If they're just like a meek personality, or they're just not, like they don't have a larger than life personality, then it's probably not gonna be huge, right? So, and again, I'm talking about like investing like serious money, throwing a few thousand or whatever. I'll do that at anything. Do that at like a meme coin, I don't care. But like putting in capital, like no. Like I
Do
take
you
that
think
seriously.
because people will trade between them in any capacity, there could just be a correlation because it's a derivative product, like long term?
I don't think it's going to do well long term. That's my
I just want to know your take. Like I'm
I don't,
researching as much as I
I
can.
don't believe it's going to do good long term, but we'll see. I mean, people
But that
prove me
makes
wrong.
sense. So for where your
He's wrong.
perspective, that would make exact sense because that's what you're thinking.
Mhm.
About.
And then
So,
two, I look
I'm
for
just neutral.
yeah. So the second thing I look for is fundamentals, token economics. You know, um, nothing like that crazy. I mean, like the claim thing, say is kind of like that, but no, it doesn't really have like a burn mechanism. The burn mechanism with PulseX where it buys itself. Like those are like examples of like, oh, interesting new fundamentals. You know what I mean? Like you could consider like a tax a fundamental, but it has to be something good for me to be
Almost like
interested
you're
in it.
saying, like unless it's an add on to the like better, something better. Like you're kind of saying like
Okay, so like
a little worse.
like if you have a stock or whatever, you're betting on like how much growth, like how much they're earning or whatever. Like these are speculation instruments for the most part. So you're like betting on the technology, but then also like how much adoption it can get, and then what is going to cause price to go up. So like one of the reasons that Hex has such good price performance is that it incentivizes you to lock up your coins, right? If you're locking up your coins, uh, you're not selling, right? So that's that's good for price performance and stuff like that. So that's what I mean by like pumpamental token economics, right?
No, I just think it's interesting because everything has negative or positive externalities, but it's like which ones are better and which ones are not better, right?
Mhm.
It's like how many clicks do you have to do on something that people might not look into enough until it's just not a thing anymore, right? It's
Mhm.
like because I always think about things as like if it's popular or not, but people all this stuff too, and you always mention this too, like in a bull market, it's like everything's unrecognizable whether it's good or not because things are just going up at weird rates.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like I'm looking at it like not necessarily like versus other stuff, but like I'm looking at it individually, right?
right?
So like these things can outperform a lot of stuff. So if you looked at like Link versus the US Chainlink versus the US dollar, it's done good. It's done better than a lot of companies. But if you look at it versus ETH, it's gotten destroyed, right? Like absolutely destroyed. So you got to, like in crypto, we measure things, kind of differently because you're always going to do good versus fiat. Like that's just not even an argument. Like that's not interesting to me. And then the number 3 thing is community. So it has like a strong, community, which is what you see with like, projects like Ethereum, Pulse Chain, PulseX, Hex, right? It's like people
Even
love
ADA to a degree, they have like a
yeah,
bunch.
exactly.
I lost you for a second.
Things, right? Like they might not have every single. Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. You just left
Okay.
for a second.
So some tokens are going to have some of these things, and some are going to like tick all the boxes, right? And so like the least boxes it has, like the less money I'll put into something, right? The more boxes it has, the more confident I feel like it's going to do, really, really well. So, and then the last one is product market fit, right? So, is there a reason for this token to exist? Like for example, with Hedron, I love HSIs. I think the HSIs are amazing. I don't love Hedron the token, right? It would kind of made more sense to me if you could only buy the HSIs with Hedron, but if you could buy them with ETH or USD or anything USDC, anything like that, like it didn't really make sense to me. So it just felt like kind of like a duct taped on token. And again, like this is just my perspective of it. Like I don't go online and like shit talk Hedron or anything like that. In fact, I want it to do well, right? Because I have fat bags of it. So I hope it does well. But that's what I look for in projects.
Well, you're
and,
really smart one. Everything you said really made an awful lot of total logical sense, which generally is a good sign because it's just, And obviously things can take off in their own ways. People can update their marketing schemes. People can update stuff like, let's say this hexmarket.com, absolute banger. Everyone loves it. It's bouncing all over Twitter. Then he might say something different, right? Like he'd be like, clearly they're putting the work in or doing something different or trying something. But as it is now, you have money allocating it towards something. It's not going to be on your radar as far as where you're putting your fiat if you were coming in.
The other thing is like the OA has a lot. Like he can make it difficult. You know, if he sees too much money going into that versus Hex, he can make it difficult for the price. You know, whether he kills it or not, another story. But just I don't know. I'd rather go into stuff with less like headroom above it, right?
All right, real quick, we got Mr. Crypto Sloth really likes Hedron. Do you mind talking to him for like 15 minutes?
I mean, he's probably not going to change my mind on it.
No, I know it's not, but I just want to know. I'm not coming on the mind chain. I have not thought my mind up about it.
Like my perspective on it is like I have those boxes. Like I understand Hedron. I understand it. It just doesn't. It's not. Yeah, and I agree. And like I said, with what Jawa said, right? Hedron has a great community. I said some of these tokens, like Link, it hits some of the boxes, but if it doesn't hit all of them, I'm not throwing my money in. And I get Hedron for free. I don't have to invest in it.
Yeah, you personally.
Yeah, I've been in the game since day one.
No,
Like,
you personally definitely. The one thing I was thinking about it is like the subset of people that actually know and have Hedrons probably kind of small, right?
Yeah, it's a niche of a niche, right?
But what if they like wanted it to be a niche initially, and then it like grew into something
exactly.
that wasn't? But the small, like you would be.
Hex is a small community, and then this is targeted to a percentage of the small community. It's just like I said, like the headroom is not there for me. Like I want to see the major upside. I don't see that. And again, like you gotta understand, I know people with huge bags, trillions and trillions.
Yeah, I would say Wendy's would like if Hedron went to 1 penny. I think
I would love it. I would love it. Are you kidding me? I would love it. Yeah, exactly. I make it all the time, so it's awesome. But like I said, I've known people that have sold 300 grand worth, and then they 5 that, and now they're getting Hedron on that stake too. Like an 8x bonus. So, just to me,
Hedron fam in the comments, please, after the video, spare my life and just don't comment whatever you're going to comment.
Well, if you ask me, I'm going to tell you my opinion. So
no, not you. No,
I know. I'm just saying, like,
truth. I want to know the truth. I don't care about this. I don't care.
And I don't care what people invest in.
Yeah, me neither. No, because
I like meme coins too. I do. Like I've said it before. I'm probably going to buy Sheeb and Doge when they go down enough. Like.
We love it's called the Wendy's for Tendies grind set, guys, for a reason. Okay, this guy, I'll say, if you want to ever go scumlord and just scam everyone, Wendy's for Tendies grind set, that would be the coolest course ever. You just be like, guys, we're gonna teach you how to
just work. I'm gonna teach you how to coupon.
I'm gonna teach you how to coupon and work for 24 hours a day while I sit here. That'd be so funny. But
it was funny because we were at the supermarket, I don't know, a couple of days ago, and Nikki Crypto was like, "You still like peanut butter?" And I was like, "Yeah, but I don't eat it. I'll have one like on the day I retired to just remind me, but other than that, I don't do it."
All right, real quick, boom.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me all right?
What up?
Sloth, brother. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Good.
I want you to know that your audio sounds magnificent.
Oh, it does? Okay, that's great.
Those AirPods.
Yeah, that dude was in an 18-wheeler, by the way, and he was like getting.
He was
getting his point across, and this guy was literally bouncing like. I was like, those AirPods are like legendary status. But anyway, Crypto Sloth, you're a big fan of Hedron. You tell us a little bit about maybe some nuance that maybe we don't understand, or something that maybe you'd look forward to in the future that you think could be really cool with Hedron, something like that. Like, because again, I just work here. Okay.
Yeah, sure. So I guess the simplest way to get to maybe why Hedron could appreciate really quickly, or not really quickly, but really massively in price over time is because its distribution model is tied to the share rate. So you only get these tokens if you have shares. And as we know, over time, shares are going to get exponentially more and more difficult to obtain. And so right now we're kind of in that initial hyperinflationary point where it's like almost impossible to like conceive of how could these things be rare when people are getting billions of these a month. You know, you have large players like you, Wendy's, and like Motley and any OG who are just getting like so much of these coins every single month where you could significantly move the price if you wanted to on any kind of pump. But that's just at this current state of the ecosystem. As the Hex system evolves, where we all know it's going to go, where it's going to be impossible to get T shares, B shares are going to be as difficult as it is to get T shares right now. Just the same way that that system ratchets it up and gets more difficult to enter, so does the ability to get Hedron natively. So I didn't hear most of what you were talking about Hedron, but I know one common criticism is just it's a dump token. You get it for free and you just dump it. And to a degree that's true, but I would also employ the idea of when we're talking about other people dumping Hex and not understanding what you're holding. So it's like you're dumping this thing and you don't really understand what you're dumping, because if you did, you would hold on to it.
That is true, but let me counter that with something.
Yeah.
If somebody dumps all their Hex, they're done. They're out. It's tutti finuti. If I dump my Hedron and buy Hex and 5555 stake it, I'm getting more Hedron forever. And if you just keep doing that, it's just endless dumping.
But it gets exponentially more harder to obtain.
Yeah, it does get harder, but like you're discounting opportunity cost, right? So I would argue that having money right now to buy Pulse and PulseX during the dip is going to greatly outperform Hedron in the next couple of years. So, you know, when I'm looking at this like, you know, investing wise, I'm seeing that there's basically a glass ceiling Hedron, right? Again, if the OA wants to cause harm to it, if he thinks too many people are buying it, he can fuck up the chart if he wants to.
Yeah,
right?
and
to a degree, yes, absolutely. But why would you do that? Why would you invest in something like that has a glass ceiling versus something that doesn't, right? PulseX, for example, let's say it has an 80% dip. Man, the opportunity there is a million times higher. You have something built in that's auto buying versus, you know, somebody that has trillions and trillions and trillions of coins. And again, you might not know some of the people. Like I know some people with crazy, you know, over 50,000 T shares. You know how much Hedron they're minting, and they might not be dumping right now because they don't care. But you know,
wouldn't it be fair to
up,
say, Wendy's? Wouldn't it be fair to say that Alex would have the foresight to understand that concept, like since he created it, right? And what I think, and I'm just countering here, and what I think Sloth is kind of saying too is like the way that they see the project moving forward and the scaling wise, that the proportion of the amount of people that have Hedron now will just be largely small compared to the vast amount of Hedron that will be, or the vast amount of people that will be in the system if what they want to happen occurs, right? But what Wendy's is kind of saying is like he doesn't agree that it's very sticky to get to that point.
Yeah, it's that, and then there's, you know, like liquidity issues. If you really wanted to get into it, there's not a lot of liquidity. Like Sam hit me up one day. He's like, "Oh man, there's this, you know, crazy ARB play." And then he mentioned like Hedron. And he's not even talking about that much money, like $10,000, right? And he's like, "Oh, you might want to take advantage of this ARB play." And I was like, I was at dinner and I said, "It's involving Hedron. You're not factoring in slippage, gas, and everything else." And it was true. He was like, "Oh, you can make 7%, right?" And so he's like, "Oh, you can make, you know, a few $100s." Like,
fair, the math. He changed his tune on that. To be fair, Sam, I didn't even know you guys had that conversation. But
he had the conversation with me before he did the video. Like he said, he found it, messaged me, and I told him before even looking into it. I already knew off the top of my head that it wasn't going to work, and that's why I was like, you know, there's not the liquidity for that, and so, you know, when you factor in the math, it's like you would have lost 7 or 12%. I can't remember exactly, but there's a reason, you know. So it, you know, I get it. For some people, like if you want to speculate, have fun. And guess what? I have very close friends who trade Hedron. Like, I don't see anything wrong with it. It's just, you know, it's not the way that I invest, and it's not the way I look at stuff. You know?
Yeah, I think that's totally fair, and especially when you're dealing with large amounts of capital and you're in 1% allocations are like very significant amount of money. A play like Hedron may not be as feasible for someone like that.
Exactly.
And I think that's perfectly fair. From my perspective,
and I say this all the time. I'm like, guys, don't. And I have people ask me, I'm like, what are you doing specifically? And I'm like, I don't even like telling people what I'm doing, because even if I was just, to tell somebody what I did and they do it, like, you're not in the same life situation as me. So it doesn't necessarily make sense. But, to say I love Hedron, I love the concept of it, and I love HSIs. I think HSIs is like a groundbreaking thing. But for me personally, like, the token doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. And let me give you my perspective as somebody who's still trying to make it in the crypto space, who doesn't have, where 1% allocation is not a significant amount of capital. We're really more on making, if I need to make a bet on something, I need closer to 10% for it to even matter.
Right.
Very similar. I see where Hedron is at, very similar to where maybe Hex was at the very beginning, where we have this set of mechanics that a smart contract offers. And we see the potential that those mechanisms have to end up for price appreciation. And we allocate capital to that token according to our confidence in those mechanics. And then the less capital you have to try to make it a very significant amount of capital, the heavier you can go percentage-wise. So for me, when I look at, I can get a squid's position, what it would take for a squid to mint the amount of Hedron, I can get that for hundreds of dollars, basically at the low. That seems like a good play, understanding the scarcity mechanism behind it, as well as redemption value on the liquidation market once that system starts to ramp up as well. So I see it as a really
I do think that that would be a change in the system, right? So like when I looked at it, like I'm evaluating everything. I'm saying nobody's taking loans against it. And I mean, I would caution people that are going to take loans against Hex. I just don't think it's smart. I don't think it makes sense when you have a yield product, right? Like that's the whole point. Like people take loans against Bitcoin. Yeah, people take loans against Bitcoin to get a yield, on that money while still having the Bitcoin. You can do that with Hex trustlessly. It doesn't make sense to take a loan against it. And like, again, I'm somebody that's taken 7-figure crypto loans, so I know what I'm talking about. And I've made money. I've not lost money doing it, but I would still tell you it's not worth it. So
yeah,
I get that does change the value proposition of Hedron. And so if we did start seeing a lot of that, then I could start seeing, okay, there's more value to Hedron now than there was when I previously looked into it.
Sorry, Jesse, you want to go with the point?
If you have a point to add to that, I'm going to bring up a point afterwards.
Yeah, so two things to that. So the first thing about the liquidation markets and that beginning to ramp up, the fundamental value proposition of Hedron doesn't really come into play until we see how that system works out, because the value of it is its redeemability on the liquidation market. So before we even know where this thing is going to go, we do have to see how that works. And my purchasing of it with fresh capital is a speculation that system is going to go. That's 100%.
Yes.
And then my second point is actually I wouldn't say advocate the utilization of collateralizing your Hex stake, but I do on my channel personally explore what that could potentially look like. So when I think about my potential future portfolio, when eventually I do reach numbers closer to what you've made as an Ethereum OG, I want to have exposure to multiple asset classes within crypto while also still being able to extract immediate value out of them. So I don't want to have to say, let's say liquid loans, for example. I don't want to have to put a significant amount of my capital into Pulse Chain, more than I naturally would, to be able to extract a loan out of it. I want to be able to extract liquid capital from, say, even my Hex stakes, while also getting the exposure to that APY that I'm earning trustlessly. I think that's extremely valuable when you become a very rich person, when you have a lot of assets. And so I think the ability to take collateral, whether or not it's smart or not, just having that option is something I'm going to explore the risk reward ratio of. And it's something I've been doing on my channel to be able to do it responsibly in a way in which I don't lose that best asset that exists on the planet right now.
Well, a couple of things I would say to that is that number one, like when you're trying to make it, money is important. And so a lot of times, like, poor people or people with like less funds will like kind of like undervalue the money that they have now, right? So you say like you have $10,000, you're like, I want to be like Wendy's, I want to be like Motley, I want to have like millions of dollars, I want to be retired from crypto. And so you'll take more risk than you need to. Look, crypto is the golden ticket crypto's the golden ticket. All you need is time. You need to pick the right product, market fit, and you need time. Okay. So when you do stuff like that, you potentially lose. And all you have to do is look around. There's a lot of people that have lost everything. And I don't know if you've ever, talked to somebody that's lost everything, but it's hard to start over from scratch.
Yeah.
Especially when you've made it. So if you're taking like I told you, I took huge loans. Look, even against my Bitcoin's volatile, and still is volatile. It's the least volatile of like the most of the cryptos, but like want to be able to sleep at night. You don't want distress. Like I've had to take pills, man, to be able to deal with some of my positions and stuff like that. I don't do that anymore because it fucking sucks, man. Like just being honest with you, it fucking sucks. So in crypto now, look, there's but like how many people do you know in like, on your socials, like not like crypto Twitter or whatever, but like your friends that are deeply into crypto? It's like nobody. A percentage of the population is nobody. You're an early adopter.
I have a fuck ton of friends too. And I swear to God, a fuck ton of dudes that have a lot of money and good business sense.
You're early in the adoption.
None of them know.
So do you mind if I make a point to that really quick, Wendy's? So I agree with everything.
Sorry, guys. I gotta use the bathroom.
So I agree with everything you're saying. And when I talk and risk management is actually very important to me. So I did not make my Hedron bets with a very large percentage of my portfolio. And I already have my 15-year staking ladder set on the native on the contract. So I know at the end of the day, I have that base to fall back on, independent of how my speculative bet on this extra system built on top of the fundamental system I'm betting on. And for anybody who's coming to me for advice, or one of the principles of my channel, when I talk about these taking loans out on, say, your hex stakes or using liquid loans, etc., is to make sure it's with you have your basis and foundation set first, where you're not losing sleep, and you know that at the end of the day, if your bet is wrong or your thesis on the market or your thesis on reality, really what it is incorrect, you still have the place to fall back on that you're comfortable with psychologically and financially. That's a fundamental. Go ahead.
So one thing I'll say is that like I've done both like traditional and the crypto loans or whatever. The crypto loans you get liquidated. Take a personal bank loan, you don't get liquidated. So when I was talking about I made millions and went negative, that was all from bank loans. If I had to sell my ETH at $80 or whatever, when my liquidation would have hit, I would have been totally wrecked. The fact that I got to hold all that ETH until the next bear and just make the payments on it is what partially saved me. So there's a lot of stuff to consider, and I think I understand why people do it, but the chance that it could wreck you is it's not good. There could be a fail in an oracle. There's so many things that could happen that people don't account for. That it could happen while you're traveling or something. Like there's just so many things that can happen in crypto that I don't know. That's just my advice to people. Everyone's got to find their own way, but
I think that's very prudent advice, especially when you're dealing with leverage systems that deal with oracles and specifically with price. Do you mind if I kind of ground that in specifically in how I would manage that risk with Hedron loans?
Sure.
So if you take out all the HSIs that you plan to make or have currently made, you can actually calculate essentially the amount. You can calculate the amount of Hedron you're going to get immediately if you were to take a loan out. If you look at how much you can borrow now and then look at the price of Hedron that it's at, you could potentially cover your cost bases 10, 20, 100x fold extremely cheaply. So when the percentage of that borrowable Hedron hits an amount where it's worth, saying, taking a liquidity position to pay off that loan, even if the price of that Hedron falls and or the price of that liquidity position falls where you're not able to make the payment in the 90 days to get liquidated, you would have a stack of Hedron sitting there to bail you out no matter what. So now you set up a situation where you can take out debt to build an income generating asset. And then at the end of the day, because you have Hedron in your cold storage wallet, you're never going to lose that hex stake. So if something goes wrong, you're still fine. You've just essentially sold your Hedron to get your position, but you've kept that trustless APY with you the entire time. And that would be one reason to buy Hedron right now, because you've calculated how much you would potentially need. You would get like 10x very easy. Say a 1 T share stake would get you if with a 10x bonus, well, it would get you 5 million Hedron, which is dust right now.
Right.
But eventually it could be if it tracks its fair value over time.
So
say that
50,000
gets-
times 50,000 times. What was that number you just said of dust? Then
It's like 5,555,000
So, like,
hedron.
Wendy's was mentioning a guy who had roughly 50,000 T shares. So if we're thinking about that, I'm gonna have to do. I don't know.
Yeah, so
know
that
which
person could this is just math to kind of ground my example. You know that you need about 6 million hedron at the end of the day to pay off this loan no matter what. Well, you can go ahead and buy 60 million hedron now for probably like $300. And so you get it now while it's cheap, speculating that the price will go up in the future for that loan that you're going to take. And then now you have kind of like a quote unquote infinite money loop where you can take debt, get an income generating asset, pay off the debt, and then repeat ad nauseum with the safety layer of hedron you bought during this hyperinflationary time, which is incredibly cheap. And now you're utilizing an asset that's generating you trustless yield every single day to get a liquid form of income generation.
Very interesting point. I have one thing I'd like to add for sure. So obviously we're talking about it's immutable, it's decentralized. It says it right on the front of the website, right? So they're not going to be messing with it directly. But hexmarket.com, I was looking at it this morning, right? So you know way more about this than me because all I've done is read through it twice, but I read all the words. I understand the staking feature. I understand the fee structure. I understand all of that stuff. Seems pretty normal. Seems pretty cool. Adoption would have to be a part of the goal for something like that. Do you like, and what do you think about the hexmarket.com and that kind of adding on to it in a third party way while providing value at the same time in a safe way, I guess?
I think it's great. I think other projects, other teams trying to create value for somebody else's token because they find it valuable is really awesome. I think at the end of the day, the no expectations things is important. So I wouldn't speculate on buying a certain coin because you think somebody else is going to provide value for it. But the fact that we're seeing that, I think speaks to the community point that Wendy's was talking about before, how people socially like this token and are willing to build things to help it accrue value. Again, I would just safety wise, audits, let other people test it first, make sure everything's set before you take your hedron and you lock it up for an entire year. But from a first principle standpoint, I like what I see and I will definitely be keeping an eye on it myself.
Yep, staking could be a good addition to coins for sure. So I want people to lock, especially if you want people to lock up.
Yeah. Really quick, guys, I do have to leave. I have class in about 10 minutes, but thank you for having me on GRC. Wendy's, it was nice to meet you in person. We've actually exchanged a couple DMs with my personal Twitter.
Okay, cool.
I'll send you a message on there. You might recognize who I am.
Okay,
but thank you so much for having me on. Let me know if you ever.
Hey, you're sharp as a whip, man. I appreciate you coming on here, dude.
Yeah, learned some new stuff about Ron, so that's cool.
Thanks, Bullish. Thanks for giving me the wrench. I look forward to coming back on and maybe having some of you guys on my channel one day.
I would love to come on, and I'd love you to come on separately and talk shop just about. I'm sure you have a lot of good ideas. Obviously, Maximus has been a big topic in my mind, and
I'd love to talk about that.
I would talk about Maximus all day long.
And real quick, I think sometimes in these crypto communities, and this is just as a last thought, we can get really in a tribalistic mindset where someone like Wendy's is coming on and giving criticisms of something, I personally like or somebody else personally likes, and we can take that personally. But it's actually conversations like these where we're getting into the nitty-gritty details and discussing the pros and cons is where we discover the value propositions of these systems that we're learning about. Because ultimately what's happening is a collective conversation on the dynamics of these systems and how we can all use them. So the value of the systems only gets elucidated when we talk about it. So going into this deeply in this critical way, I think is valuable. And I appreciate, Wendy's, your criticisms as well as willingness to hear me out.
Hey, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I mean, like what I do is not a recommendation for everybody. Just like I said, like I'm going to buy Doge and Sheep. Like I would not give that advice to, a regular crypto person. Like, there's way better things for them to buy. It's just like, what I'm talking about is throwing, to me, dust that could turn into millions and millions of dollars, right?
Exactly.
So, and like I said, I already have a lot of hedron, so
you're set. You're good. You got your position. All right, guys. Hey, take care.
I appreciate you.
And do me a favor, GOC. Drop my channel in the chat. See if I can.
I'm gonna drop your. Is it called Crypto Sloth? I've seen it.
Yeah, Crypto Sloth. Yeah.
Crypto Sloth. We're gonna drop that in the chat, guys. Make sure you subscribe to Crypto Sloth. I'd love to see you on here again. Just know I'm doing an episode on with Alex from Hedron.
Oh, that's awesome.
You see me, I'm trying to break this stuff down. I don't like to play I don't like to leave too much on the bone, but like obviously there's a lot of topics, right? So we got to move through stuff, but Maximus and Hedron are top of the list as far as extra topics for me, right? Because the derivatives, so I like Hex, right? I love Hex, and so derivative plays, if they start moving together, that excites me in any way. So like you never know in a bull market, right? Like things go absolutely bazonk, marketing goes bazonk, like things get crazy, but then a lot of those things will go to zero, which guys like us might know, not Hedron in particular, but like things go to zero that you might bet on at some point, right? You might think, oh, like even the people that are really never in Terra Luna, if they made a bet on Terra Luna at 43 cents, like it's not the worst thing they'd ever did in their life, but it's not something you would ever want to advise a group of people to do.
Yeah.
And I would never do.
All right, sorry. I got to go. Take care, guys.
Peace,
Thank you so
brother.
much.
Later, bro.
Study up, brother. For Wendy's, I know you might have to get off. Thank you so much. I'm going to clip that out and share it if you don't mind. When he hopped on, that was perfect. Your perspective is valuable, and people need to understand who actually knows what they're talking about in this community. Whoops, I said it. And
well, again, like I'm not saying that Hedron's not going to do well or anything like that. There's just, there's a lot of factors involved. Again, I don't project.
I was just talking about your critical thinking skills.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Whenever I
I look at everything almost the same. I look risk reward ratio and stuff. And again, like, for somebody like you that doesn't have a lot of Hex or Hedron, it's a completely different situation than me, right? Because I already have some. If it goes to the moon, if it's super wildly successful, awesome. I'll invite you onto my Hedron yacht. That cool?
And I will accept any invitations on any Hedron yacht.
Yeah, there we go. So like again, I'm wishing the project well. Like I think anytime like someone says like they're not, it's not for them to buy, they get like upset, like like Wendy's, why don't you throw your money into this? And I'm like, well, because I got a lot of it already.
Yeah, no, for sure.
There's a lot of stuff I want to buy. Look, Richard Hart has how many coins? Like,
but again, Wendy's, if we want to be 100% transparent, like the way that you tell me to invest is kind of the way you invest, and it's usually like DCA and just like hold the good shit. You know what I mean? So like,
because that's the safest. Because that's the safest thing to do until you make it too. But again, like I do speculative plays sometimes too, and I've always done that. That's always how I've been. Probably always how I will be, because you can make crazy amounts of money from a small speculative play if you pick the right thing. But again, like I would say almost all the winners I have had has been from like a very charismatic founder. So that's
Vitalik considered charismatic because he's like the alpha brain.
Not necessarily, but like also in the beginning of Ethereum when I found it, there was Gavin Wood, there was Charles Hodgkinson's. It was Joe Lubin, and some of those guys were, they were pretty good on the microphone and stuff like that. So
none of them Richard level, but yeah, in their own right, like I mean, Vitalik,
especially back then, there was not like
there was no one. It was like if you were on camera speaking.
And again, it's not the only thing, because if that's all you have, then like token can probably.
But it's true, like exactly what Ethereum is. You would like it if there wasn't something better that was about to come out that had a leader that was a little bit better, and game theory that was a little bit better, and prices that were a little bit more bullish, but in every single way. So it's like you're just moving on, right, in a way, to something better.
I still like Ethereum. I'm always going to like Ethereum. I mean, the thing with Ethereum is like, man, I've used a lot of blockchains. Okay. So when shit goes down, you can't get your transaction across. You can always get your transaction across on Ethereum. The only thing you need, money. A lot of money sometimes. You might have to pay $18,000 for a transaction. But if I'm moving millions and millions of dollars and I need it now, like not in an hour, not in 2 hours, I need it now. I need it to go through in like 15 seconds. I can pay an absorbent amount of money and get it moved. Whereas like some of these blockchains, they literally just freeze, so it's scary. It's scary when you're dealing with tons of money. Imagine you have $100 million on another layer one, and you're trying to move it or bridge it or whatever, and it's just fucking stuck. The transaction's stuck. Like, how does that make you feel, right? Like, that doesn't happen on Ethereum. It just doesn't. So I'm always going to like Ethereum, and I think that they're going the right way. Like, taking their time, like trying to upgrade everything. They know that the fees are broken. They want to fix it eventually. Maybe it'll take 5 years, but I still think that it's going to be around. To say that it's going to die, I just don't.
Well, Cardano didn't die after it's 99% poo-poo. And
well, we'll see how it does this cycle. I'm not so sure.
Hey, Cardano's at the bat. One more time, Charles. How much can you get off of this next little pumpy poo? Not him in particular, but just in general. Like,
I'm sure he'll get a bunch too.
Charles is like, the reason I don't trust people is like guys like Charles Hoskinson. The reason, and it's not because he's an evil dude. I don't think he would want to hurt anyone. But he will mislead you with his Colorado. I'm a free spirit. Life is so good. I would never intend on anyone having a worse deal than me ever in this history. And it's just like Richard's like, you guys suck. I've crushed life. Like, I deserve this, and you guys are going to do it too in the future. Like, let's go. Those are the guys you want to get behind. Like, Richard will look you in the face and be like, dude, I grinded harder than you. F off. But like, it's true. But Charles could say that. Charles could easily be like, dude, shut up. I grinded harder than you. Let's keep going. Let's push this. But no, he's like, we've been perfect the whole time. This is absolutely magical. We're over in Colorado here. And it's like,
well, I can tell you that I've been in coins with founders that just lie to you. And it sucks. And that they're lying and they're just trying to make everything sound good. And it fucking sucks. Whereas like Richard always gives the real, right? He's like, I don't know when we're launching. I'm waiting too. And as soon as I know, I'm going to let you guys know. Like, that's real. I appreciate that. Like, I'm telling you, man, if you've ever been in a project with a founder is just like, and that they're lying, man, it sucks. It really sucks. So
it just feels like you're talking to an insurance company, basically.
Yeah, you're like, oh, really? You're telling me this when like all this money is being lost and like people are losing everything, and they're like, oh, let's wait till the next town hall, guys. It's gonna be great.
It's sickening, Motley, and I'm so happy that you're a freedom fighter. You could have just been gone off, but
just
you
call me
don't have to
Motley.
Oh shit, God, I'm so sorry, dude.
Are you high right now?
You guys are interchangeable. You're literally on the same screen. How can you?
I'm like a foot taller than him. Like a foot taller than him and bald.
Wendy's for tendies, guys. We all know Wendy's for tendies. Motley, they live together, but like, how could I interchange them? I don't know. Like they're best buddies too. And I see them both like every day. So it's like, I just say it. Guess what, guys? Wendy's for tendies.
All right, you get a pass.
Motley, can you at least
Motley says you get a pass, you get a pass.
Motley, can I see your beautiful face for 1 second?
What up?
I hope you're doing good. Do you guys have like a little like desk unit kind of like open?
Yeah, it's way too small. That's why I wasn't coming in. I was just letting him do his thing.
I watched that stream with that guy. Amazing stream, by the way.
Dixon Piper.
Oh my God.
He's in the comments. What up, Dixon?
Yeah, smart
Dixon.
dude, right?
What? I don't even remember what that shit was about, but I was like locked in.
A lot of things. We talked for 4 hours.
Dude, I was at the gym and leaving the gym. I'm like, I don't even know what this shit's about, dude. Like, it's just amazing because it was just basically a lot of life experience just tangled into a conversation, right? And that's what I love, those conversations, because I can just sit back.
Yeah,
not
us too. That's why it lasted 4 hours.
Hello.
You guys were on 4 hours. And I didn't see the stream until I logged on 3.5 hours later. You guys were like wrapping up. And I was like, if Motley and Wendy's are on the stream for 3.5 hours, this has to be the dopest stream ever. So I just went back immediately and watched it. And that, hey, Dixon Piper, when can we chat? That's my next question.
Dude, he loves your show. He loves your show. So I'm sure he would love to come on.
Dixon.
I'm working.
He works on a farm, so it's probably going to have to be at night. Have to be crypto in the evening.
Yeah, you have to do an evening show.
Hey, any time for Dixon Piper after that 4 hours of free value, I will go anytime. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Wendy's, Molly, thank you for jumping in. I'm gonna get off. Crazy stream, Richard. Good job on the stream. You didn't get off top. You didn't get crazy on it. I mean, the little squirt noise.
Oh, the virginity story was pretty good. I don't know about that.
I don't know what kind of noises, man. I mean, I've heard noises, but my God, I don't know.
It's the macaroni, man. Your mom's in the kitchen with the macaroni.
Dude, it was funny because I saw him contemplating before he gave that answer. Like, I saw him thinking in his head. He's like, "Do I do this?" He's like. And with all the shit that's been going around on Twitter, he was like, "Yeah, fuck it, we're going here."
he thought like, should I do it? Then he was thinking the Saudis over here. And he's like, fuck it.
Well,
Fuck
as
the
you guys know,
Saudis.
I was actually contacted late last night, and I am the Saudi protection unit lead.
I saw that. Congratulations, by the way.
Yeah, it's my first paid job
What-
ever.
Yeah, but what are you going to do about the Russians?
Well, I have the mafia on my side, so it's kind of like a big clash in the middle. We're gonna see how it goes.
Nice.
Hey,
You
lay
know.
some bridges, sir. Lay some bridges.
There will be
We build
tax
bridges
evasion.
here.
No, just kidding. But guys, on all seriousness, Richard said it straight up on camera. I just want to live my life and be happy. He said it. If you want to pin him against it, he provided all this value for me. I'm not going to speak for anyone else, but he provided all this value for me. And then how am I going to say, hey, mister, 1 second, can you shut the fuck up about whatever you're saying? No, you don't say that. You unless you have a position of value to him over him, like what is he going to do? You got to let the guy go. And if you're pinning anything against that, it's just like he wants to be happy. He wants to be honest. That's the exact reason Wendy said that he likes this project long term.
Work on your sales pitch.
The other thing is like I just
hate.
hate Twitter fingers. It's like, yo, be a man and DM somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like talk to him, face to face. Like, yo, I don't appreciate you doing. Then he's either gonna tell you like fuck off, or he's gonna be like, okay, I hear you. But when you call somebody out in public like that, it just makes you like, be like, yeah, fuck you. So I just don't think that was the right way to go about it, especially somebody who's made you so much money.
Yeah.
I'm thankful to Richard. Like I don't necessarily agree with everything he does, but I'm thankful to him, and I'm not gonna bite the hand that provided me Lambo stuff.
Dude, even
Dump
without
Lambos,
that,
bro?
you know this. You might not
Just
know
rent
this
it.
intellectually because you're way past this point. But like, dude, Richard has made me very minimal money, and I swear to God, he's been one of the most valuable people I've ever watched in my whole entire life.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, like he's changed my whole trajectory in life, even if I wasn't doing crypto, by reading his book and some of the methods and the detail that he shows within being productive. Because a lot of his book is just about structuring your life in a productive way. It's not about like be a crypto dude, of course. It's just like how to structure your life, time efficiency. The man told you, I don't leave the house much. He said it right there.
He's happy, man.
He's
We
one
talked
of
about
us.
that.
But we don't. I
Castle.
don't leave the house at all.
It's a castle,
It's a
sir,
castle.
not a house.
Anyway, guys, we could talk all day long, but I'm going to go rip the weights so hard that everyone in the gym resents me. Guys,
Let's go.
I will see you soon. Crypto in the morning.
Let's go.